And apologies for the break in proceedings there, folks. We are back underway, though, so let's jump back into the action here. This is race 5, our final lightweight race of the day, and here's how things are shaping up. We're just over 12 minutes left to go on the clock. Manchester A, who lead from Cambridge A, Loughborough C, Edinburgh A and Sheffield A are top 5. But I should add penalties to come into play here. Manchester A with a penalty, a bump and pass one at that, and then we have Cambridge as well, a bump and pass. Plenty of goings on here. I don't have John with me at the moment. He's currently outside getting a good grasp of what's going on out on the track here, so he might have some updates for us, but I do apologise for the brief delay there. We're back underway though for our final lightweight race of the morning. Hello there, John.
Hello, I'm back. I was out there
roving reporter,
braving the chilly elements out there, trying to keep an eye on the race. It's been such a brilliant battle at the sharp end of the order. Gutting that we missed out on this one, but of course the Alpha Live crew doing everything they can to bring you the streamed action here from Clay Pigeon. It was an almighty squabble at the sharp end of the order. Loughborough C were leading for most part of the start of this race, or through to the midpoint in this one. Cambridge A battling in with them well, but Manchester A able to get both of them. And that battling has really, really helped Bath A. They've been able to cut through the order, and now they're up in 5th place with the fastest lap. It's all getting very, very close here. I was just having a chat with Fraser Brunton from the Cardiff team, and they basically are assuming Oxford Brookes are out of this one. They are not going to be involved in this. It's simply Bath versus Cardiff. And now Philip Varvar is the driver behind the wheel in this one for Bath A. We know he's a very impressive racer. He got 2 second places at GYG. Both times lost out to the Cardiff team at GYG. This time looking potentially good for a race win. That could then be 2 race wins from this round for Bath, and it all is left in the hands of Mr. Johnny Wilkinson for Cardiff in the final race to try and do something from 15th place. So all still very much to play for. But watch out for Philip Varvar on the number 2 in this race. How can he do through this second half? Just over 10 minutes left to go then.
There are indeed a couple of penalties I was just mentioning to our front pack action here. Cambridge A, Manchester A with penalties. They're currently leading on the road, enjoying a battle out on the road as well, but they're going to drop back a few positions. So it's Loughborough C, Edinburgh A and Bath A currently in the fight for this podium.
Interesting, is it? Well, that's even more positives for Bath A then. Philip Varvar just needs to make sure not getting any penalties for himself here, because of course, like we say, those other drivers having those penalties when all is said and done, they'll drop behind him, pin it clean, and not getting any unnecessary penalties for himself. But Philip, a very experienced racing driver. I think when we were at GYG, racing GT4s out in Europe, does Philip? Yes. So a very experienced driver for the Bath A squad, and definitely a real help for them in their championship charge. Oh, that's a bit of an off there, heading into top bend, the 83 there, finding the
Would
grass.
you believe it? That's an Oxford car.
No way.
A bit of a spin. I know we haven't seen that so far today, but it's yet another one.
Oh dear, Oxford, you've not covered yourself in glory here
today.
I think
they must have some headphones on in the helmet. They've got a certain 1980s song playing around like a record. Round, 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 round.
Indeed, yeah, it's not been ideal so far today for Oxford A. They've had more time facing the wrong direction. They have the right direction, I think, for quite a bit of this. So either way, they're doing their best out there, and hopefully they're having fun, because that's the main thing. That's the main thing here in the British Universities Karting Championship. Look at that huge squabble there heading through the hairpin. Who'd be got in that? That's one of the Swansea drivers, I think, at the sharp end of that one, as they continue to squabble. So is this 10th place downwards potentially? Swansea A on the number 19. Trying to look at the gaps. Yeah, it definitely is. Swansea A on the number 19, and then we're a second back to Loughborough B in 18th place. My goodness, this race has been, I think, the best race of the day. It's absolutely gutting that we missed part of it, but it's been absolutely ridiculous in terms of fighting throughout the field. You can see there on your timing tower on the left-hand side, 10 seconds separates the leader of Manchester A and 17th place of Liverpool A. Unbelievable throughout this one. The drivers having a great time out there on the black stuff.
Yeah, they are indeed. The weather picking up. I think it's perfect karting conditions out there at the moment, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Decent sun. It's not too hot, so it's not going to slow down the karts too much. It's not going to be too physically exerting. It's perfect racing conditions out there to round out what has been a brilliant season so far.
Move for 4th place, relatively key in both Prems and Clubman's then. Edinburgh A getting overtaken by Bath A, as I'm getting myself confused. It's Birmingham A, of course, who's in the Clubman battle. Loughborough C ahead in 3rd place are in that Clubman battle for the championship. So they're having a good race in this one. 3rd place, we said it was sort of ebbing and flowing between Birmingham and Loughborough C throughout today's action, but this is going to be a really good result if they can stay where they are in terms of this one. Remind me, who was the teams that you said that had a penalty at the sharp end of the order, Reeve? Was Loughborough C one of those, or were they the leading of the drivers who haven't got a penalty?
They do not have a penalty, do
Fantastic.
Loughborough, so they are looking poised to come home with the victory on the road at the moment, as we have a swap around between Cambridge A and Manchester A. It won't matter because penalties coming into the... But I suppose it'll matter between the two of them, because if Cambridge finish ahead of Manchester, they gain a position in terms of those penalties after they're applied as well. So still important to try and take away as many points as possible. As we see, actually got a whole fleet of carts here now occupying the S's and the hairpins as we head up through towards the end of Sector 2 in just a moment. Very short run through Sector 3 here at Clay Pigeon, of course, mere seconds as you run onto the start-finish straight. And we're looking on with the number 77 kart leading this battle at the moment. That is Loughborough C ahead of Bath A, just ahead of Edinburgh, Sheffield, Manchester as well. Manchester losing out quite a few positions on that last lap when all was said and done. And a short shout out, we were discussing Clubman's drivers before. Loughborough C leading the Clubman's by a fairly comfortable margin in terms of, well, not in terms of the championship. They weren't leading by a comfortable margin heading into the championship. It was only by 1 point. But in terms of this race, they are leading the Clubman's by a decent gap to the next Clubman's kart, which is going to be Manchester A with that penalty to serve, of course. And then behind that, you've got UCLA, Imperial B, and then we have a bit of a wait to the rest of the Clubman's fleet. So Loughborough C looking like they're doing their best to hold on to the lead in the Clubman's Championship, but Birmingham A, let's not forget, are right in the mix as well.
Well, it was a bit of a loss of the brakes there down the inside for one of the drivers. They're going to end up losing the place because of that. Who was that that messed up the braking? There was number 6 there who got it all sorts of crossed up there down into Billy's blind. That being Sheffield A, allows the driver back through then. So it was an overtake on Edinburgh A, shuffled them wide. Manchester A slipped up and under and got both of them, and then they re-swapped back. So I think that's Manchester through to 4th then. Edinburgh in 5th, Sheffield in 6th. It was a good move down the inside, just a little bit too late on the brakes, and as he grabbed the brakes there, the rear just kicked out, slapped into the side pod of the kart on the outside, but did the right thing. Gave the position back. Contact warning for Sheffield A. They need to be a bit careful. They're looking on for a good result in this one for the moment. Of course, that's what we just saw down at Billy's blind, but still key messaging from this one. Bath A are in 3rd place, and with that penalty earlier on from Cambridge A, should shuffle them up into 2nd then. Yes, ABC bump and pass, so that's going to be a +4 for Cambridge. Highest position they can finish in then is 4th place in this race if they do end up winning it on the road. Loughborough C, though, as you mentioned, in their charge towards the Clubman Championship, taking a race win is probably going to help that somewhat.
Yeah, absolutely it will. And imagine if they can do it on the road as well. They certainly set themselves up to do that. They are pushing on quite nicely, keeping Cambridge A in check. And here we are, going side by side into the first corner. Textbook move. The door was opened up for them. They say thank you very much. Worked their way through into the lead of this race on the road in the Clubman's as well. Loughborough C, an almighty drive for them so far. They started 4th on the grid. Sorry, I was about to say they started 17th on the grid, but that's Bath A. Bath A, of course, also in the mix here, not too far behind at all, but an almighty drive for Loughborough C.
Oh, trying it back down the outside this time for Cambridge. They're going to get shuffled
Here
on
comes
wide.
Bath.
Up and under goes Bath, and now Bath find themselves on the outside of Loughborough C. Heading into top bend, Loughborough C able to chop back across though, retake the lead in this race. So the first time so far in this race, we've got a genuine battle out front for the win. No penalties for either Loughborough C or Bath A. Bath A are going to go for it though. Philip Varvar down the inside at Billy's blind. He's going to go a little bit wide, but not too much. And he takes the lead then. Into the S's they go. Loughborough C under more of an attack then from the 11 of Manchester A. They were leading for quite some time earlier on in this race. Got shuffled back a few laps ago. They're looking to re-enter the fight then. So briefly, your clubman driver, the 77 of Loughborough C, did make it into the lead of this race then. Pointed back through there, did Manchester A, and that's going to allow for Edinburgh to try and get back involved. Sheffield right with them as well. You do have about 8 seconds then back to Reading A in 7th. A huge gap now between 6th and 7th. Reading with the fastest lap. They have just got an ABC bump and pass penalty though, have Reading, your 2024 champion. Day not quite going to plan.
It is not at all for them, but Manchester A clearly trying to mitigate the effect of the penalty that they will be serving after this race is completed. But we have a big off there for the tyre barrier. I imagine the marshal's going to want to leave that section yellow flag for probably quite a while to repair that. But it's all looking like that everyone is okay, which is the number one priority, of course, and they're instead focused on getting that kart back out on track if at all possible, which it will be impressive, but glad to see that everyone looks to be all right in that instance.
Yeah, you can't really see from that camera angle. You are quite away from the track there in that barrier.
That was decent speed.
Quite a long push back onto the circuit.
Yeah.
Bristol B getting themselves on an unsafe release. Liverpool B with an ABC takeout on that one. So were they potentially that one we just saw down at the hairpin? We'll wait and see as that is all confirmed at the end of this next lap. It did seem as though one of the drivers was struggling to get it back on circuit. Looks like they managed to do it now. Yellow flags are still out down in that section of the circuit. And those two drivers involved, so yeah, Liverpool B and Bristol B, they both dropped down to 34th and 35th. So I think we can assume that they were the two off in the barriers there down at the hairpin on the last lap.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. We got Elliott in the car there for Liverpool B in this race. So an unfortunate way to end the season. The Cambridge B, black flag there for Cambridge B. So we're going to break out the re-education word once more. Time to head into the pits for some re-education.
A nice little chat with one of the Club 100 staff members.
To be honest, with 2 minutes left in the race, it might be
end of the race. Yeah, it definitely will be. That's a big off on the outside there. Is that the Birmingham driver? No, there's the Birmingham driver still just ahead, I think. Who was that? Or was it Cambridge? Was it Cambridge?
I think that was pretty unforced as well. I don't think there was anything that really warranted having a joker lap, a bit of rallycross perhaps. Either way.
They fancied making it a bit harder for themselves there, jumping over the grass on the exit. Didn't see how that one started. Mechanical flag for Liverpool B.
I'm not shocked.
So, yeah,
that was
clearly the incident there causing a bit of an issue. They get waved into the pit lane there by one of the Club 100 marshals. But, yeah, it was indeed confirmed on your timing on the left-hand side of your screen. Cambridge A dropping down to 6th place. So, yeah, less than ideal line there heading down into the hairpin, and they've lost places because of that. And as we've only got a minute and a half to go, that is less than ideal. But look at this then. Loughborough C battling over the Clubman Championship. Bath A battling over the Premier Championship. Both teams battling over the win in this race. Just over a minute left to go, and Loughborough C are hounding the rear axle of the Bath A car. Let's see how this goes. Through the final corner they go, onto another lap of this race.
They are indeed the Loughborough C Clubman car wanting to do it on the road. Bath A, of course, trying to cement their fight for the championship. I like the fear that we just instilled in Piers Prior, by the way, who has not long left in this race and immediately darts out of the comms box to go and get ready for some post-race interviews, and they should be good because this is a great drive here for a few drivers here. So less than a minute to go on the clock now. And there we go, we head round the S's now. Looking over the shoulder is the Bath A car. Not too far behind as well is Sheffield A, Edinburgh A, Manchester A as well. Side by side go Sheffield and Edinburgh, in fact, as we dart back onto the start-finish straight in just a moment. We are going to get another lap in, actually, which is great stuff. One more go-around then here at Clay Pigeon. Bath A lead ahead of Loughborough C. Then we've got a bit of a train forming up behind here. Manchester A on a charge from fairly high up. They tumble back and now work their way through. Closing up on Manchester A as we head through that first corner. Getting past Edinburgh A, in fact, as we now run up and try to close up on Sheffield A as well. Remember, there are penalties here, but every position that the Manchester A car gains mitigates some part of that penalty at least, so it's still worth his while trying to battle for some position here. Clock has hit 0. We come towards the end of this race now. Bath A leading, about to head into the final corner.
Indeed it is, unless there's a great charge off of the final corner for the 77. It looks like it is going to be Bath A who take the win in race number 5, and that is huge for the championship. That is absolutely ginormous for Bath A as they look to try and mount the charge so far today. Teams are going mental at the side of the circuit, very happy with those race results for the drivers out there on circuit. But Bath A, if I'm not mistaken, that means we've got 2 race wins so far today for Bath A. As we mentioned, we saw at GYG last time out, Cardiff get a first, and a second, and were so clear of everyone else in terms of points at the end of the day. Bath 2 firsts already in this one. I think that might be day done for them, though, in terms of points. Cardiff still have a race to come. Let's see how this all plays out. I still can't call this. That's exactly what Bath A needed, though.
It is indeed. And it leaves us with just race 6 to go. So we bring an end to race 5. And now it's our final heavyweight race of the day coming up next. So, yeah, I think obviously a bit of a false start in race 4. Race 5 looked to be a brilliant one. Let's hope we can finish out our season on a high note.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm sure he will. I mean, it's been a fantastic season so far, like we mentioned. Been able to bring you the second half of the championship so far, and it's been very, very exciting. Thank you again to all of you for joining us down here at Clay Pigeon. If you've come along for real, hello. Thank you for joining us. If you're watching on the live chat, watching on the live stream even, hello and welcome. Apologies, a few issues down here from Clay Pigeon, as usual, down at Clay Pigeon. The microclimate, it always affects everything down here, struggling with the frequencies and whatnot. But as Piers gets ready down on the dummy grid, we will look forward to the next race of the day then, as we get ready to finalise the day. As we say, only one more race left to go in this one then, as the championships continue to hot up. And we're trying to give you as much information as we can, but it's a little bit difficult to work everything out with the positions throughout the day's action. Hopefully, we'll get a final confirmation after this race is said and done, and it might even be when Piers is down on the dummy grid chatting to some drivers after the race that we find out who's taken the championships in the Premiers and the Clubmans.
It will indeed. So I was slightly distracted. I'm being papped. It appears as we go throughout the day, certain teams seem to locate and realise where the comms box is at various tracks. It moves around here at Clay. Sometimes we're up in the big, well, it's like a bird's nest effectively, isn't it? We're up on a tower. It's great. We can see the whole track. This time we're down in the main clubhouse. And yeah, there's a walkway here, and slowly but surely teams have been realising where we are. They've been looking in and waving, some of them just papping us, but no improvement on the Jaffa Cakes. So far, it's still Warwick and Leeds who lead on the Jaffa Cakes front. Warwick with the Jaffa Cakes and refreshing beverage, and then Leeds with the banana bread, which does smell incredible. It's
been some great additions to the comms box, so thank you very much. I'm just having a quick look through, actually, at what we have to come and what has happened already so far today. I think we do have both Bath and Cardiff in this final race. Yes, we do. Bath A will be starting in 28th place here in the last race of the day. We've got Cardiff A starting in 15th place in this last race of the day. This is all going to be rather exciting. We have got Oxford Brooks in this race, but not the A team. B, C and D are involved in this next upcoming race. We do have a hunch that the Brooks A might just be out of the championship charge here with how it's gone so far today, but both Bath and Cardiff in this final race. It's all still to play for, and I've just checked as well. Of course, 2 wins for Bath so far. Their other result was a 10th place, so that's pretty good in terms of things, how things have played out so far. I know obviously Cardiff have that 2nd place courtesy of Fraser Brunton. I just have to remind myself where they were in the other race. I want to say Harvey McBreen was sort of 7th or 8th place in his race earlier on, so it's all sort of coming down to this final race of not only where they finish, but where they finish in terms of the other 2 drivers and how that all works out at the end of the day, because it's, again, not a case of who finishes ahead of each other. It's a case of how that then goes to the points at the end of the day and the points in the whole championship as well, when they had a few points between them, getting ready to go. Right then, looks as though we're good to go then. Piers Prior is waving at us, so I better hand down to him, and I'll hand down to him now.
I'm live, apparently. Right, let's do our final grid walk of the day. We've had a few teething issues behind the scenes. We're going to make it work regardless. Who's on pole for our final race in the BUKC Teams Championships 2025?
Well, I believe I'm second.
Who's in second place? Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Harrison Rowett, Portsmouth A.
Portsmouth A. Portsmouth. I remember, what round was it you had an absolute nosebleed because you're right up there? Which round was that? You had a really good day.
Would that be Butmore? Yeah, I believe that'd be Butmore, yeah.
Where did you finish then? It was like 3rd or something, wasn't it?
No, I think that...
4th. Yeah, which is for Portsmouth.
Oh, for me? For Portsmouth? What do you mean?
I thought Portsmouth had a really good day at one of the rounds earlier on this year. Was it last year? Can't remember.
Qualifiers.
Qualifiers, that was it. There we go. Anyway, how's your day been going so far, Portsmouth?
Not good.
The pause.
We're not satisfied, but it's P1 or nothing for me.
It's P1. It's win or bin.
Exactly.
We don't tell JV. JV? No, I won't tell him. Don't worry. It's all right. Good luck, Portsmouth. Who's on top? Oh, it's the last photo opportunity for. Come on, Luke. Get in the photo. Get in the photo, Luke. Here we go. Everyone in. Everyone in. Thumbs up.
Oh yeah.
Thumbs up. Are we keeping hold of this, number 1? No. Right. Okay. Right. Let's do some interviews. Right. Where are we going to finish then in this one?
Hopefully at the front.
What are we going to do in the championship? What do we need to do? Do you know? Have you done the perms and comms?
We could most likely get a 5th.
You can get a 5th.
Yeah.
It's still a single-digit number. That's all right. Anyway, good luck, Team Reading. See you go. Sorry, mate. All right, let's walk further down the grid and grab a word with some other drivers. Who do we have here? The number 47. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm ineligible.
Ah, boring. Don't want to talk to you. How do you pronounce it? Ineligible drivers? I can't remember.
How are we?
Anyway, who are you racing for?
I'm Johnny and I'm racing for Cardiff A.
Cardiff have had a pretty good day so far. Do you know what you need to do to get the overall win in this one?
Not a clue, just hopefully overtake some people, keep our head down, keep out the penalties.
Keep out the penalties.
That's just the plan, I think.
Yeah, keep JV's carts nice and pristine.
Exactly.
What did you have for breakfast this morning?
I had the breakfast wrap from Mackey's with brown sauce.
Brown sauce, that's a hot take right there. Is brown sauce the MVP of sauces in your opinion?
No, but the tangier and more vinegary a sauce, the better it is.
Do you know what? I'll go with that. Right, we've got some final prepares. Great job by the Club 100 team, which gives me time to do one more interview. Let's have an interview with the driver starting last, and the last race, the final race of the BUKC 2025 for the team championship. Who are you racing for?
James Granger, Sheffield C.
Sheffield C. Talk to me about Sheffield C's day.
Well, we've got two ineligibles. I'm one of them, so...
Are you ineligible?
Yeah.
Boring. Right, that's it. Let's go racing. Final time in 2025. Back to you, John and Reeve.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's finalise the 2025 British Universities Karting Championship in the mains category. Let's get on then with race number 6 of the day here for round 7. It's going to be very exciting, and who we believe to be anyway the two championship protagonists. Oh, it was a bit of a hit there down into the hairpin. I saw one driver spin off, and then another driver joining them there on the outside.
They were quite polite. I think I saw a bit of a
very
wave.
sorry, sir. Very sorry. Apologise about that. But yeah, as I was saying, two championship protagonists then into this race. They are both in this one, Bath A and Cardiff A, finalising their day here. Let's run you through the full grid for this one. Reading A and Portsmouth A on the front row of the grid. Oxford Brookes B and Newclan A on row 2, then De Montfort A and Oxford A, they're on row number 3. Row 4 will have UCL B and Oxford Brookes D. Then it's Imperial B and Birmingham A. Bath C and Leeds D there on row number 6. Row 7 has Southampton B and Cambridge A. Row 8, Cardiff A and Edinburgh A. Cardiff are one to watch there on 15th place. Southampton A and Derby A on row number 9. Then Bristol C and Manchester A on row number 10. Row 11 has Bristol A and Sheffield B. Liverpool B and Nottingham Trent A on row 12. Then Coventry B and Warwick A on row 13. Coventry C and Bath A there on row number 14. The number 2 to watch there from 28th place. And then finalising the grid, Oxford Brookes C, Coventry A, Surrey B, Bath B, Exeter A, Swansea A, Lancaster A and Sheffield C. 36 drivers taken to the grid in this one, sadly. No more University of Life members to be had here out on the Blackstoff, but it did sound like from Piers' interviews earlier on they will be back out for Drivers' Champ, so we look forward to that.
Yeah, we certainly do look forward to that. It should be a great afternoon's worth of racing, a slightly different format, which we'll delve into later on during the day. But thank you to Piers as well for having a chat with a few ineligible drivers. Ineligible. It's one word, easy.
See,
ineligible.
I always used to say ineligible.
Yes.
Which I always
unreadable
got wrong.
drivers. Yes.
But I think I've managed to just about get the hang of it now, and now I say that, I'm going to commentator's curse myself, and I'll get it wrong next time. Anyway, we got Vinny C Racing in the live chat saying, low-key watching this in school. Good luck to everyone. I mean, big shout out to you, Vinny.
Thank you for watching.
I was doing the exact same when I was in school, but also I thought schools were on Easter holidays.
No,
have they gone back?
Easter's last week.
Oh, yeah, true. I get lost now, mate. I don't keep a track of those. Everything just seems to get busier. I go, why has this happened? Oh, right, they're all on holiday. Right, cheers. Well, welcome, Vinny. I'm glad you're enjoying the live stream, and you're in school at the moment, but maybe in a few years you'll be joining us here in the BUKC.
If you're not thinking of going to university, this is the prime reason to go. I mean,
it is.
Just pick any degree, whatever's easiest to get into most places. Pick any degree and then come racing.
Might want to check that they have a team first.
Make one.
True.
You could be president, captain, and treasurer all at once.
You just race in every race.
Yeah.
Anyway, right then, like we say, this is going to be the last race of the mains championship. Now, don't go anywhere. We'll be going to a lunch break, and then we'll be back for the drivers' championships this afternoon, which is all slightly different, all still very exciting. We'll still be split between lightweights and heavyweights. They'll go through 4 heats, then a B final for each, an A final for each, and then the top, however so many, I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, from the heavyweight A final and the lightweight A final, we'll go through into the super final, and then the best BUKC driver of 2025 will be crowned.
They will indeed, in a 10-minute sprint race, so you better believe that there's going to be lots of fair and restrained and sensible racing.
I shouldn't have laughed, sorry.
No, of course not. As we see all of our carters getting formed up now for our final race of the morning. The pace car giving the reminder that we're going to get ready to go racing now. So the pace car dips away off the circuit and we head up through the tram lines for one more race start here. It is going to be Reading on pole here. In fact, losing out though on this race start. Portsmouth and UClan were scything their way through and they take the lead in this race. A bit of argy-bargy to head through that first corner, but everyone's still pointing in the right direction by the looks of things, which is certainly an improvement now as we head through the S's. I spoke too soon, but we have a few cars going off track and we continue on.
And one of them was Bath A as well, diving over the grass on the inside line. Less than ideal for them. Up and over the front of another car. Surrey were lucky there to land back on all 4 wheels. That was a bit of a scary one there for Surrey, but luckily, like we say, wide wheelbase on these pretty heavy carts, it's difficult for them to go over, and luckily that hasn't happened there for Surrey. They're going to drop all the way to the back of the pack though. 31st place on the grid, dropping down to 36 for Surrey though. End of lap number 1. Huge gaps at the sharp end of the order forming already then. Portsmouth A, come through in the lead of the race, already half
Braking
a second.
formation penalty
in the
for
lead.
Portsmouth A.
Yeah, there you go. UClan and Portsmouth then. It was a carbon copy of what we saw in a race earlier on. What would it be? 4th place, pushing 2nd across the line, both of them getting a penalty.
Yeah, an unfortunate start to the race there. So that now means that it's going to be Brooks B de Montfort A in the effective lead of this race at this point. But the question is, do they know that? We allude to earlier, you've got that big bright digi flag there as you come down the start-finish straight, so it's easy enough for the driver who the penalty might be issued to notice that, but it's a different story when you're another driver who might not memorise the numbers around you, you might not be aware that your rivals have got those penalties, so you're just going to battle like it's for position still.
Exactly that. Yeah, you still got to drive like it's all for position. Still being nice and careful though, but that is the challenge of keeping up to date with what's going on in the race. You don't really know when you're behind the wheel of the car. I don't think Oxford Brooks B really care though. They've just overtaken UClan A on the last lap to take 2nd place on the road. They don't know that they're in the effective lead of this race now, given that both Portsmouth and UClan had those braking formation penalties. But Oxford Brooks B continuing to press on towards the current leader on track anyway of Portsmouth A. And it looks as though Sergio Perez trying his hand at BUKC racing. There's the UClan A driver with Perez across the back. That's one driver flirting with the grass on the outside. They managed to get it back on pretty speedily though. Well done to that driver to get to the end of another lap.
Yeah, nicely held there as we push on. Portsmouth A with that unfortunate penalty, as otherwise they're controlling a pretty nice race at the moment when all is said and done. We look at a little bit further down.
Got a point. Cardiff A down 2 positions to 17th. Bath A up 10 places to 18th. The championship contenders are line astern here in the final race of the season. This could be the deciding factor as to who takes the championship here. This is not what Cardiff A needed here in the last race of the season. They needed to press on. They had a good few positions ahead of Bath at the start of this one. Well, within, 3 minutes, it's already all closed back up again.
It has indeed. We're going to see this championship play out on track, which is tremendous stuff there. We've got good conditions overall, 14 degrees out on track, but as you can see with those flags there, wind is starting to pick up a little bit here now, so it'll be a bit of a breeze for some of our drivers that's a poor cone. That's all I have to say about that one, really. That was the number 4 of Southampton A, misjudging the entry into the corner there, just a little bit bouncing over the curb and collecting a tyre and a cone there. That's going to be a definite yellow flag for that sector while the marshal heads out to reconstruct that part of the circuit.
It definitely will be. Drivers getting a little bit too close for comfort there through the first few corners. And yeah, poor cone being sorted out there and forced very much off the circuit. Poor cone. Anyway, we continue to watch the action out there on circuit. Still huge battles going on. We see on the timing tower there, Cambridge A really falling down the order. They've just dropped from, I think that was 3rd place to 9th there on that last lap alone for Cambridge. So gutting for them, or 4th place downwards, sorry. Edinburgh A through to 4th then. Reading A now in 5th, Imperial B in 6th, Southampton A in 7th, Manchester A in 8th, and Cambridge now there in 9th place. 2.5 seconds the gap between Portsmouth and Newclan, first and third. Oxford Brooks B still bridging that gap there in second place. Haven't really closed the gap though to Portsmouth A out in front. It was sort of 9/10, I think, when Brooksby made the overtake for second place. It's now just less than 8, so not a huge amount of changes, but still 20 minutes left to go in this race. Still plenty of time for it to change. And as I say that, new purple sector 2 on the last lap from Oxford Brooksby. They still have the fastest lap of this race. There's still definitely a chance for them to do it. Bath A are in 10th place. Bath A have side through into 10th place, and Cardiff A have dropped further down into 18th. It's all falling apart for Cardiff A here at the end of the 2025 season.
It is indeed. Bath A just maintaining that strong consistency that they've demonstrated so often throughout this season. The drop round is still 56 points on the board. Mighty stuff from Bath A there, and they're set to continue that on, really. This is going to be a remarkable finish for Bath A, just as Cardiff are looking like the absolute favourites here. Bath A, late on in this morning's running, seems to have clinched it back.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much love for Cardiff in the chat from loads of different people egging them on, but Johnny Wilkinson behind the wheel of the Cardiff A car, it's not quite going to plan for Johnny out there on circuit at the moment anyway. We'll see what he can do. There's still plenty of time left to go in this one, but Bath A, as we mentioned, a first, and a 10th. It was looking like it was going to be difficult anyway for Cardiff to get back in and amongst it. And now with them driving through, they're already in 10th in this one. This is surely going to be the new result to add on to their round score anyway for this one. I mean, like you say, they've been so consistent. They deserve this championship in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, if you take away the drop round, it's actually back with the most number of points scored so far this season. That's just how consistent they have been. To the tune of about 7 points over the likes of Oxford Brooks A, 3 points over Cardiff A as well. Bath really on a charge here. As I say, that being a 56-pointer being your drop round is remarkable. So, yeah, looking good for Bath A now.
Yeah, so impressive. I mean, what a way to finish it would be as well. Not getting a round win the entire year, wrapping up the championship with a round win. That would be the way to do it for Bath A, and they're looking pretty good for it at the moment then. Heading on round another lap then, just over 18 minutes left to go. Two drivers are really squabbling there as they headed through Top Bend. But again, another race where we seem to have sort of eked out those gaps once again. All drivers relatively close, but not quite close enough to go for moves. A few drivers heading down into Billy's Blind. I thought they might prove me wrong there as they headed down into Billy's Blind, but no, up and under attempt though on the exit. That's nicely weighted there, and pressing on by the 47 of Imperial B, moving on past your 2024 champions of Reading A. And now Reading A under pressure from Southampton A, who newly have the fastest lap in this one. Of course, they were an outside shot for the championship coming into today. Don't think it's quite worked out for them across today's running, but they look to be ending it off on a high anyway. Fastest lap at the moment, and pressuring to try and break their way into the top 5.
They are indeed, as you say, fastest lap. A nice lap at that as well, a 41.5. So not the heights that we've seen so far today, but only a few tenths off for our heavyweight drivers. Cone penalty coming in for Bath A there as Imperial B get ahead of Reading A. Reading A round 6, a bit of a weak round for them, but otherwise it's looked okay throughout the rest of the season. Just haven't been there quite enough in order to be really in the mix here for this championship fight. I like how we're saying, not quite there. We're talking about 12 points off the championship leaders. You don't get this in many other divisions of racing, do you, when it's all just so close at the front end. It always comes down to a really strong final round here at the BUKC.
Exactly that. It all comes down to this today. The drivers knew it going into it, and we've definitely seen a few of the teams and a few of the drivers a bit off colour into today, maybe crumbling under the pressure ever so slightly. Looks to be going pretty well at the moment, though, for Bath, as two drivers try and put a move there down into Billy's Blind. The Cosmic suited driver there getting shuffled out wide, and that was the 47 pressing on by. So is that Uclan potentially who dropped down to the back of that one? As Imperial make their way on through, as they get through a couple of back markers then, pressing on by. Right then, still lots of time to go then. Bath A now in 8th place. Cardiff have made their way back up into 15th, but it's still not looking likely. I mean, anything can happen in motorsport. There's plenty of time left to go, but realistically, Bath A just need to keep their head, keep pressing on, not get any penalties, secure a decent result, and it's looking good for them.
I'm liking the gesticulations from the Imperial B car.
That's going to be incident. Off they go. I think that was Southampton who went down the inside there. We'll double check that when they come through. We'll let too late down the inside there at Billy's Blind, and it all went a bit wrong. And straight to the scene of the accident they went there.
Yeah, we'll have confirmation of that in a few transponder markers in just a second. But yeah, if that is Southampton, it's not completely hard to see why they've been pushing on quite hard in this race and perhaps just going a little bit too far over the limit now as we get closer to the halfway mark in this, our final BUKC Mains Championship event of the season.
Indeed, yeah, across the line come the 47, and it's the one behind them. So yeah, I think it was the number 4 of Southampton A. Went for that move, was just a little bit too far back on Imperial B. To be honest, did really well not taking out Imperial B there. They just sent themselves straight to the Shadow Realm there on the outside. And Sheffield and Southampton A, to be fair, they've rejoined in 11th place, so
could be much worse.
That's not gone awfully for Southampton A. They've got the fastest lap. They're only 2 seconds off of P8, P7, so definitely not all lost for Southampton A, but all that hard work unravelled in a moment.
If you are going to pick a way to do interdimensional travel at the BUKC, that is the way to do it. Don't take anyone else out, just lightly dent your own confidence and damage your own race a little bit, but still be able to carry on. So, kind of well done to the Southampton kart there for getting back underway safely and being able to continue on as we look at the number 11 car here of Manchester A. Manchester A overtaking now. Of course, Manchester finishing relatively high up in the previous race, but had penalties to boot. So when all is said and done, not been the strongest out for Manchester. They started this morning's running really low down the order, actually, and kind of stayed there. They had some unfortunate results early on, and then that got turned around a little bit, but it looks like we might be returning to a middling way to round off the season for Manchester A.
Indeed. Still got Heathcote then in the Southampton A kart trying to press on by, battling in with Cambridge A and Manchester A in this one. After falling off the circuit a few moments ago then. So a few penalties coming through in this one. I don't think we've run through it too much so far in this one. ABC bump and pass for Coventry A. Great movements there from Southampton, getting past both of the 2 drivers there. Then going to squabble in behind. Manchester and Cambridge going side by side on the exit. Not quite able to find a way through though. No, sorry, that's Sheffield B, my apologies, number 27, who they're battling with. It's Cambridge A and Sheffield B battling over 10th place between those two. Like we say, Coventry A, ABC bump and pass, cone penalty for Bath B, cone penalty for Imperial B. They're there in 3rd place. That's going to be a position lost at the end. Then Bath B, ABC takeout. It's not been a great race for Bath B. Nottingham Trent A, ABC takeout. And then, of course, those braking formations that we had on lap number 1. So still, today, I think it's been pretty good all in all in terms of penalties. Certainly comparatively to GYG.
Yeah, there's been a couple of lap ones that weren't the strongest, but as I alluded to earlier on the stream, that is just the case here at Clay as we get a nice switch back into the aforementioned lap 1. Drivers pushing on at night. That was the number 27 losing position. That's Sheffield B relenting to Cardiff A.
I think it was Sheffield B going down the inside, going a little bit wide, and Cambridge A getting the up and under there on the exit. Cardiff definitely closed in though, like you say.
Sorry, it was
13th place there for Cardiff. Now on the back of that squabble, although those two have been battling pretty well over the last few laps, so need to get through that coolly and calmly to Cardiff. Bath A have sort of settled in 7th place now, and Southampton on an absolute charge after that spin earlier on. They've taken the new fastest lap on the last lap, a 41.2 for Southampton A, and they continue to press on. They're now right behind Bath, looking to take some points away from the number 2.
A true question of what could have been then for the Southampton kart in this race, if only it was kept pointing the right direction. There as we look at the Portsmouth kart, building up a 4.7 second gap in this race. Penalty to serve, don't forget that one. Likewise for Imperial UClan as well. UClan with a curb warning coming in. It might be a curb penalty if they pick up any more than that one.
They've just lost a place as well to Reading A. They just got through to 3rd.
Yep, so Reading A, such a roller coaster.
It has been,
hasn't it?
Oh, they've been all over the shop, haven't they, Reading A? I mean, obviously your champions, that's why they got the number 1 plate from last year. But it's just been pretty rough and tumble so far this year, just up and down throughout the year for Reading A. And like you mentioned, not that far off of the championship win this year, but everything's just so close that they're down at the bottom end of the top 10 going into this final round then. Southampton A battling through to 8th place, well done to them. They're about 7/10 off the back of Bath A. Bath A find themselves 1.5 seconds behind Edinburgh on the number 13. Here's the 18 and the 14. This is UClan A under more pressure. Perez might be falling back a little bit further then. He gets shuffled out wide, down into Billy's blind, and the UClan kart falls down to 5th place. Oxford Brooks B battling back through into 4th. Brooks were really good earlier on in this race, weren't they? Trying to battle back through now.
Yeah, nice move for Brooks there. Looks like Imperial starting to close up on Portsmouth out at the front end of the field. They found a second, and once again, this has been another race where the Clubman's drivers are really showing the merits here. They're pushing on very nicely indeed. There is a fair gap between Imperial and the next Clubman's car, which is Manchester 8. We know they've got penalties to serve, of course, but Imperial are performing a very nice drive here.
They are. It's been very impressive. To lose a whole second on a lap though for Portsmouth, something must have happened. They must have gone past the back marker and been held up. Something's happened there for Portsmouth. On the last lap, they've re-established themselves back down in the 41s, a 41.9 again for Portsmouth A, and again extending that gap back up to 4 seconds once more. So I think a brief blip there for Portsmouth A and that time lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, looking back to our championship, Bath A still the clear favourites at this point, lead ahead of their rivals by a decent margin. There's 4 positions that separate them out on tracks, around about 5 seconds on the tarmac. But Bath A maintaining control, maintaining that consistency that they've demonstrated throughout the season at a really crucial moment as well, when the likes of Cardiff, the likes of Brooks A in this race cracking under the pressure, not being able to deliver the results that they would have perhaps wanted to.
I mean, you say that, Cardiff are back into the top 10
They
now.
are.
They've had a nice second part of this race as Johnny Wilkinson, right on the back of Cambridge A now. Of course, Johnny won't know this. Cambridge A have a penalty already, so that's actually not going to matter. So effectively now, Bath A in 8th, Cardiff A in 9th in terms of points, and might gain even more at the end of this one with other drivers getting penalties. But this is the question, though. With how well Bath A have done today, even with Cardiff pressing on getting ahead of them, I don't think Cardiff are going to win this round now. I think it is going to go the way of Bath. But where are Cardiff going to be in respect to Bath? Because, of course, coming into today, Cardiff have 2 more points. So that means that Bristol need to finish 3 positions higher at the end of this round to actually beat them in the championship. So still all to work out at the end of this one.
As we see Southampton overtaken by Bath A there, but Southampton still maintaining that fastest lap of the race. It was a fairly slow run around for Southampton on the previous run, whereas it's Bath's fastest lap of the race so far. So Bath really pushing on in this late phase of the race, going to try and close up to the likes of Edinburgh A. 28th on the grid started Bath A, 16th on the grid for Edinburgh A as well. So I think the main recurring theme of the racing so far this morning has just been we've seen some massive movers throughout the field here at Clay Pigeon, which is a remarkable feat really when you remember that there's not too many overtaking opportunities here at Clay, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. It is very impressive given the lack of overtaking opportunities, but it seems to be a circuit where pace is really telling here.
Yeah.
Like pace is close between the drivers, but you can eke out that little bit and just press on through the order, make those moves coolly and calmly and gain those positions. This is a good battle though between Bath A and Southampton A. The last lap Bath A managed to get past. At the opening part of this lap, Southampton A are back through. They pointed ahead, wanting to work together with the Bath A squad, but whether Bath A will listen or not, I'm not so sure. There you see on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. Can't get my words out, we're only halfway through the day, my goodness. Southampton A back through into 7th, still having that fastest lap of the race. I think on the previous lap, Bath A got through with a particularly poor lap from Southampton. Back on the pace, back into 7th place. 7.5 minutes left to go in this one at the moment. I can't see Cardiff A catching Bath A now. They've got past Sheffield B then, up into 9th place they go. I say Sheffield B though, I think it was another driver who was ahead of them. I'll try and find out who that was. Either way, only 1 position difference at the moment, but 5 seconds now between Bath and Cardiff.
Yeah, fairly sizable gap there. Looking at their pace at the moment, Bath A just having that extra 10th or 2 under their belt, although they're equal in terms of pace at the moment. Contact warning coming in for Southampton A.
Sorry, I just realised it was Cambridge that was in front of them. I was so confused as to who had dropped down. It was the Cambridge car, of course, who was ahead of them. Cardiff B got through. The Cambridge obviously still had that penalty to serve from earlier on in this one. So dropping down ever so slightly. The Sandy Noel race win this one for Cambridge.
No, it will not be, as we are looking on towards the end of the lap. Now, I just want to mention, we'll see how they complete this lap. But Southampton A on a bit of a charge once more. Purple sector 1, losing our bit through the middle. But let's see how they round off the lap as we look on to UCLan, Edinburgh and Southampton. Here is Southampton putting that pressure on down the inside of the first corner, potentially. No, thinks better of it, decides that the opportunity wasn't quite there. Is just going to set themselves up nicely to run through the exit and down through the S's. And now keeping that momentum up, keeping the pressure built as we run down into the hairpin. Has a look down the inside, goes late on those brakes. You can see it upset the kart They didn't run wide into the corner, but they lost momentum, and that has allowed Edinburgh to go back side by side with them, although Southampton do eventually seal that move. I suspect, though, we're going to see a response to that charge as we come towards the end of the lap and start the next one.
Yeah, that was really bold under the brakes there for Southampton A. Nicely weighted, as you say, went a little bit wide, but was able to carry just enough momentum to hold the move, hold the inside line and get through into 6th place. And now Bath A are right in the wheel tracks of Edinburgh A as they look to get into 7th place. Again, they get another position to add to the day. They've been nice and consistent, though, like we mentioned. 2 wins and a 10th so far from this one. Currently sat in 7th place, hoping to benefit from some penalties ahead as well when all is said and done. But a very impressive day from Bath A, looking to end it off with a round win. How will that affect the championship? We still just don't know here in the commentary box. We'll try and let you know as soon as we can. It might be a case of Piers Prior letting you know when he's down on the grid once all is sorted and all the results are finalised.
Now that you can hear us.
Hopefully he can hear us. No pointing out to him on the track this time for the handovers. But 5 minutes left to go then in the British Universities Karting Championships main classification. Only 5 minutes on the clock then, all still to be worked out. But I think most impressive in this race, one has got to be Southampton A, pressing through the field, having an issue, getting a bit too overconfident. Penalty, ABC bump and pass of Portsmouth A. I was just about to say they are the most impressive driver as well as Southampton in this race so far. They got to the front, they pressed on in the lead. I mean, their gap has over halved since we last checked. It was 4 seconds. It's now 1.5. And now they've got an ABC bump and pass penalty. Portsmouth can't win this race.
They can't. Well, they already couldn't. They had a braking formation penalty really early on along with UClan A. But, as you say, they were still putting on a really good show. They were still controlling this race quite nicely. And there we have a bump and pass penalty coming in. I suspect Portsmouth stuck in some traffic, getting caught out by the traffic and losing a fairly substantial advantage as a result. And as you say, that bumper pass penalty now comes into effect. This race in its final dying laps, really not going Portsmouth's way.
No, it isn't. Still, drivers should be very happy with how they've performed in this race. Really impressive at the sharp end of the order, but looks like it's all become a bit unstuck here at the end. We head into the last few minutes of this one, side by side. Is that for 2nd place? No, they've already pushed through, have Reading A into P2. So there's been an issue on the last lap for Imperial. They were within 3/4 of a second. That's a big off there for the 16. One of the back markers, the driver's not happy about that at all as they chop on through. Either way, it's all happened there through the S's. I was going to say, Imperial B, they were 3/4 of a second behind Portsmouth A, now 2.5 seconds nearly, and Reading A have got through. So something has gone awry on the last lap for Imperial B. They did a 43.2 on the last lap, losing a lot of time. Clearly something's gone wrong.
Yep. Certainly has there. An otherwise very strong race for Imperial B there, so a great shame to see it going this way right at the dying moment. These drivers might be feeling a bit of fatigue at this point. We've been here for a few hours at this point, pushing on with our 25-minute sprint races. ABC ×2 for Leeds D. It's not the first time we've seen multiple ABCs coming in for the Leeds squad today. Last time it resulted in a black flag. Hopefully we're not going to see the same thing towards the end of the final mains race of the season, folks. The last few minutes of our BUKC mains action, but don't worry, this afternoon we've got some Drivers' Champ shenanigans coming up in the afternoon.
I can't believe you call Leeds out like that. So they gave us that beautiful banana bread.
They did, and unfortunately, it appears to have not worked. Although the banana bread is lovely. Thank you very much for your baking skills. Very nice indeed.
Some would say he's quite the master. Right, on to another race then. 2.5 minutes left to go in this one. Portsmouth A still leading the way. That's a big off. That's one of the Liverpool drivers. Number 60 is round then. Number 60, where were they? Where were they in the order?
Number 60.
Oh no, it's number 60 is Surrey B.
So don't recognise the number.
It's an ineligible driver then in the Surrey B car. It was definitely a Liverpool suit there racing in this final race today, but it's all gone wrong with only a couple of minutes to go.
Yep, I know who that is. It's fine.
Okay. Right then, only a couple of minutes left to go in the BUKC Mains Championship. Bath A there in 6th place, Cardiff A in 9th place. So a few positions gained in the last couple of laps for Bath A. We managed to get past Edinburgh and Cardiff over the last couple of laps then. ABC takeout for Coventry C. It's a less than ideal way to finish the season for the number 79 then. But still as they were, 2 seconds between Portsmouth A and Reading A. And Reading A had a decent start to this one. I mean, they started on pole position. It couldn't have started much better. Looking to convert it, though, with what actually may be a win after all is said and done, given Portsmouth have those penalties. So despite maybe the championship not going their way at the end of this season, they're showing their grit and determination with 2024 champions and showing that they can still do it at the sharp end of the order, looking to take a race win in the last race of the season.
Yeah, if you just include the odd-numbered rounds, they've had a really strong season, have Reading, eh? A couple of round wins, as we say, a decent morning in GYG as well, and then, just a couple of events letting them down. Otherwise, still some good takeaways from this season. They'll be hoping to build upon them as we head into the next. Remember, there's so much that goes into building a BUKC team. Your captain's got to think about getting the right drivers in the right team at the right venues, picking those grid stops perfectly. There's a lot more that goes into it than just buy some seats, go to the pub the night before and enjoy some racing the day after. There's a lot more that goes into it than that.
There is quite a bit of that, though, as well, though.
There is a bit of that.
Also,
you've got to make sure that all your leads on your cart,
exactly,
for all your drivers, got to make sure that you've all got the right weight on the cart, that sort of thing.
And also, we've not experienced them on the live stream this year, but also you've got to factor in the enduros as well.
Yes.
Huge amount of tactics comes into play in those, completely different. 2 driver races, you've got to do that driver switchover. So much more that's happening, so much more that can go wrong as well. And I think it has for a couple of drivers in those even rounds early on in the season. So timer ticks to 0, though. It looks as though we might already be on the last lap of this race then. What a race from Portsmouth A. They're not going to win it. Once it's all sorted, though, after the checkered flag comes out, it'll be penalties for Portsmouth. Portsmouth A, a great race, though. They're going to win it on the road at the number 30. They know they've got a penalty, though. It's going to be the number 1 of Reading A who win it once penalties are applied. Reading A, your 2024 championship winners. Can't carry it on into 2025, but still showing that they can do it out there on the black stuff, taking the race win anyway here for the final race of the season.
And what a race to round things out there. We see Bath A and Cardiff A coming home as well, our championship protagonists. Of course, anything we say is provisional. Of course, there might be some things going on behind the scenes that we don't know, but we do have this afternoon stream, so we are going to be able to give you an official call in there. But it must be said, Bath A, hats off to you. Remarkable drive.
We think that Bath have more than likely won this round, given they've won
Bath
2
A.
of the races. The question is, where are Cardiff in the final results here from round number 7? As we say, we'll finalise that when we can.
I would call Bath if it weren't for the idea that there might be an eligible driver somewhere. True. But here's our final results. It's going to be Portsmouth, Reading, Brooks B, Imperial B, Southampton A, Bath A, Edinburgh A, Yukon A, Cardiff A, Bristol A, Sheffield B, Cambridge A, Manchester A and Leeds D. Moving on then to Birmingham A, Exeter A, Bath B, Sheffield C, Trent A, Coventry A, Swansea A, Cov B, UCL B, Oxford A, Coventry C, Southampton B and Derby A. Then our final drive to come across the line is Liverpool B, Oxford Brooks C, Lancaster A, Surrey B, Bath C, Warwick A, Oxford Brooks D, Bristol C and Montford A. Our 36 cars grid to round out our final mains race of the season.
Fantastic season here in the BUKC mains. Of course, don't forget the Inters will be back tomorrow, so join us for that. Later on this afternoon, we've got the Drivers' Champs, which are going to be very exciting. But before we go to all of that, and before we go to a lunch break, it sounds as though we're about ready to go down to the dummy grid. Piers Prior going to chat to some drivers for the final time here in the BUKC mains in 2025.
As if that's it. The final race of the mains is done. Right, let's grab a word with some of our drivers and then we can start sobbing about the fact the championship is over. We don't know the results yet, there's still plenty to come. Why don't we grab a word with our winning driver? The number 1 on the cart, give us the number 1, there you go. Number 1 on the cart, show the camera. 1 on the, well, you came second on the road actually, but you won after penalties.
Second on the road?
Second on the road, but you won after penalties.
Oh man, I completely messed up the start. So I'm quite surprised about that, but oh my god.
Must feel good to end the number 1 year, because it's unlikely you guys are going to retain that. Must feel good to end it with.
Absolutely. This is not even my 3rd year of karting, and I started karting to enter into this series, and it's a little bit emotional.
Oh, fair play.
It's a little bit emotional.
Absolutely fair play then. I didn't realise that. No, fair play. No, what have you done before then? You literally just started uni and started karting?
Yeah, pretty much. Started working at Team Sport, good at indoor. My first day in an outdoor kart was the test session to get my licence 2 years ago.
And here you are winning races.
I am.
Well, there you go. I'll let you go and celebrate with your team. Congratulations. That's a great story. You love to hear that. Unfortunately, Reading unlikely to be retaining that number 1 plate. You can see them celebrating over there. But we will confirm to you our champions of 2025. Well, I won't be able to confirm it to you. It will be on the podium, which will be in about 10 or 15 minutes' time. So you'll have to look on results.alphatiming/BUKC or just search Alpha Timing BUKC results and you'll be able to find that. They will be live after the presentation of 10 or so minutes. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Exeter.
Exeter. Not the best race.
No, I got stuck in like some pile-ups, so it's I hurt my wrist, but it's so fine.
Is it okay?
It's okay. As long as I'm able to hold this, it'll be fine.
I'll let you go and rest that. Let's grab a word with some more of our other drivers. Who else did well in that one? Number 30, Portsmouth, won on the road. Unfortunately, got a penalty. Let's just wander into the crowd and just chat to some people with some helmets on. Find out who they were racing for. I'm just going to butt in here, ladies and gentlemen. Who are you? Who are you racing for in that one?
For Brooks B.
You were Brooks D. Where did you finish?
B.
Oh, you came third. That was a good race.
Yeah. Fine, very fine.
You enjoy it?
Yeah, I spun out there, my fall, but yeah, I did a little bit of comeback, and a P3 is very good for me.
Very good indeed. Did he do well? Do you reckon he did? Yeah. There's a lot of nods. Good luck. You racing this afternoon?
No.
You're just gonna.
Sorry.
No money. It's all right. We've all been there. Support students, fine. No problem at all. Let's wander further in. Let's see. Just wander around and grab a quick chat with a few of our drivers. Formula Brooks. Do we know what the result is yet? Don't spoil it if you do.
No, we don't know, but it's definitely not first.
You gave it a good shot today.
It's gone a whole lot better than last year, at least. Last year was atrocious.
This man's race was very good. Yours, not quite so much.
I got shifted big time.
You got shifted. You got moved off of the racing line.
Moved off. Yeah, well, quite violently moved off the racing line. Some of them managed to take out about 10 cars into that hairpin, which is impressive. That's what I'm going to do for Drivers' Champs now.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're going to behave.
You're starting one place behind me in one of our races, so...
Yeah, but I'm a clean driver. I'm not going to fire anyone off.
Well, you better not.
I try not to. I'm starting 9th in Heat 2 and 24th in Heat 3. So you're in Heat...
I'm 8th Heat 2.
So we're starting side by side.
No, you're one row behind, but on my right. So...
And what about you?
32nd and pole.
That's an ideal. That's absolutely ideal.
I'm loving that. Get to learn the track a bit, and then check out in the second one, hopefully.
You got any tips for me? Because I've not raced since I raced here in the Drivers' Champs 2021. I've not raced a kart for a few years. Anything that I need to know?
Keep it in a straight line. I've only driven here twice, so don't ask me. I'm the wrong person.
if you see us on track, let us by.
Yeah, great tips, of course. Right, Formula Brooks, they're in for the shout of a championship, but it's going to be pretty tight. Who else have we got down here? Hello, team. Hello. Were you in that last race?
No.
Who was? Come on over. How was that last race?
You actually recognise me without the helmet?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay.
So for a while, I didn't realise that the person in that helmet was you.
Oh, yeah,
so I thought there was.
It's got some paint on it this year.
I thought there was two separate people. But anyway, how was it for you out there?
It was okay. I did get.
I can't see you.
Far into the start.
But 15. That's all right.
Okay, I know Leeds definitely have a penalty because they advantage by contacted me and I saw it on the board, so I was checking that. I've not done the maths. I've heard we may be on the podium for the championship, but I might have jinxed it there. But I'm glad you didn't interview me at the start actually, because last time you came and we were like, oh, we need top 8, and I was out of the top 20. So
I'm a bit of a bad luck charm then.
Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. I hope we're going to do well.
We'll see. Of course, Clubman and Premier is up for grabs. I'm going to move out of the way now. I'm just going to squeeze on through here because I think it's about time to end our show for today. For the mains, of course, we have the Drivers' Champs up later on. I'm just going to move away from the speaker because it's very loud. One moment, because otherwise all you'll be able to hear is JV. Thank you very much to anyone who's joined the live broadcast at any point this season for the mains championship. It's been amazing. It's going to be about 1:45 for the Drivers' Championship coming up this afternoon. Stick around for that. Always a good driving, always entertaining. Thanks very much, and we'll see you in a little while.
30 drivers.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Clay Pigeon Raceway. Of course, we've finalised the mains championship here for the British Universities Karting Championships this morning, and we can confirm now the results have all been finalised. Bath A have taken the championship in the Premier class in 2025. A very impressive performance here today from Clay Pigeon and throughout the year as well. Second place in 2024. They've done one better this year, getting first place in the championship, and that'll mean they run the number one throughout 2026. But you join us here for the afternoon, of course, not another round for the mains. For today only, we kick off the Drivers' Championships. This is going to be very exciting. Of course, all slightly different to what we had in the morning. Very much shorter races, and drivers not racing for a team, simply racing for themselves. We're going to guide you through the action here this afternoon for the Drivers' Championships, courtesy of Alpha Live Productions. And it'll be myself, John Ratcliffe, and Mr. Reeve Taylor, once again, guiding you through all of the action. Reeve, are you excited for this?
I am shaking with anticipation. I think I'm really looking forward to some Drivers' Champs action. There's so much to fight for. The pressure of the Teams Championship is all over. This is now just drivers trying to prove that they are the best karters out of everyone here today at Clay Pigeon. One chance only. A reminder of how the format works. We have plenty of heats for our lightweights and heavyweights, and then we move into our first finals from our top scoring drivers, and then the best finalists from our A finals. We have a B final and an A final for each division. Best finalists from the A final head into a super final, and that is a 10-minute blast to the end there, and that is going to be a brilliant crescendo for the season's BUKC Club 100 action here at Clay Pigeon. Yeah, very much looking forward to it. We've got plenty to look forward to. We've got Piers Prior jumping in the car as well. We've got a few other karters who maybe weren't here for the BKC action but are jumping in for some Drivers' Champs stuff as well.
Indeed, of course, because for Drivers' Champs, you don't have to be racing in the BUKC. You just have to race in it at some point in the past. So plenty of drivers will rock up for these Drivers' Champs who haven't been racing in the BUKC for sometimes quite the number of years, but are returning for the Drivers' Champs. Now, I believe this is the first time we've streamed Drivers' Championships in 6 years. I think the last time was back in 2019. So welcome back to live streamed action, Drivers' Champs, and the drivers getting in their practice laps before we get racing action underway for this afternoon. Now, I think the main issue for us is we're so used to talking about Bath A, Cardiff A, all the university teams. Now we've actually got to get through some names.
Yeah.
We might struggle a bit with this afternoon. Brand new names to all of us.
I've had a bit of names practice in some other Club 100 events recently. If those of you tune into that as well know that Yusuf and I, when we've been streaming on those recently, have been putting almighty effort into practicing the names beforehand and then immediately forgetting it all on the actual day. So hoping that we don't have a repeat of that here for the Drivers' Champs. So yeah, no teams here, just drivers only, and as we say, a few of those will be from the BUKC. They're already here, why not do some afternoon racing action, but also a few new faces as well.
Indeed, it's going to be good. Like we say, formation laps at the moment. Drivers just refinding themselves around this circuit, because unlike what we would have when we have a double mains round at a track, of course you'd have the morning, all the drivers getting a bit of practice, and in the afternoon we just go straight into racing. No need for practice, because obviously all the drivers should have already done a race in the morning, so there's no need to get any practice in. But given that we might have quite a few drivers out there who haven't yet taken to the racetrack in anger so far today, they're getting another few warm-up laps to get themselves ready to go. But there the pace car comes back out then. Drivers being ushered on through the first sector of the lap to retake their grid positions to get this one ready to go. Now, slightly struggling for to take you through the grid then for this one. Actually, I was going to say no, I'm not, but then the driver who's supposed to be on pole position says position 0, so that's confused me even further. Anyway, we'll try and run you through a grid ready for this race. But before we do, like we say, much shorter races for these ones. We're so used to 25-minute races in the BUKC, only 10 minutes, what some would probably call a proper sprint race.
Yeah, some quick fire heat. Every single lap matters. Every single corner will influence your race here in these 10-minute runs, and they are brilliant to behold. Yeah, in the Club 100, we've been doing, obviously, Club 100 Sprints is a championship format that I've been part of commentating for this year, and that has been brilliant stuff as we head around once more to get formed up. But of course these karts, same fleet for the seniors at least, who take part in those sprints. So let's see what they can do here at Clay Pigeon.
Exactly, yeah. 2 fleets of karts for Club 100, one that goes to all the senior events, one that goes to all the junior events. This time we're using the seniors here at Clay Pigeon, but they do often chop and change to the BUKC because of course, even though we're calling them juniors and seniors, they are identical fleets of karts and just simply 2 fleets. There's so many drivers wanting to get involved with Club 100 Racing this year. They need to have 2 fleets. So big shout out to Club 100 Racing. So many drivers getting involved. Looks like we might be good to go for a race start though, Reeve.
Yeah, it looks like we are as we head down those tram lines. The revs begin to rise and we are on the way for our first Drivers' Championship race of the season. And already there's carnage heading into that first corner. Drivers trying to go just 4 wide, maybe 5 wide at some points, 2 wide really for Clay Pigeon, but we are back underway. Everyone else relatively clean. That's an interesting new line there. I'm not quite sure if that's within track limits, but we continue on. And no one's spinning around, which is the main thing on this first lap.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times so far today, haven't we? Drivers having to take to the grass and avoidance there through the S's. I can spot already the number 1 of Fraser Brunton already up into 2nd place in this one on the grid. I think he was down in 5th for the race start for this one, so a nice frontward start for himself, but already pushing on towards the sharp end of the order. I had a little chat with him over the lunch break. Was not too complimentary of the kart he had in that race this morning. And of course Cardiff finishing in 2nd, just missing out on it. But Fraser Brunton looking to win the Drivers' Champs here in the BUKC. He pushes through to the front of the order, gets past Declan Luff, and takes 1st place.
He does indeed. Sergio Nor dropping a couple of positions on that first lap there. Also picking up a jump start penalty as well. So already this race not shaping up to be an ideal one here as we kick off our Drivers' Championship rounds. As we say, Fraser Brunton now leading this race. We saw just what a mighty effort he put in for the Cardiff A squad in the BUKC running this morning. He was immensely helpful in their push to take that championship. It wasn't enough in the end, but still he put on an almighty drive, and he'll be able to see if he can make amends for perhaps the idea that Cardiff didn't take the championship this year. Penalty coming in for Ben Southgate there, bump and pass penalty, running in 6th on the grid at the moment. Bump and pass as well for Mark Cluley, just a couple of positions down, so already getting pretty elbows out here for our competitors as we start our first sprint race of the day.
Indeed, already getting a little bit scrappy. I mean, we saw that on the first lap of this race. Changed to 2nd place on the last lap as well. Sergio Nor getting through on Declan Luff for 2nd place. Has Piers just given you some information there?
He is, but I couldn't hear him. So we're going to...
Well, while we try and find out what that is then, as we say, 10-minute sprint races. We're already 2.5 minutes nearly through this one. So nice and short and sharp here as Ben Southgate and Lawrence Bynes dropping down the order ever so slightly. So it's Arianella as well.
Just to give mention to, and this was totally not at all assisted by Piers Prior there, Ocean Beach there started 28th on the grid, now running in P9 on the road. That was an almighty start for this sprint race, and that's the type of race start that you need when you've only got 10 minutes to make your mark. We are nearly a quarter race distance, or at least a quarter race time already, so every single overtake matters as we have a lead driver here. The banana bread is not proving useful as it turns out.
Hey, it doesn't cover you for this, you're racing for yourself.
Ah, I see. I will say it covered me for lunch and it was very nice, so thank you. When I say covered me, I ate it for lunch. I didn't wear the banana bread. Anyway.
He's lying, he did. I saw it. Right, Fraser Brunton fastest lap there so far in this one. Still 7 minutes left to go. Pulled out a nice gap over Sergio Nor as he was battling with Declan Luff. Sergio then pointing forward, wanting to work together. It seems as though they're doing that at the moment, whether that's out of choice or whether no available opportunities for overtakes. Not so sure. Either way, Fraser Brunton leading the way out there. Like you were saying, yeah, what an amazing start for Ocean Beige, now up 20 places. We've got Tom Stevens, who's up 17 so far in this one. A couple of other big moves as well. 11 for Thomas Harvey, 10 for Tom Roberts, 12 for William Taylor. Some huge movers in this one, but sadly, some drivers who have really fallen by the wayside in this one as well. Dropping down to nearer the back of the order. Less than ideal way to start, but you have got 2 heats, so it's not all lost here in your first race. You've got 2 heats. And then sorts out whether you're going into the A or the B final in your weight class. And then if you can get to the front end of that one, you'll get into the super final later on where it's all decided.
Yeah, they will indeed. Had a quick chat with the Liverpool squad actually in the lunch break there. Feeling pretty dejected over the morning's running. Wasn't really going their way. One of the drivers who was most affected was Tom Roberts running in race 1 here. He had a couple of good starts, which plummeted down through the order. So clearly trying to make amends for that so far in this Drivers' Championship running. As you say, making a good few positions.
He's been doing a great job so far. Yeah, Liverpool were one of the teams at GYG that were particularly impressive.
They were.
Did some really good results, but Clay just not quite working the same for the Liverpool squad. But anyway, we keep an eye on this battle. This is headed up by Benjamin Southgate then in 9th place. So we've got Ben Southgate, Lawrence Vines, Teho Yehart, Jake Palmer, Kai Kinch and Peter Knight all in a train here. Of course, Peter, one of Oxford Brook's drivers from earlier on this morning. Ben Southgate, if my memory serves me correctly, one of the Southampton drivers from earlier on. So battle still continuing, move down the inside there from the number 26 of Kai Kinch. Makes the move on Jake Palmer.
Meanwhile, just extending that lead out in front is Fraser Brunton. A 41.318, although being followed pretty closely in terms of pace by Sergio Nor at the moment. 1.2 seconds is the gap between the two over the last timing line there. Sergio does have that penalty under his belt, so Ben Foden, who's just moved up into P3, is soon going to find himself, at least if things stay this way, in the final 5 minutes of the race, in P2 in this race.
Indeed, yeah, of course, jump start plus 2 positions at the end of the race then for Sergio Nor. But all drivers finding some really good pace out there, down the low 41s already for both Brunton and Noor. We saw Ben Foden get past Declan Luff at the beginning of the last lap. And here they are, Foden ahead of Luff, then Thiago Nobre just falling off ever so slightly from these top 4. who continue to scamper away then. Second half of this first race here already. Of course, we started with the lightweight drivers, and then we'll be skipping backwards and forwards between lightweight and heavyweight as we head through the heats this afternoon. It'll be 4 heats in total for each weight class, so 8 10-minute heats in total, then a B final and A final for each, and then the super final, all 10 minutes in length though, nice and short and sharp. And it really means, I mean, we saw a number of incidents on the first lap this morning where you're a 25-minute race, so if it all goes wrong you can sort of pick your pieces back up and try and get back to the front. But in these 10-minute heats, if it all goes wrong at the start, it's realistically game over, really, unless you can find some brilliant pace.
It absolutely is, and I think we've seen victims of that. Patrick de Batista there dropping down 17 positions from the start. Joanna Stathopoulos there dropping down 29 from P3. So just a really unfortunate. It's not to say that her pace is bad and she's dropping off miles back. It just means that, what are you going to do with 8 minutes of a race to go, really? There's not too much you can do.
No, exactly that. Struggling from the front then, clearly getting involved in some incidents on the opening few laps of this race. There's Mark Cluley then. Mark Cluley, I think, was the driver at the front of this squad. We've got Benjamin Southgate in behind, and almost a takeout. It is going to be a takeout. That's Peter Knight then, is it? Getting spun around. Yep, Peter Knight from 12th place, finding himself facing the wrong direction. And just like we saw earlier, even the lightest of taps to the rear end of the car sends it into a spin. So difficult to catch, and then was collected by another driver.
Yeah, a bit of a passenger in that one, really. Wasn't nice there. You saw it happen early on the entry into the corner, and then the two cars remain attached, and no matter how much steering off you give it, it's only going to go one way.
No, full opposite lock, full throttle, but still, it's just going to go round on you. We continue on this one then. 3/4 race distance already in this one. The 26 trying it down the inside of the number 3. That's for 10th place, and Teo Yehart getting shuffled back 2 positions then. Kai Kinch and Lawrence Vines slipping on by. Or is it Giulio Peroni? Sorry, it's Giulio Peroni who slipped on by on the 18 plate. Of course, we saw him win a race earlier on this morning for Bath A, did Giulio Peroni. And he's, was it Loughborough A? Was it Loughborough? I think it was Loughborough A, my apologies, Giulio Peroni. And he's pressing on well in this one now, almost up into the top 10, just behind Kai Kinch.
2 minutes to go in this race, and Sergio Nor posting new fastest lap of this race. Oh, so close in terms of pace to Fraser Brunton, though. They've been trading sector after sector pretty much. And that gap now stands at around about 1.2 seconds still, where it has been staying for quite a while in this race. We'll look a little bit further back in the action, though. We all jump on board with the 54 cars here. That is Thomas Harvey feeling the pressure there. Thomas Harvey cracking under the pressure, but perhaps that pressure not really his fault.
That was Teho Yehart there going for a spin again, almost like a carbon copy of the previous incident we saw at that corner only a lap or 2 ago. 3 drivers into one that time. Yeah, it sadly didn't work. This track, as we mentioned a number of times, really, really tight, particularly in certain places, one of those being the horseshoe, and round went Teho. Move for Benjamin Southgate, though. That was a great move, though, I believe, on Mark Cluley. Takes the place away there in 8th.
Yeah, having a brief look at Ben Southgate there. Cone penalty coming in for Jerry Zoe. That is not ideal at this phase of the race. Nothing you can really do to recover from it. Less than 1 minute to go as we go side by side now, heading down towards the final corner. It's all getting a bit elbows out. There's contact between the two as we round on to the start finish. Not so straight. The number 26 looking over the shoulder. That's Kyle Kinch looking over to Giulio Peroni to say, come on. Was that fair? Not quite sure, but down the inside there goes Kyle Kinch. Nice move.
Oh, big move now, trying to force his way through is Giulio Peroni. That's not going to work though. Gets forced back behind again by Mark Cluley. Benjamin Southgate on his outside as they head down into the hairpin. Big whack to the back of Cluley, courtesy of Giulio Peroni. Peroni now on the outside. Southgate trying to find a way through. 3 wide. Southgate's down the inside. Southgate gets both positions. Great move, but back to the inside there, attempting. Will they get shuffled to the grass on the outside? No. Southgate's now going to be the one to fall back into the pack himself. My goodness, I think Peroni has got to the front of that in all of this. I think he has.
He has, yeah. By the looks of things, somehow everyone's surviving there. As we see, we are now on the final lap of this race. This race being led by Fraser Brunton with a remarkable start. But down the inside here goes number 54. Number 54, Thomas Harvey there. Tom Roberts following through.
Benjamin Southgate across the grass. That's going to lose him loads of positions given how close this battle pack was in behind. There's the googly-eyed driver, Mr. Palmer, one of the Warwick drivers there. Wasn't he the driver who gave us some
refreshing
nice
beverages?
Refreshing beverages.
And
Thank
Jaffa
you.
cakes,
Thank you very much.
both of which were enjoyed.
Fraser Brunton's already run the race, ladies and gentlemen. He's already crossed the line. Fraser Brunton wins the first heat of the day here in the lightweight of the 2025 BUKC Drivers' Champs. Look at this train of drivers across the line, though. It's absolutely ridiculous as they cross the line. We've got 18 seconds off the leader was Thomas Harvey in 10th place, and then we look down to Cavan Taylor in 25th was 23 seconds off the leader, so 5 seconds separating about 15, 16 drivers. That's just ridiculous, but that's what we were excited for in these 10-minute sprint races here for the Drivers' Champs.
Yeah, it's what the Drivers' Champs does deliver. What a remarkable race to kick off the action, and it's only going to heat up from here, folks, I'm pleased to report, so looking forward to how the rest of the afternoon goes then. That brings an end to our first heat of the afternoon. Let's have a quick look at our results. There we go. There's our results. Brief wait for them, but it's Fraser Brunton who leads from Sergio Nor. Penalty to serve for Sergio. That's on the road, so he'll drop back a couple of positions. Ben Foden, Declan Luft, Tago Nobraid, William Taylor, Ocean Page, Kyle Kidge, Giulio Peroni, Thomas Harvey, Jake Palmer, Mark Cluley, Tom Roberts, and Zach Finney. Moving on then, we are going to have Tom Stevens, Jacob McComb, Lawrence Vines, James Granger, Peter Knight, Ben Southgate, Farapon Baranov, Cameras Perez Barreo, Will Howell, Patrick De Batista, Cavan Taylor, Hayden Ching, and then Enzo Amatrano. More drivers then come across line. It's Aria Nella, Teo Yehart, Ryan Leo, Jerry Zhao, and Joanna Stathopoulos there, completing our 32 kart first heat of the afternoon.
Of course, we had 36 with the teams out there driving earlier this morning. Still 32 on a grid for a 10-minute sprint race is ridiculous. And I mean, that was shown there by how exciting that was out there on circuit. But already, we're good to head down to Mr. Piers Prior on the dummy grid.
Yeah, let's have a word with some drivers who were in that race number 1. I was having to grab a word with Mr. Fraser Brunton, who won the race, and he's gone. And he's gone. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Well, it just disappeared quicker than I literally turned around to look at you, and he disappeared. Anyway, let's chat to some other drivers. Who do we have in this race? Ocean, let's have a quick word. First of all, love the jumper.
Thank you very much.
It's striking on circuit.
I know, I'm disappointed by the lack of effort by everyone else.
I know, normally at Drivers' Champs we see some fairly wacky costumes. This is up there so far. Anyway, how did you manage to go up 18 places on lap 1?
Don't look at my GoPro footage.
Good race from you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, right. Well, I think it's probably... Let's just leave it at that, shall we? Let's have a word. We grabbed a word with Seb Marlowe many times before. We always talk about food. But I had a lovely word with... Seb, are you incoming? Yeah, I'll let you finish your bits and pieces. In fact, why don't you get your teammates to do your bits and pieces, and I'll come and chat to you. Seb, now you were very nice to me off camera earlier on because you said that you enjoyed my commentating on F3 and F2, and I caught up with your mum over the lunch break, and she said that she's been asking for a shout out for about 4 years, and you've not given her one. So I'm going to give your mum a shout out. Shout out to Seb's mum. She's a lovely woman. Complimented me on my work. Finally, what's your mum's name?
There we go. Eloise.
Eloise. Spin around. She's waving. Eloise.
Oh, God.
This is for you. There you go. This is Seb's race. Right, Seb, good luck in this one, mate. We saw how you went this morning. He was a bit sketchy this morning. I'm sure he'll learn from his mistakes. Let's move forward down the grid and chat to some of our drivers who are in heavyweight heat number 1. Now, you may notice, camera operator Luke, I am partially race suited up because I'm in the race after this, lightweight heat number 2, and that's going to be fun. But anyway, let's grab a word with Jensen.
Hello.
Good to see you back on the Drivers' Championships.
Yeah, it's my first time doing it actually.
Oh, is it?
6 seasons of the BUKC and I haven't done it before.
I had only ever done it once, and it was in my final season, but I'm back again. Jensen, talk to me about your outlook in this. It's a bit of a different pre-race mental prep compared to a BUKC mains race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it doesn't really count for anything at the end of the day, so it's a one-off.
Apart from pride.
Apart from pride, I mean, I might as well send it because there's no points or a championship, so I think it's going to be fun. I think there's going to be some interesting racing out there, but we'll see how we get on.
Keep it clean, of course. Jensen, normally an Exeter driver. Where's Leeds, Banana Bread Leeds? Where's my Banana Bread Baker? Is she over here? Oh, she's elsewhere. Where is she? Oh, I'll go and find her. Here we go. This way. Sorry, Luke. Now, this is the baker. This is the baker of the banana bread in the Commons box. Talk to us about your recipe. I've had a bite. I give it a solid 8.3 out of 10. I hence some walnut in there.
Pardon?
Is there walnut in there? Maybe my taste buds are off. It's very nice.
No, it's not. It's cinnamon.
Oh, cinnamon. You see, I knew, I was like, there's a little something in there. Anyway, are you a regular baker?
Kind of. Yeah.
Master baker?
No, not really.
It was very nice of you. So far, all your banana bread has brought Leeds is bad luck, but it tastes excellent. So.
Well, we got a P1 for clubsman and a P3, I believe.
You did, but your main. I think your mains team.
We got to disqualify. Yeah. We got a black flag.
I'm being told I need to end the interview because we've got to go racing. Thank you very much for baking.
Thank you.
Heavyweights Heat 1 up next.
Here we go then. Heavyweight race number 1 coming your way. And yeah, just as we were having that nice interview with the lady who had baked the lovely goods that are here in the commentary box, you were chowing down or something.
Yes, so I'm definitely ready to jump back into the action as we go for our first heat for our heavyweights this afternoon.
Of course, same weight classifications as we've had throughout the season, the heavyweights being 82 kilograms and the lightweights being 75. So ever so slightly different. Here's the grid, though, for heavyweights heat number 1. Let's see if I can do as good of a job as you did in the lightweights. Benjamin Schum is on pole position with Dominic Roberts alongside Thomas Wood and Anand Parmar there on row number 2. Ollie Andrews and Axel Slijepcevic there on row number 3. Jensen Brown and Oliver Morris on row 4, with Paul Simard and James Staplehurst on row 5. They round out the top 10. They're followed by Josh Rayner and Edward Vernon Stroud. Then it's Johnny Pinder and Caleb Saab there on row 7, with George Atkinson and Joel Evans on row 8. Then Zhu Wu and Matthew Collins there on row number 9. Alex Jennings, Dirar El Masri, Ethan Herwood, then Timofey Shestopalov, then Oliver Sear and Kieran Wakefield. And then Pavlo Denisenko there rounds out the 25 drivers on the grid for this race. And I saw you give a little nod there for Mr. Johnny Pinder.
Yes, I didn't realise he
Liverpool
was
driver.
racing. Yeah, I didn't realise he was racing in Heat 1. I must have got my order a little bit mixed up, but yeah, he'll be. He had a great run out in GYG. Less so here in Clay Pigeon, but that was more of an overall theme for the Liverpool team this morning. So I'm sure he'll be hoping to make amends for it. Tom Roberts seemed to manage that, so let's see if that bit of a reset that a lot of the teams have in the lunch between fighting for that mains championship and then coming into the drivers' champ. It's a different mindset slightly. Maybe that will benefit a few of our drivers here.
Sadly, we've not made the trip over the lunch break back to GYG. We are still here at Clay, so
yeah, it's quite a long trip.
it is. We'll see if form able to be found then in this second half of the day for Mr. Pinder. But drivers continue on then, getting those warm-up laps in, and a few different names that we recognise on the grid. I think one to watch, probably from my eyes, is Axel Slijepcevic on the number 1. Of course, we saw him, I want to say, come second in a race earlier on this morning. And then Paul Simard as well. That's definitely a name I recognise from some owner-driver racing. And Seb Marlowe as well. I believe Seb, a part of the Oxford Brooks team, if I'm not mistaken. Seb, a very quick driver, so we're watching out for him as well then. So yellow flag's already out. I think maybe the warm-up was already done. That was quite speedy.
That was indeed, of course, the 100 wanting to make sure that we keep the day running efficiently and we can get through all of our rounds before the tracks need to close, etc., to make sure that everyone gets a chance to go racing. For these 10-minute sprints as well, it could be argued that, especially with fuel, you don't need quite as many laps for a warm-up, because if you're doing four warm-up laps for a 10-minute sprint, you're adding on a huge amount of distance for your stint, effectively, aren't you?
You really are, and a lot of the drivers will already know their way around this circuit, well, not only from earlier today, but earlier on in their karting careers as well. So not as much needed time for those warm-up laps, but drivers getting themselves into grid order, then ready for the first heavyweight sprint this afternoon for the BUKC Drivers' Champs in 2025. A couple of drivers trying to find their way to the grid. 49 smashing past the number 22. Who was that trying to find their way through the order? I don't think they've come across the timing line just yet, so I can't see them on the timing. But either way, all trying to find their place on the grid. It's Anand Parmar there, who was forcing his way through on a few drivers. The poor number 20 getting shuffled out the way. But either way, trying to get themselves to the right place on the grid before we get this race underway. Then we can carry on with the Drivers' Champs this afternoon. Like you say, lots of races to get through. Of course, lots of different heats. Oh no, someone's had an issue there. Someone has had an issue. That's either the 51 or the 61. There's the 51 of Jaeyu Wu. There's the 61 of Daniel Spears, so I'm not sure which one it is. Either way, it looks like they might have got it restarted. I think they've got the kart restarted and they're rejoining the pack. A few drivers are getting a bit caught out there, thought they were going to the race start, then having to dive across the grass to rejoin the queue. Classic Drivers' Champs.
Bit of grass in the radiator never hurt anyone at the start of a sprint race. I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, forget flying the ointment. We've got grass in the radiator ready for this race start. Then looks as though, hopefully, we're good to go then, round the final corner into 2x2 formation. We got the thumbs up then from the pace car telling them to slow down. 21 and the 4 at the front of the grid for this one. Benjamin Shum on the front row with Dominic Roberts alongside for this one. Who will be in the lead at the end of the first corner? Will it be one of them? Will it be someone else? Let's see then. Down towards Billy's Farm we go then for the first heavyweight race of the day. Immediately scything round the outside from the outside of the grid then. Impressive stuff. I'm trying to work out, it is the number 4 of Dominic Roberts that has managed to hold it around the outside there at Billy's Blind. It's a scary place to be on the outside of Billy's Blind because people could so easily just hoop you out wide and off into the barrier you go, but he's held it and he's held the lead.
He has indeed. A bit of a spin at the end of turn 1 there, but everyone else making it through. And as you say, Dom Roberts actually building quite a nice gap already. A couple of kart lengths there, which should set him up nicely as we come towards the end of lap 1 and settle in to a bit of a rhythm. A couple of contact warnings coming in as is to be expected on a bit of lap 1 antics, shall we say. Thomas Wood, though, pushing on later half of this lap to try and close up the likes of Benjamin Shum there. As we look further on into the lap there, Johnny Pinder down the inside, gets a bit of a switch back though. There does the driver in the black and green suit. That's the number 15 car there. That is the number 15 of Jensen Brown there. Currently, I think both a little bit out of position, but otherwise we go back on to Dom Roberts here as we head through the mid part of the lap.
Indeed, yeah, Jensen Brown with Axel Slijepcevic right up his rear bumper at the moment. Two drivers who would have probably picked being at the sharp end at the end of this race, and it is looking like it's playing out that way. Anyway, Jensen Brown, a name I missed off the list going through it before this race. Apologies, Jensen. Definitely a driver to watch. Side by side across the line then. That is the 55 of Johnny Pinder alongside Joel Evans. Chops back across though as they head down into the first couple of corners. Up and under is trying Joel Evans though, and he does get it through as they get to the S section. So Johnny Pinder down to 9th in this one at the moment then. The 21 of Benjamin Shum still leading the chasing pack. Dominic Roberts not cracking under the pressure for the moment anyway though, as he continues to pull out a lead. That's Jensen Brown trying to force his nose up the inside of Thomas Wood. Can't quite get it done this time.
That tiny bit of contact there, have to be careful. You don't go too aggressive into those inside entries of the corner there when the gap just isn't quite there. You don't want to fall foul of any penalties this early on in the action, but still we see Jensen Brown putting that pressure on as we head down start-finish straight. Just behind them is Axel Slijepcevic, Paul Simard as well.
Wide moment there for Benjamin Shum. Benjamin Shum's gone wide. I think Jensen Brown's gone past both of them there on the exit. Impressive stuff from the number 15. So number 15 up to second place. Benjamin Shum is down into third with an ABC bumper pass at Edward Gordon. What were you just saying about not getting a penalty this early on?
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate for Edward Gordon there. Bumper and pass, though. That means they will not finish where they finish on the road. At least they're going to drop down a couple of positions here. Paul Simard currently fastest lap of the race. It's a shame for Edward Gordon, actually. He looks to be on a decent chart at the moment. Personal best sector 2, purple sector 1. Just unfortunately, it come a cropper because of potentially some ill-advised driving, shall we?
Yeah, we'll leave it at that then. 7 minutes still to go in this race then. As mentioned, Brown's up to second place then. Slijepcevic managed to follow through on one of the drivers, so Thomas Wood falling down from 3rd to 5th in all of that, and now Slijepcevic trying to find a way through on the 21 of Benjamin Schum. Not able to do so for the moment then. Paul Simard still there, as there you go. There goes Slijepcevic down the inside at the horseshoe. Up and under tries Wood as well, trying to force the door open. There is Paul Simard. He'll use that exit speed that Wood lost there and find a way through. Up into 5th place goes the fastest driver out on circuit at the moment. Paul Simard breaks his way into the top 5. And Paul's harder to spot out now. I could have sworn that Paul used to have a bright red suit that had his name on the back, which made it a lot easier for us, but no longer. He's changed that up. Anyway, there's another Simard that I know of from other areas of racing. Move down the inside from one of the Leeds drivers there as they head onto another lap and head through the S's once more.
Yeah, we go back on board with this 3-kart battle. A bit of communication from Johnny Pinder there as we see the number 6 of Matthew Collings working his way through down the inside as well. Not quite sure if Johnny's particularly pleased with how everything's going at the odd track. I imagine he'll have some colourful language there. Bump and pass for Johnny Pinder. Unfortunate penalty there means he will drop down the order after all is said and done. Started this race in 13th, worked his way up to 8th, but will be dropping down once the results are counted. Goes side by side onto the start-finish straight. Has the inside coming into turn 1. It's getting very elbows out here. Frustration I can sense in the kart there. Now, knowing Johnny, what I am going to suggest is that we don't interview him after the race, because last time Johnny got interviewed and things went well, he swore on stream. God knows what he'll be like after this one.
Whoa, big move down the inside and round goes one of the drivers. They luckily get spun round by another driver, but that is still the number 6 of Matthew Collings getting in and amongst the battles. Luckily, Johnny's broken away from a few of these drivers now, so maybe he'll get a bit of chance to calm down before he's interviewed.
We can only hope. Bump and pass penalties for Joel Evans, Matthew Collings, as you say. It's all getting a bit elbows out in this mid-pack battle as we approach the 5-minute marker in this race.
Here we look back to Schum, Simard and Wood then in the battle for 4th place. Yeah, all hotting up there in the bottom end of the top 10. All getting a bit too feisty, getting angry at each other, and then just causing more hassle, causing themselves more penalties and more issues. But great for us to watch on the live stream. Fantastic racing so far. Simard's trying the up and under here. He'll be on the outside as they head to Horseshoe. I think he's got it done already though. Yes, side by side between the 21 and the 44. Then Schum trying to hold on to 5th place ahead of Wood. Can Wood hang it round the outside? Becomes the inside for the right-hander. He's got it. Through goes Thomas Wood. Great move, but 2 places lost for Benjamin Schum.
Looking out the comms box window, and I've just seen a Piers Prior suited up and ready to go racing, so we can look forward to that in the next heat. But let's look back to our heavyweight heat 1, not heavyweight heat 1 here this afternoon. Bump and pass coming for Joel Evans there, but Pavlo Denisenko as well, overtaking on the yellows actually, so that's one that Stewards really don't like to dish out, do they?
No, that's not a good one. There's not really any argument for one of those penalties, really. You've got to respect the yellow flags. They're literally yellow. They're the brightest colour that they could be. So there's no chance of saying, oh, sorry, I missed that one. Just like us missing any action on this massive screen here in the comms box. There's nothing to go against that. Either way, though, right, we're well over half race distance now. Just over 3.5 minutes to go. What a race it's been from Dominic Roberts. Leading from the front early on. Now it's a 2-second gap ahead of Jensen Brown. Has the fastest lap as well, which he got on the last lap of the race. Super, super impressive.
Yeah, Jensen Brown responding, I think, to the charge from Axel Slijepcevic there just behind. Half a second separate the two. They were pretty close in terms of their ultimate pace, but now we see Axel closing up, Jensen responding and speeding up a bit, as that is a... Didn't quite figure out which kart it was.
Oliver Sear, that is, from 12th place.
Yeah, 18th on the grid, worked their way up to 12th, but is going to tumble back down as a result of that. Off having to get out the kart, of course, push it back onto the tarmac before you get underway. That is to preserve the clutches. Stewards will dish out penalties if we see karts being accelerated off from the grass.
Exactly that. That looked to me to be a tap on the rear left as they came through the exit of the S's there, spinning backwards round towards that sausage curb, which you don't want to get anywhere near. Oh, JB's going to give you a big telling off. That was a nice move down the inside attempt, but up and under. He's going to lose a place because of that. One of the Brooks drivers slipping on by. That's the 27 of Seb Marlowe then. So Johnny Pinder tries it down the inside at Billy's blind. Joel Evans does the up and under. Seb Marlowe says, thank you very much. I'll take advantage of your poor exit speed, Johnny, and I'll take 8th place away from you.
He does indeed, as we look at the rest of this fleet coming through. A car behind Johnny and now Matthew Collings, where we enjoyed a bit of a battle with them previously. Are we going to see the same thing again as we head on to the next couple of laps? A couple more contact warnings coming in as well. Actually, I thought everyone in the lightweight race was relatively well behaved when all was said and done. I think in this heavyweight race we're seeing a bit more of what we expected, shall we say.
Yeah, as we say, you're not racing for your team. There's no championship to go towards. It's literally all this afternoon. So maybe drivers can get a little bit more elbows out, as you say, than usual. The nice way of putting it. As more penalties still coming through then in this one. ABC bump and pass for Alex Jennings then. More people getting penalties. It's not going to be ideal because, of course, like we say, you have got 2 heats. That's still not a huge number of races. If things go wrong in one, you're going to be bumped down the order for your A or B final. And it's going to be a real struggle to get through into the super final. 1.5 minutes left to go then. There is Axel Slijepcevic pressing on round, if my eyes don't deceive me. Yep, there's... No, sorry, it's Dominic Roberts. My apologies. That'll be Axel's teammate, of course, on the number 4 there. Still pressing on now, nearly 3 seconds in the lead. But Jensen Brown is still ahead of Axel Slijepcevic, but only just.
Yep, Jensen far more focused on the kart behind than the kart out in front. And now we're seeing that pace. Dominic Roberts maintaining 41.6s, which is top tier pace. It's the fastest kart out on track by miles, whereas Jensen Brown has dropped into the 42s as he tries to defend against Axel Slijepcevic now heading into the final minutes of this race. This means the lap that Dominic Roberts is now starting will not be the last lap of this race. We will get one more in, which is great news if you are Axel Slijepcevic. In fact, he doesn't even need that extra lap. He's passed now as Axel Slijepcevic as we start the penultimate lap of this race.
Indeed we do. We've got some supporters of Johnny Pinder in the chat. Oscar Duher saying, go Johnny, go, go, go. Well, he's had a decent race so far in this one, as Johnny. He's certainly been battling well. I think we can say that.
Yeah, he's got the penalty to bring into account late on,
true.
which is not going to please him, I don't think.
It's all about having fun at the end of the day, specifically with Drivers' Champs as well. Like we say, no real championship to press on towards. It's all this afternoon.
I will show you, John, I'll show you what expletive I get sent to me on my phone. We won't discuss it, but I'll just show you.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to it. Right then, we're ticking down towards 0 then. Final lap of this race then, and as we've said so many times, Dominic Roberts, what an absolutely fantastic performance here in his first race of the day. Fraser Brunton, of course, taking the win in the first lightweight sprint of the day. Currently, Dominic Roberts looking pretty good here in the heavyweights. We'll obviously see everyone back out again for another heat before we then go to the finals and then the super final later on. But Dominic Roberts, fastest lap of the race, a 41.502, the only driver down the 41.5s. Got in the lead pretty early on, extended his gap by over 3 seconds and takes the win in the first heavyweight heat of the day, hitting for the British University Karting Championship, Drivers' Championship. That was mega close across the line, wasn't it? Axel forced to the outside, couldn't quite do it off of the final corner. What's that? 0.06 of a second in it between Brown and Slijepcevic. Plenty of fast drivers on the field. They had a great battle right to the flag.
They did indeed, just losing out in the end then. Axel, Paul Simard with some great pace early on this race comes home for Thomas Wood, Benjamin Shum, Seb Marlow, Joel Evans, Matthew Collins and Johnny Pinder, both with penalties to their name. That's our top 10 as we have the rest of our drivers coming home now. A bit more spread out in this pack compared to the lightweight Heat 1, but still a very exciting race nonetheless.
Indeed it was, yeah, Drivers' Champs really kicking up a storm here at Clay Pigeon, giving us some serious excitement. But like we say, the drivers are just bedding themselves in here with the first couple of heats, getting themselves sorted and trying to get themselves in the best starting position for their finals later on this afternoon. But let's run you through the full results then from heavyweight heat number 1 here at the 2025 BUKC Drivers' Champs. Dominic Roberts with a fantastic performance then, winning by over 3.5 seconds ahead of Jensen Brown and Axel Slijepcevic. Those were your top three in the heavyweight heat number 1. Paul Simard and Thomas Wood round out the top 5 with Benjamin Shum, Seb Marlow, Joel Evans, Matthew Collins and Johnny Pinder your top 10. Edward Gordon, Matthew Bolton, Alex Jennings and Khalid Saab your top 14. Of course, remember these results provisional before penalties are applied. Edward Vernon Stroud, they're in 15th place, followed by Ollie Andrews, Oliver Moss, Kieran Wakefield, Josh Rayner and James Staplehurst top 20. They were followed by Ethan Herford, then Pavlo Denisenko, Timofey Shestopalov, then Dirar El Masri, then George Atkinson, Jack Cross and Harry Williams. And then finalising the order were Oliver Sear, we saw him spin there out of the S's, no fault of his own, Anand Parmar, Daniel Spears and Jayu Wu there. 31 drivers making it to the checkered flag in that one. But one heat done and dusted then, one heat done and dusted in the heavyweights, one heat done and dusted in the lightweights. But very excited to continue on with the day, and if the racing continues like that, it should be rather exciting.
It should indeed. As we bring an end to our first heavyweight heat today, as you mentioned, John, we move on to our lightweights coming up just next. Now, around about this point, we would jump down to Piers on the grid. I think we might still be doing that, but Piers is in an unusual position now because we're going to be jumping to that interview at some point, but we're also going to be seeing Piers jumping in a go-kart as well.
Let's see him try his hand again at racing. Of course, Piers has done Formula racing in the past. He's a very experienced racing driver. Hasn't done karting in a little while, though, so we'll wait and see how he can do out there. And as we've seen, it can get a little bit scrappy, so he's going to have to be elbows out here as he gets on with the lightweights. But, of course, we'll hand down to Piers, who's on the grid, ready to talk to some drivers.
Hello, I'm Piers Prior, and this is Dom Roberts, who won that race. Dom, congratulations. Tell us a bit about your race.
Oh, it was really good. I was able to take the lead on the first corner, just around the outside. I thought I'd just send it and hopefully stick it, and I did. It worked out really well. And then from there, I just had really good pace, so I was able to just pull away, just had my head down and just went on with it.
It's been a very strong season for you. Plenty of race wins already this season, plenty of positions gained. And this is a great start for your campaign to become BUKC Heavyweight Drivers' Championships. What have you got to do in your next heat and indeed in the final to beat this man by here?
I'm just going to have to get on it. I won't be able to make any mistakes. This guy makes no mistakes, as we all know. He's really good, so I'm just going to have to be my best.
All right, and there we have it, no mistakes, and I'll just quickly jump in between the two of you there and ask Axel, can you overcome his slight advantage after heat number 1?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We both got sort of front starts, so in the next one I'm going to start a bit further in front, so we'll see what happens.
We will see what happens. All right, then. Cheers, guys. Enjoy your next heat as well. Follow me, Piers Prior, as I jump onto the grid. For lightweight heat number 2, we've got a plethora of very, very talented drivers in this one. But let's find out who has the privilege of starting right on the front row. Is this Max? Is it Max? It's Max in second position.
Yes, hello, Jacob. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm Piers Prior, actually.
Sorry, my bad.
Tell us about your plan for this race. What are you going to do? Are you going to be first into that chicane?
Well, I think, first of all, I've been blessed with a second place start. Second of all, I reckon that I'm just going to absolutely blitz it off the start. Just going to completely overtake P1. I'm going to be first by that chicane and pull off into the distance.
All right, then. Sounds like a plan to me. Let you jump in the car. We've got one very special interview to do before we get going. As you can see, the teammates are clearing off the grid. Not that there are any teammates in Drivers' Championship, but here is the other Piers Prior. Piers, talk to me.
I'm actually a little bit nervous. I've not raced in a long time. It's a lot easier doing the presenting than it is doing this.
Yeah, that's why I stopped racing years and years ago. Have you still got it?
I actually have no idea. I haven't raced in quite a long time. I think the last time I drove a Club 100 was Drivers' Champs 2021. So that's, yeah. But I've got my Loughborough stuff on.
Yeah.
I've got some special socks.
Look at them socks.
I've got the space socks because I'm hoping to be a shooting star. That's my thought. Anyway, we'll see.
Some excellent socks. Mine are just plain navy. I'm not even going to bother showing them. That's fantastic. Right, jump in the car. We are getting going for lightweight heat number 2. We've got 4 heats of each weight to get through. This is the second of the lightweights. Heavyweight heat 2 will be after this. For now, though, back to the comms box. Reeve, John, over to you.
Thank you, Piers. Great to hear from you once again, talking to the drivers down on the grid. And let's see how we get on. I went and spoke to Will Chu, to tell you all on the stream as well. It's the top 12 drivers from both of the A finals and the heavyweight and the lightweight that will go through to the super final at the end of the day. So that's what we're watching out for in those A finals later on. But we're still cracking on through the heats then. Second heat of the day then for our lightweight drivers. And again, getting a couple of laps to get themselves warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, it was great to hear from Piers, and when Piers spoke to Piers, I thought it was really nice that Piers had a chance to chat to Piers on the grid. It was lovely. Yeah, Piers squared.
Piers squared. Yeah, let's see how he does then out on circuit then. I mean, you can't miss him. That suit is rather bright, isn't it? So
it is. Pink helmet and then like neon suit, pretty much, yeah.
The classic, yeah. Piers was well known for that, the pink lid in the BUKC, and of course into his Formula racing as well, bringing it back here at Clay Pigeon. Let's see how he can do then. But as the drivers carry on round, we'll bring you the grid in a moment's time here for this second lightweight heat of today's action then. And let's see how it all unfolds. I mean, we saw the lightweight heat number 1 had some good racing, but it was the heavyweight one where it really sort of kicked off, shall we say. And we all got a bit feisty out there on circuit, but still a great runaway win at the front of the order in both of the races so far. So will we see that again here in the third race of the day? Well, not too long to find out then. Let's run you through the grid in a moment's time. Well, once my producer can hear that I'm wanting to run through the grid, we'll show it to you on the screen as you get this on the way. Here we go then, lightweight heat number 2. Do you want to take us through this one, Reeve?
Absolutely. It's Alexander Brown, Max Davison on row 1, Charlie Oliver, Jorrell Julius, and then Lewis White and Alex Wilkinson, row 2 and row 3. Moving on to row 4, Ryan Williams, Logan Parker, Piers Prior, Finley Fitzsimmons, Alfie Baxter Davis, and Toby McDonald. Moving on to row 7, it's Jack Finch, Isaac Lyons, Tom Northcott, and Anastasia Tereshchenko. And it's Douglas Smith and Josh Adams. Moving on to row 10, Hugh Lawrenson, Glenn Williamson, Mikai Singh, Alex Smith, Ben Sanders, and William Kurtler. Then moving on to our next few drivers, it is going to be Reese Bright, Finley Ahmed Hambling, Simon Ram, Robbie Ward, Ben Pepper, and Rafi Anwar. Our final row on the grid, then it's Adam Aubriant and then Alfie Prince. Apologies to Adam there, completely butchered your surname. We'll give that another attempt during the race at some point as we see our practice laps underway now. Now, I know we're not allowed to have any form of bias here in the commentary box, but
which we never do.
No, not at all. I genuinely just like to see some good racing. But Piers Prior, come on, just got to send it. Just absolutely send it. Just make your mark.
Well, the man who was missed to send it this morning is in this race. Logan Parker is pretty close to Piers on the grid. I think they're side by side on the grid for this one.
They are.
Yeah, yes. Logan Parker and Piers Prior. So hopefully Piers will be following in his footsteps here, following Logan through the grid and sending it himself. But we'll wait and see. But yeah, very exciting race again. A number of names that we recognise from throughout many years of BUKC history here, taking to the grid. And let's see how this one plays out then, and who can get to the sharp end of this one. Of course, all new names to what we saw in the first lightweight heat. Of course, each the lightweight splitting into two heats, and then it's all shuffled up again for heat 3 and heat 4. So you all race different people, you start in different positions, so that it's all fair across those 2 heats that each driver does in fact complete. Now, doesn't look the most closed-up grid I've ever seen in my life, and they're all still swerving, so I think we're going around again.
Yeah, it looks like we are, as we can see aggressive weaving there from Piers Prior as he tries to get some temperature into his go-kart. This is a somewhat familiar feeling to him, but it's a few years back now since he's last done this, isn't it? So it'll be exciting to see how he performs. He's got a good grid start here, but there's plenty of experienced drivers around him who know these karts well, who have had perhaps a bit more recent experience in the karts as well.
Indeed. Right then. Being told to slow down. I think we're good for the race start here then. 7 and the 47, side by side. Alexander Brown and Max Davison there on the front row of the grid. Who will be leading after turn number 1? We're under aim racing then for the second lightweight heat of the day. Off onto the grass already near the back though. A couple of drivers. Big bit of argy-bargy there through Billy's blind, as we're ever so used to here in the BUKC already throughout today's action. And the number 10 forced to the grass on the outside.
Logan Parker.
That is Logan Parker.
Mr. Send It having to go off the circuit there. As he tries to push on. Alex Brown, that great start to the first lap of the race there. Had a clear lead as we headed into that first corner and is able to maintain it now. So setting himself up quite nicely for the start of this race. Josh Adams gets a penalty for braking formation. That's a pretty cut and dry one, so he will not finish in the position that he comes home across the line on when all is said and done. But we look back at the top end of the field here. Piers Prior putting pressure on Jorrell Julius. Yellow flag then through the first sector. So the acknowledgement to the marshals to say, yeah, we won't overtake, we won't go under full racing conditions.
As there is JV on the inside curb.
Yes. Just can you imagine the tension back in here in the comms box?
Have we got? Yeah, we got full course yellow.
Full course yellow.
Full course yellow. I thought as much. So drivers will slow down to a slower pace than what they've been doing out there in racing action, getting back in single file and getting ready for the race to restart. I was just going to mention that surprising Josh Adams getting that braking formation penalty. Very rare you see someone further down the order. It's usually people on the front 2 or 3 rows of the grid, but all the way down in sort of 20th, 21st, 22nd place was Josh Adams at the start of that one. So a surprising one, but clearly being spotted and being given the penalty to suit then. However, full course yellow then on this first, or it was onto the second lap, wasn't it, of this race, full course yellow. We're still not quite sure as to why here in the comms box, but either way, full course yellow, drivers having to slow down, get back in single file and get ready for the race to resume.
Yeah, they are indeed there. As I was just thinking, can you imagine the tension back in the comms box where we have JV coming back here later on if he has to serve a penalty to Piers Prior? Oh, he wouldn't like that, would he?
Scary scene that would be. We don't want to be in this room for that. Right then, Alexander Brown made a good start to that one. Still there at the sharp end of the order as we've got fans lining the circuit.
Crowd.
Absolutely lining
Do
the
a Mexican wave.
Stop saying they still can't hear you.
They might have the stream on. We'll see in a moment. Anyway, if one of them does it, it won't be much of a Mexican wave if one does it, but, you know.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, Alexander Brown with that good first lap of the race then, sliding through into the lead then. As they carry on around this one. Looks as though, I think that's what you were gesticulating to me, that it's gone green in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Around the final corner they come then. Alexander Brown will hopefully lead us back to racing action here in the second lightweight heat of the day. Drivers all line astern. Drivers trying to get a jump, and they have got a jump. But that was a great read of that from Alfie Baxter-Davies, trying to get to the outside of Piers Prior, but Piers cuts him off as they head down towards the first couple of corners then. Trying it round the outside in behind them as well. I think that's Ryan Williams trying to get involved there with Alex Wilkinson, trying to make some moves. The four going side by side there is Tom Northcott there through the S's, but already losing the lead then. The 56 is through. Charlie Oliver takes the lead on the restart.
He does indeed, seeing a bit of oversteer heading in to the hairpin there. As we look, that Alex Brown has actually taken back the lead of this race now as we run through the hairpins and down towards the late part of the circuit. We saw Alex having that nice controlling lead early on in this race. Of course, that was all undone by that yellow flag, bunching everyone back up. As we can see, Piers Prior looks to have let through Lewis Wright, Alfie Baxter-Davies there as well, making their way through. So not a great restart there for Piers, but let's see if he can pick up pieces in the final few minutes.
Oh, straight across the grass there on the inside. How many times have we seen that so far today then? 23 that was, with Josh Adams taking to the green stuff. And he's managed to make it out, though. I think he might have lost a few positions from that one, as given we've had that restart, drivers still so close together here. We're nearly at half race distance. Looks as though Piers has got back through then on Alfie Baxter-Davies. I think they were both through on Lewis White then, so into the top five then for Piers. But it's still Alexander Brown. There's a late move down the inside there into top bend. Big moves as it was Piers Prior. He's pointing one driver back through, but he's going to let about 8 through on the exit.
Yeah, an unfortunate moment there really is. Oh, big spin onto the brakes there. That was just going too late on the brakes, too hard on the brakes. The rear axle locks up and you go flying through. But nice work there for no one to get caught up in that. That was very close indeed. And I imagine that pristine neon-coloured suit might have changed colours in some places for Piers Prior.
Oh my goodness, the moves going on further up the order as well. I think that's Joel Julius who's just lost a position there. It was the 20 of Ryan Williams who went spinning off there down at Billy's blind. How did he not collect anyone? He was going fully backwards, still at full race speed there. Totally locked up rear axle. That was a terrifying moment, but somehow doesn't collide with anyone, doesn't collide with the barrier, and I think has rejoined this race. So fair play to Ryan Williams, and definitely some style points there for Ryan as one driver getting shuffled on wide there. That was in the bottom end of the top 10. We'll confirm who that is as they come round to end this lap. 4 and the 47 going side by side. Then that's Tom Northcott trying to find a way through on Max Davison. Tom has the inside line down into the hairpin. He's going to make the move stick.
Yep, nice move there. And in fact, we're seeing a whole fleet of cars, a whole train of cars looking like they might be trying their way down the inside here. We're so bunched up in these Drivers' Championship heats as we start off the afternoon's action. Dropping down now to the final part of the lap. As we still, just a huge group of cars heading down to the start-finish straight now. The number 25 of Alfie Prince having a look around Joel Julius to see if he can size them up, put the pressure on and move down into turn 1. Nothing can be done just yet. Nice in the defence is Joel Julius. Has the measure of Alfie Prince for the time being. The question is, are we going to see that change as we head down into the hairpin now? We've seen a few brave moves down into the hairpin so far today, but nothing being attempted, at least from our upper mid-pack. I think we might have seen a bit more happening from our lower mid-pack there, but for the looks of things, at least everyone making their way through as Piers Prior hanging it round the outside. Now a bit of a switchback opportunity opening up here as we head down towards the start-finish. Straight down the inside goes Piers Prior through the final corner. Nice move and back into the lead of the battle.
Yeah, good committed move there from Piers, gets the move done for 4th place. Here comes Prince, tries to go to the inside, it's covered off, but then outbrakes himself, does Joel Julius, trying to hold that inside line, the dirty side of the track, can't hold on to it, goes a bit wide, through go a couple of drivers.
Bump and pass penalty for Piers Prior. Naughty Piers.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh.
JB's not going to be happy with you, Piers, after that one. We've had a few come in the last few moments. Alfie Baxter-Davies, Piers Prior, and Max Davison. They were all really close on track, those three. So maybe not so surprising. They were getting in a few different squabbles. I think potentially Piers' one was that one at the final corner where he let the driver back through. Yes. So he's now let about 5 or 6 people through and got a penalty for it. That's a bit of an oof there for for the number 21. Either way, Josh Adams has made his way through, past Alfie Prince and Joel Julius in all of that then. A big move down the inside. That's Julius losing another place, this time to Mackay Singh. We saw him interviewed by Piers earlier on. I want to say he won a race earlier on this morning, did Mackay. Don't hold me to that one. Either way, he's up in the top 10 in this one as a cone penalty comes through for Douglas Smith.
Yeah, Mackay Singh there as we have yellow flags back out on track. I think Mackay Singh was quite late on the brakes there. That bit of oversteer upset the kart there. He just ended up making a brief bit of contact there with the kart on the outside. I don't think it was intentional. I don't think anything will come of it, but a bit of a racing incident there heading into turn 1. We've certainly seen worse heading into turn 1 here.
Here is Alexander Brown now being chased down by Charlie
Wow,
Oliver.
yeah.
New fastest lap for Charlie Oliver. 41.418 for the number 56. He's activating that human DRS, getting himself as low in the kart as he can as he presses on down towards the hairpin. And he's all over the back. He's going to go for it down the inside into Horseshoe, then change to the lead of the race here in heat number 2 in lightweights. Through goes Charlie Oliver to the front of the order.
Yeah, nice textbook move there. Switchback opportunity is opening up in the late half of this lap, but can he fight back in turn 1? Charlie Oliver taking the lead of this race, still on that human DRS, but Alexander Brown is going to be the one on the offence now as we run into that first corner. Less than a kart length separates these two drivers as we run down through to the S's now. The S's which have caught a number of drivers out so far in this race. These two nail it. Having a look at the outside is Alexander Brown. Charlie Oliver wise to it, blocks it off, positions the car perfectly on the defence. Nowhere Alexander Brown can go just yet.
Indeed, impressive defensive manoeuvres there for Charlie Oliver. Mechanical flag, though, has come through for Anastasia Teleshenko. Sadly for Anastasia, she's going to be out of this race before she reaches the checkered flag. Less than 1 minute left to go, then a couple of laps left in this race. And Charlie Oliver will lead us on to the penultimate lap there in kart number 56. They've got about 2 seconds now back to Alfie Baxter-Davies in 3rd place, and a further 2.5 seconds back to Piers Prior in 4th. The new fastest lap for Josh Adams. He finds himself about a second behind Piers heading onto this penultimate lap. I think that's probably too much of a tall order to close down over these last 2 laps, but hey, never say never. Wait and see. 30 seconds left to go there.
Yep, this race coming to a close, obviously fairly reduced in terms of distance covered because we had plenty of yellow flag action. But still, we see, wow, we've got a big group of karts forming up here. That is the number 12.
Seat insert's gone.
Oh.
I've never seen that before.
Neither. I wonder if that's what the mechanical flag was for. Either way, one of the drivers has just found a very good way of reducing weight halfway around the race. And, you know, don't take that as advice, but maybe.
If anyone needs a seat insert, head down to the hairpin. You can get one for free.
Do it after the race is finished at least, and you'll still probably get told off for going out on track. Don't do that. Anyway.
The time is 0. Last lap then. Charlie Oliver's been holding on to it. Only a handful of opportunities, even less than that for Alexander Brown to find a way through. He's got a good exit though. Final corner at top end is an opportunity. Will he think about it down the inside? No. Sits back in 2nd place then. And Charlie Oliver will hold onto this one. Around the final corner he comes. And Charlie Oliver wins heat number 2 in the lightweights. Great racing for both Charlie and Alexander. But Charlie pips him at the line then. Alfie Baxter-Davies there in 3rd place. Piers Prior, your very own BUKC interviewing extraordinaire there in 4th place, but sadly did get that penalty earlier on. So was that +4? Was it bump and pass or a takeout?
It was
bump
a
and
pass.
So +4 then for Piers. So he's going to be dropping out to 8th place, I think, when all is said and done. But still not a bad effort in the first heat of the day for Piers. And then Josh Adams, 5th place overall. Fastest lap though. Definitely one to watch in the later heats and the finals.
Yeah, will be indeed. Lovely battle for the lead there. We saw Charlie Oliver get past, but Alexander Brown not relenting, still putting that pressure on Mere 10, separating them, and here is a reminder of that. Charlie Oliver comes across the line 1/10 ahead of Alexander Brown. Alfie Baxter-Davies P3, Piers Prior P4, but will drop down to P8, but still by far and away the quickest of the media team here today. That is for certain. I don't fancy my chances. Josh Adams, Mackay Singh, Tom Northcott, Alfie Prince, Hugh Lawrenson, Jorrell Julius, Toby McDonald, Ben Sanders, Finley Ahmed Handling, Alex Smith. Then we have Reeve Bright, Lewis White, Logan Parker, Max Davison, Glenn Williamson, Jack Finch, Finley Fitzsimmons, Ammon Orman-Royd, Simon Ram, Robbie Ward, Isaac Lyons, Alex Wilkinson and William Kirtler. Final few cards come across line then. Douglas Smith, Ben Pepper, Ryan Williams, Rafi Anwar and Anastasia Tereshchenko, who had their issues with the mechanical flag. Those are our provisional results for that race. Penalties to be applied after the fact when all is said and done, but that is our 2nd lightweight heat of the day. Up next, it will be our heavyweights.
Indeed, heavyweights returning shortly then as the driver, team members and family members and friends all watching on gleefully. But let's head down then to the grid to hear from some more of our drivers.
Hello, I'm Piers Prior, and I like to push people out of the way when I can't get past them legally. We're going to talk to Charlie Oliver, the winner of that heat. Charlie Oliver, one of our Inters drivers for St Andrews, actually. Charlie, grab your number plate and transponder just quickly so we can turn this over quickly, and we'll have a quick chat about just how you managed to overcome all those mains drivers with your intermediate level of talent. I joke. Charlie is a very, very capable driver, and I'm sure he will be capable of articulating himself in just a moment's time. Just need to get that transponder off so that our next driver can get underway. And here we go, Charlie. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Yeah, it was a good race, to be honest. A little bit unexpected to be so quick. Cheers. Yeah, it was good. Like in second place to begin with, so made up a spot on the start, and then just to take the lead with a few laps to go. So yeah, really pleased. Really pleased.
It was a good race out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And it's always nice because in drivers' champs it's tough, but it's fair. So yeah, really happy.
Mostly fair. I mean, I got a penalty, but we'll skip over that.
You right? You that one?
I was behind you for a bit, and then I got a penalty, and it's okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I want to find the person that I fired off by accident. Where is my man? Where is he? I think he might have gone. Anyway, let's look ahead to heavyweight race 2. I enjoyed that. That was good fun. I don't know whether you got me getting a penalty on the live broadcast. Luke, can you remember? Yeah, I think we did. Okay, right. Well, let's just ignore that. I was a bit optimistic of a move into the last corner, but I let him back through, and I lost about 7 places in doing so. But it made it good fun. Let's have a chat to are you outgoing or incoming?
I finished just behind you.
Oh, you did? Mm-hmm. You were catching me at the end there.
I was. I was hoping to line up and move on the final lap, but I made a mistake at the last corner, and yeah, had a trip across the grass as well, a bit eventful, but it was good fun, yeah.
Where was I slow? Where was I fast?
Oh, to be honest, my car was excellent, so the straights was probably one of them.
Fair enough, right, that was a good race. Let's grab a couple of quick interviews. Who's going on pole in this one? You were very good in your race earlier on, I remember. I think you started somewhere near the back and finished somewhere near the front.
Yeah, I started 33rd and I finished 7th.
Well, remind us who you are and who you were racing for.
I was racing for Oxford BUKC, and I'm Victor Pardo.
Victor, you've got a good grid spot in this one.
Yeah, first one.
We look forward to that. He says he would like to win. Yes, of course, that's what we're all here to do. Let's walk further down the grid. This is a man who had a good race this morning, and now he's in the Drivers' Champs. Remind us who you are.
Hello, Jonathan Dalton from Southampton.
You won your race earlier, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. The day didn't quite go to plan, so we missed out on the top 3 in the championship, but had a good season otherwise. Nice and consistent. Just I don't know, commentator's curse now. You're on the grid with me, probably all go wrong.
I started in exactly this position. It was quite busy down towards Terminal, is what I'll say.
Yeah, I think just trying to avoid penalties are the main things, but that never happens, does it?
I got a penalty.
It happens to the best of us then.
I did let him back through and lose like 7 or 8 places, so I'm hoping that they were lenient with me. But anyway, good luck. We'll see how it goes. That was my race done. We've got heavyweight race 2. Let's go!
Nice transition, I must say. And at least he holds his hands up and says, yeah, that was my fault. Quite rightly so. Did we notice it on the broadcast? Damn right we did. We highlighted it with glee. Anyway, we move on to our heavyweight heat 2 now for this afternoon. Here's our grid. It's Victor Pardo, Hushrav Puliwala, and then we have George Sams, Jack Agarwala, and then we have Yudi Menon, and then Sam Heathcote there. Moving on through row 2, row 3. Row 4, it's Jake Yanasagisawa, Callum Barnett, Jonathan Dalton, Rana Menon, Owen Tolley, and Will Day. Moving on to row 7, it is George Lunt, or like George Lawrence, as he likes to be known, Dylan Savage, Auden Henstock, Tyler Ducroix, Ewan Ritchie, and Alex Lucas. Moving on to row 10, it's Jordan Morris and Jesse Durgeest, and then we have Daniel Tachenko, and then Maxwell Melia. Then we have Adam Nather, Andrew Lloyd, and then moving on to our next few cars, it's Robbie Rigby, Alistair Murrison, Ethan Matey, Sam Pooley, Max Ludgate, and Vasilia Borovskia. And then we move on to our final row of the grid, it's Matthew Robinson and Andy Stobart.
Some big names in this one, I can't lie, some big names in this heavyweight heat, plenty of drivers that you could potentially pick as race winners out here this afternoon in the Drivers' Champ, so definitely one to watch this one. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are enjoying the live stream here, courtesy of Alpha Live, for your 2025 British Universities Karting Championship Drivers' Champs here from Clay Pigeon. Of course, the first time in 6 years that we've been able to bring you live coverage of the Drivers' Championship here with the BUKC. It's been pretty exciting so far, and like I say, a number of drivers in this race, names that I recognise from race winners, championship winners throughout the last 4, 5, 6 years of the championship here on this grid, so keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, move on to our second heavyweight race, and we were hoping for no full course yellows. That'd be nice if we can avoid that, because of course these are really short format races. If you're sat under full course yellow for 2 or 3 laps, it takes away a good 30-40% of the race, doesn't it? So we want to make sure that we are enjoying 10 minutes worth of racing.
Indeed, yeah, we hope so. Of course, drivers heading around on these warm-up laps once again. Again, we know it's their first time in the car. I wonder if we lose these warm-up laps when we get into the sort of second round of heats, Heat 3 and Heat 4 for each of the lightweights and the heavyweights. We'll wait and see, though. Yellow flags are out. Pace car off onto the track then. Ready to pick up the drivers and get the grid sorted for this next race then. Wait and see. I mean, there's been some pretty sizable moves, some sizable action so far in this one, but hopefully drivers will just pick their moments at the final corner a little bit better. Just as I said that, Piers left the room, so I don't know if he heard me or not, but I hope he did. Through they go then to the final corner, waiting to get gridded up and ready to go then. We did hear from Victor Pardo on the grid. Like Piers had said, I think he'd won a race already this morning, hadn't he, Victor? So let's see if he can do the same again. He's in prime position to do just that. The 9 and the 53 are having an argument there through the final corner. I don't know what that was about.
Race hasn't started yet, folks.
Arguing over where they should be on the grid positions. Either way, all getting sorted, all getting ready to go. 10 minutes on the clock once again.
Yeah, so getting forward up once more. Our penultimate heavyweight, not penultimate at all, I forgot we've got 4 heats. We have 4 heats, as you mentioned earlier. We'll change up the order a little bit for our heavyweight and lightweight competitors before we head into our finals and then our super final at the end of the day. As you mentioned, so easy to switch out of the regular, the 25-minute BUKC format into this new. We got 10-minute short sprints, and then we will be getting ready to go racing, I think, because the pace car is getting everyone to slow down as the pace car now moves off to the right, and we are good to go racing. The revs rise as we have a bit of a snap there from that car by the looks of things. I think they were just about within the tram lines, actually, weren't they? But it was very close indeed, so well held as we run our way through the first corner. A couple of drivers running a bit wide, but making it through turn 1.
Chevron flags out.
False
Chevron
start.
flags
Yeah.
out. Yeah, false start on that one, just as someone went for a spin there through the S's. And maybe that was because of that incident over the line there, potentially. That was a scary one. They nearly went sideways there. If they had gone sideways, that would have been a rather sizable incident. So I'm glad they didn't.
Yeah, either way, we neutralise that start effectively. A couple of minutes taken off this race. As if that lap never happened, we form up once more, back into the same grid positions, and we get to go racing for 8 minutes here then for our heavyweight Heat 2.
We saw again some of the couple 100 marshals with their hands up in the air. What was going on that race start? I think for that one, it was less of the aggressiveness of the racing at the start. I think it was more the pace that the drivers had when they got to the start-finish line.
Already looking like they were
they were full race pace. Yeah, they were full race pace by the time they even got to the start-finish line. You can't be doing that. You've got to remain at the same pace until those lights go out. That's only when you can go to full throttle. And then only when you cross the start-finish line can you break that formation and start racing.
Yeah, so we'll be looking to get that done a bit more cleanly this time around as we get everyone still weaving around, getting some heat into that, or rather maintaining the heat that they built up in their tyres as they started practice and got ready to go racing once more. Marshall's looking intently then to make sure that we get a clean getaway here in our heavyweight Heat 2.
Indeed. Will this be second time of asking, then getting us ready to go? Yes, it is. Thumbs up. Then we get ready for racing action. I can see Piers out the window talking to some more mums. Well, we'll let him crack on. Let's have a look at some racing then for the next race of today. Heavyweight Heat number 2 to the line then, and we're underway in racing. Great manoeuvre already to take the lead early on from the front there. That's Victor Pardo siding on through from pole position to lead away to the first sector then. He's held it through the first S's then. Going on through, more drivers taking to the grass in avoidance, and one of them facing the wrong direction. That is a less than ideal way to kick off the heat there, and a penalty already. Breaking formation for Rana Menon. And that's going to be a number of positions dropped then at the end of this one. More scrapping going on into the horseshoe. A couple of drivers getting shuffled out wide then. but all making it to the end then. That was Ethan Macy getting shuffled out wide there at the horseshoe. Round the final corner they come. Apart from the one spinner there down at the S's, all drivers make it to the end of that one.
Yeah, we had a little bit of chaos at the very start there, as you say, but we continue on, and now we're getting into some battling here into that first corner as we push on through the S's once more. That is the number 50 of Hushrav Buriwala there, getting past there and up into P2 on the road. That's ahead of George Sams as we push on into the later half of the lap.
Couple of big movers there on that first lap. Jordan Morris up 8, Daniel Shevchenko up 8, Adam Nather up 9, Robbie Rigby up 9, Andrew Lloyd up 10. So the massive movers there on lap number 1. Not quite able to match Ocean Bache's 18 as of yet, but yeah, as he said, no one checked the footage on the GoPro of that one. Certainly not anyone from Club 100. Right then, onto a new lap then. Still following line astern, we can see Sam Heathcote there, right on the rear end. A couple of drivers, but now under a bit of pressure from the MS Kart liveried suited driver. He's going to lose a place because of that. That's a 62, overtaken by the 19 then. Jake Yanagasawa overtaken by Owen Tolley. Owen Tolley has the fastest lap of the race, so watch out for the number 19 here, trying to come through the order.
Yeah, certainly on a bit of a push at the moment as we see cars weaving, sliding their way through the hairpin there. Bumper pass coming in for Auden Henstock, as we are still looking pretty elbows out, it must be said, as we head through with some of our mid-pack drivers now and on to the next lap of the race in just a moment. Looking over the shoulder there for a few drivers, actually, because we've got such a large train forming up. Watch out for Robbie Rigby, actually. He's on a bit of a charge at the moment, running in 11th, but with a purple Sector 1. As we're seeing plenty of pace throughout the field, actually. Sam Pooley, who we saw having some successes in the earlier racing this morning, also looking very strong indeed in terms of pace.
Yeah, Sam is always an impressive driver. He used to race for Nottingham Trent outfit. I always have a slight personal vendetta against Mr. Pooley, though, because I destroyed my ankle when I went over the oil that he dropped at the first corner at Jennington. Went straight on into the wall. So
that's hardly his fault.
Curse you, Mr. Pooley. No, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. He's always so quick. He was at the front and I was in the 20th place. But yeah, Pooley always presses on well. He always fights hard, does Pooley, so watch out for him. There's a hard manoeuvre there down at the first corner. Straight down the inside there. Is that a move for third place? The 17 finding a way through. Jonathan Dalton through on George Sams, and now Sams getting a poor exit. Under pressure from the 2 in behind as well. Down the inside goes the 19 into the hairpin. The 5 will try and follow him through as well. That's Tolley through, and through follows Heathcote as well.
Yeah, Heathcote really pushing on well through the first the hairpins there. What can he do now as we head towards the later third of the lap? Well, there goes Jonathan Dalton on the defence. George Sams on the defence as well. Oliver Tolley, though, as we alluded to early on, a really strong push here at this phase of the race. Number 16 feeling the pressure there. That's Jordan Morris feeling the pressure from Adam Nather. Adam Nather with a couple of contact warnings, but making progress.
Indeed, lots of drivers fighting away in this one. Up and under then goes Heathcote. Gets the move done there on the exit of Billy's Blind. And the 52 of George Sams. A change for 5th place then. Cone penalty for Owen Tolley, though, so he's come through the order well. He's going to lose a place when all is said and done, though. So he's gained 7. I think cone penalty +1, if I remember correctly. So only 1 position lost, not the end of the world then. And this is Sams continuing to get slightly bullied. I mean, driver on the inside not too happy with that, but don't know what he was complaining about there. Anyway, he goes through. That's Chachenko there moving through, and Chachenko's up 14 place already, meant up 15 now that he's through on George Sams. So an impressive race from the number 8, but not too happy with something that George Sams did. George Sams down as well. Through goes Jake Yanagasawa on the MS Kart suit, and now Sams under pressure from Robbie Rigby.
He is indeed Robbie Rigby, as I alluded to a moment ago, showing some decent pace, flashes of brilliant pace, in fact, for Robbie Rigby. Is caught up in this traffic now, so we're not going to see the same blistering lap times. Instead, we're going to have to try and work his way through the pack, as we have just 3 minutes to go in this race already. There we look on to number 17 of Jonathan Dalton there. Bit of a sign there, I think, to say to the driver behind, let's work together, which is the first time I think we've seen that all day today, as we have a contact warning coming in there for George Lawrence. Needs to make sure he doesn't pick up too many of them. I think he already has one, so any more will be penalties coming his way.
Indeed it will, yeah. It was after Dalton made that move for 2nd place on Burowala. Owen Tolley now up and under on Hushrav as well there. So Hushrav down into 4th place. Tolley up to 3rd, and again, he's got that penalty. but he's just being able to gain a few more places so that he loses less at the end, if that makes any sort of sense. 2.5 minutes left to go then.
I get what you mean.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. But look at that gap, though. 3.5 seconds between Pardo and Dalton. Now, there goes Pardo. We've got to wait an age for Dalton to come on by. I think there's a back marker in between the two of them, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe Pardo's lost loads of time. I don't think so, though, as they head on through to another lap. No, still 3.3 seconds between Pardo and Dalton. Pardo leading from the front at the start of this race, and like we say, he'd been pretty impressive earlier on this morning for his team. This time racing for himself, he's doing just the same.
Yeah, he is indeed, as we have a couple more warnings and no penalties, just curb and contact warnings mainly coming in at the moment. Final 2 minutes of this race. It's a good thing this race in particular was only 8 minutes long. I think if we had any more, I think no one would finish where they actually came across the line there, as we see the number 52 overtaken by Sam Pooley there, making up a couple of positions. Currently the fastest kart out on track and still closing up on the upper midfield.
Yeah, George Sands with some good pace. He's just been slipping down the order the last few laps or so. Out from the top 3, down to the bottom end of the top 10 now, and finding himself under a bit of pressure. Through's gone Sam Pooley, I think, on Yanagasawa as well. Yes, he has. So Yanagasawa now under pressure from Sam's. Rigby there in the wings as well. Rigby's battling in with Adam Nather now. He's up another position. Jordan Morris lost out to Nather, Barnett and Rigby on the last lap. So a less than ideal previous lap for the number 16. And we just had another penalty through then. ABC takeout for runner Menon. Less than ideal for Rana, because obviously Rana was the only driver to get a braking formation penalty at the start of this race as well. So, yeah, less than ideal, shall we say, for Rana. Less than a minute left to go then in heavyweight heat number 2. Still looking like a comfortable cruise home for Victor Pardo.
Yeah, it certainly is. 3.2 seconds. Owen Tolley can't really focus on trying to close up that gap. He certainly has the pace, though. He just can't do it because Jonathan Dalton is there on the scene, applying that pressure. Of course, Owen also has that cone penalty to contend with. So he will not win this race no matter what. It's looking, as you say, better and better for Victor Pardo.
Jordan Morris down the inside there of Adam Nather at the hairpin. That was a big send to the inside there from himself. I think he got the move done, though. They're still battling through on the exit. Sam's not too happy about something there, battling with Robbie Rigby. Rigby's through, though, to 9th place, where they get Sam's down to P10, and they're still squabbling just outside of the top 10, like we were mentioning. There is the 26 of Sam Pooley, still with the fastest lap in this race, 41.393. Impressive stuff. But now we're on the final lap of heavyweight heat number 2.
We are indeed, and it has been certainly action-packed, this fight for the top end of the midfield. Very enthralling there. Sam Pooley still with the fastest lap this race of 41.3. Some really nice pace there from our heavyweight driver there. That is pretty leading pace, it must be said, as we look now onwards to the final corner where Victor Pardo is rounding that corner now. He has pretty much led unchallenged for so long in this race. He crosses the line to take race victory ahead of Owen Tolley, Jonathan Dalton, a couple of penalties in the mix there, but then we have Hushrav Buharariwala there, Sam Heathcote, Daniel Chukenko, and then Sam Pooley, Jacob Yanagasawa, Robbie Rigby, and George Sams are top 10 in that race.
Indeed, another really exciting one. Slightly different. I mean, we've had a couple of different races so far today, and then a few drive-aways from the front, a few good squabbles near the front end of the order as well. But that one, yeah, Victor Pardo led from the start of that race from pole position, drove off with it, never looked to be under any sort of challenge there, was able to kind of coast there on that final lap, lost a good 3/4 of a second on that last lap, just driving around, making sure he's keeping out of trouble, not getting any penalties and bringing it home then. You've run through the top 10. Shall I go through 11th downwards saying this one then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Callum Barnett in 11th place then, followed by Jordan Morris, Adam Nather and Andrew Lloyd. So a less than ideal last couple of laps for Adam Nather, losing a few places. Followed by George Lunt, Alistair Morrison, then Jesse Dorgeese, Alex Lucas, Matthew Robinson, Jake Agawala, then Rana Menon. Of course, Rana getting a couple of penalties in that one, sadly for themselves. Ornan Henstock, followed by Will Day, Ewan Ritchie, then Max Ludgate, Andy Stobart and Dylan Savage, top 27. They were followed by Basilia Boroskiva, then Maxwell Melia, Tyler DeCross, Ethan Macy and Udu Menon. As we come to the end of that race then, I hadn't even noticed that we had two people with the same last name in that one, both Menons. Says, oh dear, the number 3 has ground to a halt there, out there on circuit. Who's that? That's Tyler DeCross. So I was a little bit surprised as to why Tyler was so far down the order, a well-known name in Club 100 Racing and BUKC Racing, but clearly having a bit of an issue out there, ending up in 30th place, and yeah, last of the finishes on that one on the leading lap. But there we go then. Looks like we're about ready to go down to the grid to speak with Piers Prior and hear from some of our drivers.
Hi, I'm Piers Prior, and I use my presenter's privilege to get penalties rescinded. I'm here with the winner of that race, Victor Pardo. Pardo, sorry. Excuse the misstep there. Pole 2 flag, exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want. It seems easy, but it was not that easy because I was trying to be as much focused as possible. So yeah, it's a good race.
Excellent. And you got to go from the back in the next one. You confident?
Yeah, I'm really confident. I'm really good at overtaking, so I would like another P1.
Brilliant. I look forward to seeing it then. There we go. Really good overtaking. Can't wait to see that one. Who's starting on pole for this next one then? It's a team effort to get the lead over here, so I'll let you crack on with getting that on the cart and maybe go and speak to an old favourite of mine called Ocean Beach. Come on over to this side of the cart. I'll have a quick chat with you. Ocean, 7th in your first heat?
Yeah, it was a good little drive, good little first lap.
What have you got in store for us in this one?
Well, I mean, hopefully first, but as good as I can. I'm just going to try my best.
That's what I like to hear. And you got your little jumper on today. I like that.
Yeah. Well, gotta represent your favourite supermarket.
You do. Tesco's mine, but we'll put our differences aside if you win.
Yeah, well, I think the club card system's a little bit overrated.
Oh no, some of them club card prices are naughty, and the points you can get. You spend your points at Cineworld, and you basically go into cinema for free.
I don't have enough knowledge to debate you on that, so I'm a little plus man myself.
We'll pick this one up later. You crack on with getting your cart ready. I'm going to talk to Finley Howard Hamlin, who is captain of the Coventry team. How are you doing today, Finn?
It's not been a good day. I mean, the morning wasn't. I won't talk about that.
But this afternoon's going to be far, far better, right?
I got 13th from 27th in Heat 1, so that was a good race.
And you're starting where here? 9th, is it?
7th.
7th, even better. Are you going to
win? See how we go.
A bit more confidence is all you need, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's in front of me, to be fair. I probably should have looked, but yeah. I'll send it and then... Hey, if I get penalties, I'll complain to you.
Yes, please do. I'll be in the pit lane. You know where to find me. There's Finley Howard Hamlin there. Let's go and have a chat to our man here, Giulio Peroni. Giulio, race winner this morning. How are you faring this afternoon?
Yeah, good. I got the inside for this race as well, which is nice. So yeah, try to get a solid result.
It's been a pretty good year for you. A couple of race wins in the BUKC mains. Do you reckon you could make yourself lightweight champion today?
I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, if everything goes right, maybe, yeah.
And you've got your former teammate Piers Prior in this one. You worried about him at all?
Yeah, he's usually quite rapid, but he hasn't been in the seat that much. So let's see how it goes.
I back you to beat him. Good luck, Giulio. Let's see who we've got even further back. We've got, come this side of the cart, sir, one of our team Exeter. Remind me your name.
Toby.
Toby, of course. Toby, how are you getting on?
Very good. Yeah, I'm having a blast of a day. It's my favourite track and used to race there a lot as a kid. Not had the best starts, but seemed to pull it back to where where I started.
Where did you finish in your first heat?
First heat, I finished 11th.
Can you do better than that in this one?
Absolutely. I'm confident.
And that should see you through to the A-final?
Absolutely. That's the plan.
All right then. From there, what are we talking? Are you looking for this championship yourself? You think you can take it back to Exeter?
I'm looking to get into the super final and then we'll see what happens. It's a lovely day, favourite track. Can't be happier.
Good stuff. Toby, have a good race. Let's grab a quick chat with who have we got here. We've got Jacob McComb, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Get your gloves on whilst I'm talking, because your race is going to start momentarily. Are you going to follow Toby through to the front?
Absolutely, yeah. Bit of a poor race the last one, but yeah, got to make it a few places and hopefully get to the front, guys. Make it to the final.
The sun is shining. Are we going to see you smiling after this one?
Depends how good the car is.
It doesn't matter how good the car is, you've got the talent, and I believe in you, all right?
Cheers, boss.
There we go. Right, one more before we go. Our reigning champion, Fraser Brunton, winner of lightweight heat number 1. What's going to happen in lightweight heat number 3?
Carnage. Straight carnage.
From you personally, are you going to be the instigator of that carnage?
From back here, yeah, most likely.
Okay, what position are we in here?
27th, something like that.
You've gained 116 places this BUKC season, Fraser. Surely another 26 isn't too much to ask.
I know, well, I better get going with it.
Have a good one, Fraser. Okay, this is lightweight heat number 3. Back to Reeve and John in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Piers. Don't be so self-deprecating in future. Anyway, we get ready for heavyweight heat. No, we don't get ready for heavyweight heat 2. We get ready for lightweight heat 3 here for our next Drivers' Championship heat. Reminder, we have 4 heats for both lightweight and heavyweight division, but we're going to go quickly through some grids now. So it's going to be... I'm going to let you take these grids.
Damn it. Jerry Zhu, Thomas Harvey on the front row, then Tom Stevens and Hayden Ching on row 2, Ocean Bache and Farrah Point Baranov on row number 3. Finney, Ahmad Hamling and Reeve Bright there on row 4 with Cameron Taylor, Zach Finney, Alex Smith and Mackay Singh. Then behind them, Will Howells, Hugh Lawrenson, then William Taylor, Peter Knight, Julia Peroni and Tom Northcott. Then it's Teo Yahart, Mark Cluley, Toby McDonald, Ben Southgate, Jacob McComb and Piers Prior. Then Ryan Liu, Ben Foden, Fraser Brunton, Kai Kinch, Declan Luff and Joanna Stapoulos. And Max Davison and Tiago Nobre, don't forget about those two, on the back row of the grid. Right then, looks like we've got that sorted just about in time then.
Nice work.
Of course, no warm-up laps. We're going to go around again. Why did I run through that so fast? We're going to go around again. Anyway, drivers getting ready. And, of course, no warm-up laps for these because they've all done a heat already. So far, 2 drivers have gone the wrong way. 2 drivers have gone the wrong way. That's not ideal. And I'm pretty sure, at least from previous times, I don't know if they actually allow them to join the back of the queue. I've seen before they just go, we shouldn't have made that mistake, and we're going to go for the race. So we'll see whether we carry on going around and they do rejoin their respective grid positions or whether we just get racing here for this 3rd heat of the day for our lightweight drivers. It does look like we're going to go for a start. Yes, we are. So 2 drivers missing out then. They're doing basically an extra half lap as we get racing action underway then. The 28 and the 5 heading off. So we've lost the 2 drivers from the front row. Jerry Zhu and Thomas Harvey not making it to the start. Who from row 2 will carry on? It's all getting a bit too close to comfort down there at Billy's Blind. Somehow they've all carried on facing the right direction. And 2 or 3 drivers are off there on the exit. 1 now facing the wrong way as they head on through this first lap. Yellow flags are out then as a few drivers flirt with the sausage curb on the outside of the corner. Big off there for the 18 and a big hit there. That's Giulio Peroni locking up the brakes and going straight into the side of a couple of drivers.
Yep, textbook too late on the brakes there. Unfortunately, not able to derate the karts quick enough. You're just going to go sliding, spinning around, and unfortunately, a couple of the karters caught in the mess there as well. For a brief moment, I thought we were going to get false start. It flagged up on the time system as false, but we are clearly under full green conditions, and we are getting a little bit elbows out, heading down the start-finish straight as we run into that first corner. Now briefly 3 wide, late on the brakes, down the inside there for the magnificent racing jumper there, I think we're going to call that one.
Yeah, fantastic overalls there from Ocean Bache, representing his favourite supermarket, as we heard in his interview. That's way too late down the inside from Will Howells. Almost like a bowling ball there for the rest of the drivers as he tries to force them out the wrong way there of the corner, as we're still battling 6 drivers in and amongst this, and this has given the lead easily to Ocean Bache. He's going to look to drive away with this one as they continue to squabble over set.
They will indeed. Naughty Piers Prior getting a couple of contact warnings from further down the order. I'm just wondering how Ocean Bache is able to do this race in this sunshine with a jumper on. That is brave stuff.
A race suit with a jumper over the top.
That is... Oh.
I mean, luckily it's not too warm out there at the moment. It's all getting a bit closer to the SEs. The 5 nearly goes straight into the barrier there. That's Hayden Ching getting way, way too close to the barrier. No fault of its own, though. All drivers just forcing each other wide here. This is what we were expecting from Drivers' Champs. And look who's joined the middle of the pack here. It's Mr. Piers Prior. He was self-deprecating earlier on, but he's pressing on well in this one. Now fighting with Benjamin Southgate. Benjamin's going to force him out wide there. Piers tried to sneak the nose up the inside. Not going to happen. Has to settle back into single file formation. Look at the defence there from Piers as they head through the final corner. More battling going on in and amongst it. What is this camera shot? So many drivers.
That is magnificent stuff from our drivers, and all looking so close, fighting tooth and nail really as we push on. Now there is Fraser Brunton, we look, leading the pack, of course, getting a win early on in Drivers' Champs. He would be hoping to replicate that. It certainly wouldn't be out of the question. We've only got 7 minutes left, but it is Fraser Brunton. So
yeah, it's definitely not out of the question.
Yeah.
Let's see how it carries on, though, through this one. Still plenty more positions to be had, though. Bit of a bump there from the number 4. Might try and learn back through, but already more drivers trying to find a way past on the exit. That was Tom Northcote just giving a little bump there through. And look at that, we're nearly 4 wide there heading into the final corner. Somehow they all find a bit of tarmac to use to turn into the right-hander. Battle over third place. I think there is late down the inside there. That's McDonald's, Taylor and Howells battling as we cut back to them on the exit. The 53 McDonald's staying ahead for now anyway, with Howells in 4th place, Taylor in 5th, and Brunton chasing them down there on the number 1, right in their shadow. As that was a massive off over the grass.
New line.
It was nearly in a new county there for one of the drivers as they managed to rejoin the action.
Yeah, I think testing out some new track layout extensions to Clay Pigeon, particularly at that part of the circuit today by the looks of things. As I thought that might be the case there. We're getting a bit elbows out, carts making contact with each other. And of course, no reverse gear in these. You've got to push that cart back onto the racing line when it is safe to do so. An unfortunate way to bring a bit of a pause to your race, really.
Indeed, yeah, less than ideal. I don't know what the rule is on that one. I think it's if you're touching the grass at all, you've got to get up and out, because his fronts were flirting with the grass. I think myself, maybe I would have just gone for that one. But anyway, he doesn't want to get himself a penalty. He's got out, he's turned it around, he's done the right thing. But he's lost a lot of time, and with only 6 minutes left to go, it's going to be a bit of scuppered race there for that driver. Peter Knight, new fastest lap for Peter Knight. You can see him here on the back of this train of 4 in 10th place. We've got McComb, Clooney, Southgate and Knight all in the train. McClooney's just got himself an ABC bump and pass penalty though. He's got himself to the front of the train, but clearly not cleanly. He's got a penalty for it.
McComb with one as well. A takeout penalty for Jacob there as well. So all those penalties that we didn't see in the morning, don't worry, I found them.
Yes.
So they're all here in the afternoon.
Yeah, they are.
See Ben Foden picking one up as well as we run down through the hairpin there. There is Ocean Beach there. Had a nice margin. Closed up though.
Where's that
Taylor.
gone?
William Taylor, I can tell you where it's gone. It is the fact that William Taylor is absolutely flying along at the moment. A 41.6 on that last lap. Ocean Beach, 42.1. So that gap has been slowly chipped away by William Taylor. And we're going to get a bit of a battle now as we head on to the next lap. Curb warning coming in for Piers Prior there. He is, I think he's trying to catch them all like they're Pokemon.
Yeah, Ocean Beach off colour in this one. Maybe not agreeing with the cart that's underneath him. He's well off pace. Finally, he's down into the 41s. Just popped in a 41.8, so clearly finding a bit of time now. But while he had that opportunity out in the lead on his own, that's when he needed to extend that gap and put the pace down. But he's lost the race lead. William Taylor is through then into the lead, and Ocean Beach falls down into 2nd place. He's now got Toby McDonald and Will Howells right in his wheel tracks as we head through to end this lap. And yet another penalty coming through, this time for Tom Northcote. Another ABC bump and pass.
Yep, a couple more coming in as well, and I can tell you what the next one's going to be. It's going to be for Mr. Piers Prior. A bump and pass penalty once again. He's not learnt from his mistakes in his previous heat. What's Piers going to have to say to Piers at the end of that one there? I'm not sure.
I was just a bit over-ambitious on that.
Okay.
That's what I'll say. We didn't see it on the camera this time, though, so we can't shame him, sadly.
We found him now. There he is. Shame. Shame.
The Alpha Live camera of shame. Right, then we look back to the sharp end of the field then. Still Taylor leading this one, being held onto by Ocean Beach and Toby McDonald. More drivers have joined the back of this one, though. Wide for Ocean Beach there at the final corner. Don't know if he was helped into it or not. Either way, up and under goes the 53. 22 trying to drive alongside as well. That is Will Howells with Fraser Brunton pushing him down to Billy's blind. Too late there for Will Howells. Makes contact with the side of Ocean Beach. Wide goes Beach, loses 2 positions.
He does indeed. That type of move that might draw some attention. Usually as we run into turn 1, we'll have to see if anything does come of that contact warning for Finley Armoured Handling as well. All getting a bit elbows out in this 10-minute sprint race. Of course, the penultimate lightweight heat for the afternoon's action before we head into our finals.
Indeed it is. Yep, 3 minutes left to go on the clock then. All still to play for at the front end of the order. Ocean Beach, though, slipping down to the back of this squabble, though. And yeah, look, shake of the head. I just don't think he's got quite as good of a cart as he had this morning, has Ocean, sadly for himself. Of course, come 100, everything they can to make sure the carts are as similar as possible, but sometimes you can just get a cart that doesn't quite have the same push as one of the other ones on circuit. I think Ocean just struggling a little bit in this race. We look back to that sharp end. That was Toby McDonald with Fraser Brunton. So put back through, I think, is Toby McDonald. There goes Fraser Brunton, back down the inside there at the horseshoe, up and under. Tries the 22. Will House trying to follow him through. You see the point forward there from Brunton. Wants to work together to see if they can catch William Taylor over the last couple of minutes of racing. Was there the follow through? Nope, that wasn't. Will Howes was unable to do it, stays in 4th place. So it's Taylor, Brunton, McDonald, Howes as we go on to another lap of this race with 2 minutes left to go on the clock.
Yeah, I blame the jumper personally to see Will Howells getting moved on down the inside through the S's now to run down towards the hairpin. Will there be a response there from Toby McDonald? No, follows Will through into the hairpin. We go side by side. Ocean Bait there on Peter Knight. Gets move seal, but I don't think it's going to be quite that secure because down the inside here goes Peter Knight with a better run through in towards the final part of the lap now. Bit of communication between the drivers there as we get ready to start our next lap. 90 seconds there or thereabouts left on the clock.
Yeah, good move from Peter, making his way through the order still. Still has that fastest lap of 41 dead. What a great lap. I want to say that's the fastest we've seen, at least in Drivers' Champs this afternoon today. Really fast lap from Peter Knight. Finding some good pace. But look at this, though. Fraser Brunton is on the back of our race leader, and William Taylor knows it. Holds that inside line down into the hairpin. Fraser trying the up and under to set himself up through the horseshoe. I think it'll be another setup here through the horseshoe to maybe think about the final corner. Knows he's still got a minute left to go in this one. Doesn't have to grab it straight away, but he knows if it goes wrong, he's going to lose time. Will House, Toby McDonald, Peter Knight all going to try and close in here into the last few laps of this race. Round pit bend they go then, top bend, as here's the thinking about the manoeuvre from Fraser Brunton. He's already won so far in Drivers' Champs this afternoon. Cuts back to the outside, trying the up and under. He's going to get the inside line. Great move from Fraser Brunton in the number 1 into the lead of the race.
Fantastic stuff from Fraser Brunton there. Will Taylor making his kart as wide as physically possible, has a look down the outside. Fraser responds by going as late as possible into the corner, actually locks a tyre and loses out momentum as a result, goes too deep into the corner. Will Taylor back through and into the lead of this race. Once again, that kart becomes approximately as wide as the Clay Pigeon Raceway, and now we see Fraser having the work to do to try and find a way past.
Yeah, that was an uncharacteristic mistake there from Brunton. Locks up the rear axle there. You just saw the little bit of smoke from the tyre as
here comes Will Howells.
I thought he had an issue there. Maybe not. I'll ignore it for now. Yeah, Will Howells pressing on, battling well with Toby McDonald. I think actually Howells just lost that place, hasn't he, into the first corner. So through goes McDonald.
Yeah, this time it's going to be Toby McDonald who tries to test the mettle of Fraser Brunton and Will Taylor as we drop down towards the hairpin there. Fraser having a brief look potentially at the inside through the hairpin. No, he's going to stay behind Will Taylor as we are now on the last lap of this race. So just one sector of the lap to go. It's Will Taylor leading from Fraser Brunton, but there we will see Will Taylor getting still stays out in front, but it's Fraser Brunton versus Toby McDonald. Fraser Brunton versus Peter Knight in the end, who takes home P3 in the end. Will Taylor, Fraser Brunton, Peter Knight, Toby McDonald, Will Howells. Our 5-kart battle covered by 0.5 of a second at the end of that race. What a race that was for our lightweight Heat 3.
Great battle right to the flag there at the sharp end of the order. I think Brunton has Knight to thank for that second place there. Didn't get a great run off of the final corner trying to make the move, and he was just lucky that Peter chose him, given that Brunton was on the inside line, to push towards the checkered flag. And it worked out for Peter as well. Great run through the pack then. Peter gaining 13 places in that race, 17 places gained by Toby McDonald, 25 places gained by Fraser Brunton, and 14 places gained by William Taylor. So definitely not a driver starting at the sharp end of the order running away with that one. Some huge movements through the pack. What brilliant racing, and probably what I'd say is the best race of the day so far there for Drivers' Champs. That was fantastic.
Yeah, that top end battle was truly remarkable. Well, I didn't even realise Peter Knight was in the mix there in the end, but there he goes, works his way through. It's Will Taylor, Fraser Brunton, Peter Knight, Toby McDonald, Will Howells, Ocean Bait, Ben Southgate, Cavan Taylor, Jacob McComb, Mackay Singh, Mark Cluley, Julia Prony, Piers Prior, Reese Bright. Move on then, we have Hugh Lawrence and Declan Luff, Hayden Ching, Kyle Kinch, Teo Yehart, Tom Northcott, Max Davison, Philly Ahmed Hambling, Thomas Harvey, Alex Smith, Tom Stevens, Farah Baranov, Ben Foden, Zach Finney, Tego Nobre, Ryan Leo, Jerry Zo, and then Joanna Stapopoulos. There are 32 kart results for our lightweight Heat 3.
You already see some drivers enjoying some choice beverages there at the side of the circuit, enjoying
very
their
nice.
afternoon. Hopefully they're not racing this afternoon in
wouldn't
Drivers' Champs. They'll only be watching.
That's for the party later.
Exactly. I hope everyone's joining us at the party later on this afternoon. Right then, let's go down to the dummy grid then and hear some more interviews from Mr. Piers Prior.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I'm Piers Prior and I love collecting penalties. Here I have Will Taylor, the race winner, Southampton's finest. Will, you had to battle for that one?
Yeah, that was a difficult one. I mean, I got into the lead fairly early on. Saw Fraser closing on me, and he did get past me on the final lap, or penultimate lap, I should say, but I managed to get past him just before the end, so yeah, lovely win.
Yeah, a bit of benefit from a lock-up from him, but yeah, I think you deserved it in the end, and strong second heat for you.
Yeah, of course, I finished 6th in the first race this morning, or this afternoon, so P1's very good. Yeah.
Should see you at the front of the A final and resume that battle with Fraser.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Will Taylor there, so let's go and talk to Mr. Peter Knight, who pushed Fraser over the line there. Some good hacking through the pack from you, Pete.
Oh yeah, I'm really struggling with starts. I've had 2 heats now, and every time, change of presenter, yeah, every time I've just sort of not been able to find the gap, or I just get bumped. But it's been better. I got a 3rd out of that. My kart was slightly better than most others, but I was very handily given 3rd by Fraser, my teammate.
There you go.
Yeah, because he gave me it over the line. So yeah, we got there in the end.
You got there in the end. Congratulations, Peter. Good result. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Let's walk further down the field and let's grab a word with some of the drivers starting towards the front of Heat 3 for the heavyweights. Doing a bit of quick maths there. Let's jump in and grab a word with Mr. Returnee himself, Samuel Pooley. Sam, you're back again.
I'm back again. Yeah, 2 years off.
Is this your first heat or second?
Second heat, yeah. Nice one.
How did it go?
Bad start, managed to recover it just about. So P8 from 28th.
Oh, that's a good result. And then you're going for P4 in this one.
P4 in this one, yeah. Hoping for a win, really. But we
will see. A lot can happen in a Drivers' Championships race. Time for one more interview, I reckon. Let's pop in and grab a word with this man here. Who are you?
Max.
I'm Max. Lovely to meet you, Max. Max, what can you do in this race?
I just want to stay with the pack, honestly. There's a lot of strong drivers here, so I just want to keep in the middle and just secure my places, hopefully.
How did it go in the first race for you?
It was good. I mean, I haven't been to this track many times. I thought I'm just trying to get some tips from some of the other more experienced drivers.
What have they been telling you?
They've been telling me to sort of brake and then coast into the apex and then put the power on. So I'll be trying that. Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. Let's see how you get on in this one. Good luck, Max. And then who's starting right at the back of the grid? In these mixed grids where you've only got 2 heats, you can either get with a front and a back grid, or you get 2 middles. Front and back is definitely preferable. So anyone who's starting back here, like this man from Warwick, has also already had a front grid. But I'm being told I've got no time, so let's go racing for heat number 4. Heat number 4 of the heat, whatever he is, roasting.
Thank you very much, actual Pierce. It's heavyweight heat 3 that we've got coming next. Which you think, oh, is that the 4th? No, it's the 6th race of the afternoon. So wrong on both accounts there, Pierce.
Yeah, how can you not keep track? It's not like you've been in the car or anything.
Thinking about the penalties.
What's going on there?
Anyway, we are going to have our starting grid for heavyweight heat 3. Matthew Robertson and Vasilia Borovskia. And then we have Max Ludgate, Sam Pooley, Ethan Macy, Jack Cross. Our first 3 rows. Robbie Rigby, Matthew Bolton, Ethan Herford, Maxwell Melia, Daniel Tachenko. Apologies there for Jesse Dorgeist as well. Moving on to row 7. Jordan Morris, Alex Lucas, Shuyu Wu, Tyler DeCroix, George Atkinson and Khaled Saab. Moving on to row 10. George Lawrence, Will Day, Josh Rayner, Rana Menon, Jonathan Dalton and Callum Barnett. Moving on to row 13, Jensen Brown, Axel Slepcevic, Udi Menon, Annan Palmer, George Sams, Hushrav Barwala, and then we have Benjamin Shum and Howden Haynes. There are 32 karts for our heavyweight heat 3.
Good to see Howden out, one of the Cardiff alumni that we saw racing for Uni of Life earlier this morning, and a nice travelling. We've got a spinner at the final corner there on the roll-up. That is less than ideal. I saw a few drivers getting a little bit too close there. Looks as though we're ready to go for the race start, though. Let's see how this one cracks. So Matthew Robinson and Vasiliva Boloskaya on the front row of the grid. Then we head on down to the first couple of corners. Into Billy's Palm we go. Sam Pooley looking to get a few positions early on in this one. He is going to get the up and under on the 2 drivers on the front row of the grid. Sam Pooley to the lead lead of the race immediately. Has everyone there made it through the first corner? I think they might have just done. However, a number taking to the grass there through the S's.
Yeah.
Oh no, there were 2 stragglers at the back. My apologies.
Yeah, no, I think everyone getting underway relatively cleaner there. So top effort from our heavyweight Heat 3 drivers, especially our front row of the grid, who seem to have built up a fairly nice margin at the front end of the pack so far.
Indeed, yeah, carrying on this first lap of the race, all getting a bit closer comfort. Watch out for Tyler DeCross on the number 3. Of course, had that car issue in his first race earlier on, so he can be driving in anger here as we head on through his second race of the day, wanting a better result to put himself out of the B final, hoping to get into the A final then later on. And only a few moments' time, to be fair, only a couple more races to go after this one in terms of the heat. More side-by-side action there, heading through the S's. Drivers just about making it through, giving each other the racing room and cracking on through this lap then, as that's a late move to the inside, way too late. I think that was the 29er, Josh Rayner, chucking it to the inside there and using a few other drivers as his brake. Either way, they all managed to keep going in the right direction and carry on, but I think losing a little bit of time.
Yeah, they all make it through, though. We saw George Lawrence running particularly wide there, actually, on the outside. Was able to keep it pointed in the right direction. A couple of track limit warnings coming in there, perhaps unsurprisingly, from the start of this race. As looks to be big issues there for a driver tumbling down the order. That is going to be, who's that there? That's Vasilia Borovskaya, dropping down to P9. They're running second at the start of this race, but now down in P9.
Yeah, one of the drivers that got sent by Sam Pooley down to Billy's Blind on the first lap, just dropping down a little bit further here through this first part of racing action. No one going too late on the brakes there, down into hairpin. Always good to see. There's more racing there through the middle part of the circuit. That's the 56 of Boroskaya. They're trying to hold on to 9th place. Got Jesse Dorgeast in behind, Jonathan Dalton as well, George Lunt, Jordan Morris, Axel Sietovic still right involved in the squabbles. But Sam Pooley now with a 2.5 second gap at the front of the order after only 2.5 minutes of racing. Unbelievable pace from Sam Pooley. Is that Sietovic down the inside or one of his teammates? I can't quite tell. They've all got the same race suit on. As follows through does the number 17. So no, it was Jesse Dorgeast still on Jack Cross, and Jonathan Dalton follows him through.
Yeah, all heading through the hairpin now. A point of contention through so many races here today.
Sorry, someone's wearing a Team Sport race suit.
Nice!
I just noticed. Yeah. Who is that in the Team Sport race suit? What absolute banditry for the 28. Fantastic.
I was going to say, that does now give them a license to basically go and do what they want on track. Because
Max Ludgate it is in the Team Sport suit. One absolute legend. Under a bit of pressure here, though, from a couple of drivers. The 48 trying to find a way through. That's Alex Lucas and Daniel Tachenko. Trying to get through, and they both do down at Billy's Blind.
Of course it is. Nice to see a bit of Team Sport representation, of course. Club 100 teaming up with Team Sport as part of the karting pathways that we've got going on this year. We've alluded to it in a couple of prior streams, and we will further into the year as well as we have more action. But I know, for example, the Girls Karting Academy is a big thing at the moment that Team Sport Club 100 are working together with as well. So fantastic to see a bit of representation there from Team Sport, actually.
Of course, exactly that. And also, of course, the British Indoor Karting Championship. Your prize for winning that is a fully paid for season in Club 100 karting. So, yeah, lovely to see the karting pathway in the UK going from strength to strength. And, of course, BUKC going from strength to strength every year as well. We've always got more unis trying to get involved, more drivers wanting to get in amongst it and get out on those 4 wheels and scrap away. And they're doing just that here in the Drivers' Championships. Who have we got here? Is that Robbie Rigby? Yes, it is Robbie Rigby. New fastest lap of the race on the last lap from Robbie, but was within about half a tenth. Was Matthew Bolton, the driver in ahead of him. So 2 very experienced drivers, 2 very fast drivers. I think maybe the gap is probably too great for Sam Pooley ahead now, so they're left to battle for second place.
Just over 5 minutes to go in this race. These sprint races go by oh so quickly. Jonathan Dalton, we saw earlier on in the previous heavyweight. Sorry, it was the previous heavyweight. I'm getting confused now. It's spreading from Piers. The previous heavyweight heat pushing on very nice indeed as we look down towards the first corner. A potential move was on the cards there. Thought better of it, though. We look back to a couple of places up, and now we're actually going to move on elsewhere on track. Now we're following along with the number 48 car of Alex Lucas. This is for the top end of the running there. Jonathan Dalton, as mentioned, on a bit of a charge at the moment, is closing up on Alex Lucas at the moment and has got past Matthew Robson, has actually got past Alex Lucas now by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's been pressing on really nicely as the number 17 in his cosmic branded suit. Clearly done some owner driving as Jonathan Dalton, and he's using that to good use here at Clay Pigeon. As here we look back to nearer the sharp end of the order. That's Daniel Tachenko at the front end of this group. 5 seconds off of the leader, followed by Max Ludgate, Alex Lucas. A few more drivers there. is making their way through. Is that is Jonathan? No, it's not. It's the number 1. Apologies of Axel Slijepcevic, who's made it past, making up a position. I think that was on Matthew Robinson. Matthew not too happy about that one. He puts his hand up in the air, but he definitely does care.
Terrible puns there from John Ratcliffe. That's what we're here for.
One of my go-tos, that one.
And the penalty man himself has returned into the comms box. Oh, and he's left. Oh, no, he's still here. He's just hiding, cowering in fear and shame. A couple more penalties for Piers there.
Well, I only got one, didn't I?
Yes, but still, it was the same one once again.
I don't know what it was for.
Bump and pass.
No, but the first race, I got the
Of course, that was why other Piers was calling you the. Anyway, there's still action out on track. Oh,
anyway,
that's a terrible excuse.
There we go then. Drivers heading through the hairpin once more. Max Ludgate trying to hold on to 5th place. Not going to happen though, into the horseshoe. Late down the inside there, move from Alex Lucas. Gets 5th place away. Slijepcevic trying to follow on by. He's made the place on Dalton already. Dalton now up the inside of Slijepcevic as they head on round. My confusion there as you were talking to Piers was I saw a blue flag. There was a blue flag on the circuit for a driver who's a lap down. So maybe in Driver's Chance we do have blue flags.
We're just not used to them. We get so used
we got confused. There we go. Jensen Brown, new fastest lap for JB. They're in 12th place. We know he's got good pace. Oh, nearly spins it there.
Bit of oversteer.
That is the back marker that got the blue flag earlier on. The 35, that is of Ethan Macy.
Yeah, see that coming from a mile back, going too brave down the inside there. Late on the brakes, collecting a couple of other carts as well. Now need to wait to rejoin the track safely on unfortunate incidents.
Yeah, Alex Lucas and Max Ludgate facing the wrong direction there down at the hairpin. Did you see who it was who went for the initial overtake? Was it one of them two?
Briefly caught
someone else.
I think it was, yeah.
Well, we'll wait and see if anything comes through on the timing in terms of penalties for that one. Anyway, it's all changed in the top end of the order then. There is the Cosmic suited driver of Dalton trying to fend off, and Slijepcevic are going to go side by side through the S's. Up and under is going to try the 16, hanged out onto the Sotis curb there for Slijepcevic. He's still there on the inside though. Door is closed by Dalton down into the hairpin. It's all getting a bit feisty here in this mid-pack.
It is indeed. Slijepcevic still pointing in the right direction somehow, riding those curbs for potentially a little bit too long. Penalty comes in for Jonathan Dalton. ABC takeout there. That is pretty dramatic for his race. He was pushing on quite nicely. Started 23rd on the grid, up to P5 on the road, but it won't be P5 as it finishes there. Big penalty there, that takeout. But we look further elsewhere on the action here, running it through that first corner, gets a little bit elbows out, a little bit too close for comfort, catches the cart, collects the cart there, but losing positions. Oh dear. Right through for Jack Cross there, going on the inside of the S's. A new favourite line of our drivers this afternoon, I think.
Yeah, the drivers do enjoy that one. They just think, oh, if I can't carry the speed and we'll go side by side, I'll just send it straight across the grass. Go on then. So yeah, there we see then it was Jonathan Dalton, the causation of the issues down at the hairpin a few laps ago for Alex Lucas. And Max Ludgate then. They both dropped down the order. Alex Lucas has found himself in 19th. And Max Ludgate in 25th place. Slijepcevic still hounding the rear end then of Jonathan Dalton for 5th place. Dalton fends him off though, holds that middle part of the circuit, able to get a good enough exit to keep Slijepcevic behind for now anyway as they head through the S's. And there is JB, Jensen Brown, already up to 7th place. Then we saw him with the fastest lap earlier on. That's now been taken by Matthew Bolton in 2nd place. We've only got a minute left to go. 41.5 for Bolton. He's within a second of Sam Pooley in the lead of the race. Could still happen, potentially. Wait and see if Pooley makes any mistakes. There might still be a battle for the lead on here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see. Penalty comes in for Jordan Morris there. He's around about Jensen Brown and George Lawrence at the moment. Jensen starting 25th on the grid. Remarkable drive for Jensen in this race. The clock ticking down. And now then, this will potentially be the last lap of the race. It's going to be very close indeed. In fact, it will be the last lap of this race. No, it won't be. It will not be. We're going to get another lap. We are going to get another lap. My maths failed me there.
Exactly, yeah. It's different between different championships. It gets very confusing as to when we do go on a last lap or not. It's not a +1 lap here in BUKC, so it's only if there's less than the amount of time it takes to do a lap on the clock when they cross the line. That's when we go on to the last lap, which should be now. Yes, there we go. Pooley across the line starts the last lap of this race. Sadly for Matthew Bolton, I think he's been a little bit held up there on that last lap, losing a couple of tenths out to Pooley, trying to get round a back marker, and I think that's probably leading battle gone then. What a race though from Sam Pooley. Doesn't have the fastest lap, a few tenths off of the fastest lap set by Matthew Bolton. Got to the front when he needed to most. At that first corner, was aggressive down at Billings Blind to make it stick, and then it's just driven away with it.
Yeah, got a nice lead, as you say, from that first part of the race, and has just stayed consistently out in front. No major challenges for the rest of this race. Matthew Bolton, meanwhile, having a bit more work to do to climb up from 8th into 2nd. Likewise, Robbie Rigby enjoying it, but it will be Sam Pooley who takes the checkered flag, takes race victory ahead of Matthew Bolton, who was pushing on and closing up that gap, but it wasn't to be in the end. That's ahead of Robbie Rigby there, Daniel Chichenko, Jonathan Dalton, Axel Sliepcevich, Jensen Brown, Jordan Morris, George Lawrence and Jesse Dorgees there are top 10 in this race.
Indeed, another good race there. Some great battles sort of in and amongst the top 10 there between a number of drivers. Gutted for a few of them. Involved with some incidents, drivers that were on for a good result there. They're getting shuffled back down the order and just making their lives a little bit more difficult when we go into the finals later on this afternoon. And like we say, not too long until we do just that. 2 more heats left to go then. Another heat for the lightweights and another heat for the heavyweights. Here is the full results though from heavyweight heat number 3. Sam Pooley wins it on the road. Don't think he got any penalties in that one, so should take the full spoils of that one. Matthew Bolton and Robbie Rigby, your top 3. Daniel Tachenko in 4th place, Jonathan Dalton in 5th, Axel Sliepcevich, Jensen Brown, Jordan Morris, George Lunt and Jesse Dorgees, your top 10. They were followed by Callum Barnett, Tyler DeCross, Matthew Robinson and Hushrav Boharala. Then runner men on Will Day, Jack Cross, Alex Lucas, Udu Menon, then George Atkinson, George Sams, Khaled Saab, Josh Rayner, Max Ludgate, Benjamin Shum, Ethan Herford and Vasilizla Boreskava. And that's it. That's your finishing order there in that one then. I think already we're pretty much ready to hand down to Mr. Piers Prior, who's waiting on the grid to chat to some of our drivers.
Yeah, I've lost a bit of height compared to last race when you sent down to me. We're going to grab a word with some of our drivers, including Axel Sliepcevich, who went up 20-something places. Always good to hear about what happened during the race. Hello, Exeter. Oh, it's Bath and Exeter, isn't it? You went up about 20-something places. That must have been pretty good.
Yeah, I went around the outside of turn 1 and it turned out pretty well.
High risk manoeuvre, that one.
Yeah, it is, but I kind of didn't really have a choice. So I just saw the gap and went and hoped no one sort of clattered into me. So yeah, got a bit lucky.
Got a bit lucky. But hey, you got to make your own luck. And Jensen, how was that for you?
Yeah, I just kind of let everyone take themselves out really, and it was just focused on getting the good laps in. So yeah, it was a good race.
Good race. Enjoy, as long as you're enjoying yourself. That's the main thing. We're looking ahead now to I think it's the final or the penultimate lightweight race ahead of this one. Our Oxford Brooks driver Alfie is starting on pole in this one. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
Yes, I nearly caught up to you in that first one. You didn't see me though.
In the first one?
Yeah, in the first one, the one you were in.
Where did you start?
32nd.
Oh, nice. That's a.
So
we have 8, so you're on for a good result. That's
pretty much. Now I'm just going to white line it for 10 minutes.
I look forward to I look forward to that. Yeah, I had a not so good race in my second one.
Oh, I didn't see that. You had a good first one, 3rd.
No, I was 4th in the first one and I was 17th in the second one.
Ooh.
From 24, so not even...
B final for you?
No, I think I should scrape in the A.
Cool. Do people go through from the B final?
Yeah, there are bump ups, so I've got hope. Anyway, Alfie going from the front row. Alongside him, we have this man here. Who are you?
Adam from Cambridge.
Adam, we spoke earlier.
We did. It's going better this afternoon, actually.
Great.
Made up a few, because I was dead last in the first heat. Made up a 10 places or so.
That's a solid result.
And then going backwards. So.
Well, you never know. You might keep your position. I've heard from Alfie he's just going to white line it for 10 minutes, so you could just sit behind him.
I'd rather start there than here. Because the outside of the first corner is just awful.
What? You could just send it all the way around the outside
and fall off. I have a really nice crash. Make sure you get it on the stream.
Well, yeah. Well, of course we'll get it on the broadcast, mate. We don't miss a thing.
No. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't started from the front row for ages, so it'll be a bit of a change.
Well, don't go over the line before him, basically. That's pretty much it, because otherwise you get a penalty from lap 1. That's not what we want. We've got another good attire here. Look at this shirt. Look at this.
It used to be tradition that everyone would dress up, but I think only Ocean Beach has got a little thing on. So.
I completely forgot I was going to bring something.
Oh, yeah, well, that's my teammate ahead of me.
He's not making it around turn 1.
On the live stream, just watch out, yeah. So. I'm gonna. Yeah, not.
But we'll leave what's unsaid. I think is probably best. Moving further down the grid, we've got some other drivers further down who are looking to make up some positions, including this man from Leeds.
Hello.
Who are you?
My name is Aryan. I'm vice captain for Leeds.
Vice captain. Okay, right. What can the vice captain do in this one from somewhere?
Well, I hope I don't get taken out like the first one. So,
was it your fault?
Nah, never. On the outside and gave enough room, I thought, but we just got tagged on the rear wheel and hopefully it doesn't go again. Maybe I just won't go on the outside this race.
That's a good recommendation, I would say, having done a couple of races today. Outside is not your friend. Who's starting at the back of the grid? It's another... Oh, he's already spoken to a Leeds person, sorry. We'll go one forward with purple person.
Hello.
Who are you?
Ryan Williams.
Ryan?
Yes.
Ryan, talk to me. What's on your mind?
Well, I fucked it into you almost.
You chucked it off the road, is what you said. Well, ignore that. We're going racing again. Back to John and Reeve.
Thank you once again, Piers. Chatting to some drivers. No need to listen back to that last interview. Anyone? No one needs to worry about that one. We crack on though. Last lightweight heat of the day here for our drivers' champs. Are you taking this one or am I taking this one?
Yeah, I believe it's yours.
Thank you very much. Alfie Prince starts on pole position with Adam Ormondroyd there on second place. Rafi Anwar and Ben Pepper on row 2 with Robbie Ward and Simon Ram there on row number 3. Row 4 we'll have Tom Roberts and Cameron Perez Barreo. Then William Kurtler, Ben Saunders, Jake Palmer and Enzo Amatrano, then Glenn Williamson, James Granger, Josh Adams, Douglas Smith, Anastasia Teleshenko, then Orion Nella. Behind them, Isaac Lyons and Jack Finch, then Lawrence Vines, Alfie Baxter-Davies, Vinny Fitzsimmons, Patrick De Batista. Then continuing on, Logan Parker, Ryan Williams, Alex Wilkinson, Lewis White, Joel Julius and Charlie Oliver. And then finalising the grid are Sergio Noor and Alexander Brown. We're going round again. Why did I rush so much? That's the grid.
Nice inflection there as we come to the end of it. Meanwhile, Sergio Noor starting fairly high up the order in his previous lightweight running. This time's got all that work to do from the back, so interesting to see how he progresses. We knew what he could do from the front end of the pack. He picked up a bit of a penalty, but otherwise had a pretty strong race. Let's see what he can do from further back down the order. That's one of the great things about the heat running that we do, is that it changes it up for all the drivers. We get some variety. We get variety in the drivers that are in each race, and variety in the grids as well, as we are ready to go racing down those tram lines here for our final lightweight heat of the afternoon. Into turn 1 then, we'll be looking for a clean run through. Are we going to get that? Well, it's a little bit of contact, but everyone pointing the right direction. Congratulations as we head through the S's. Those congratulations were not ill-founded as well. We make it through the S's into the hairpin next.
We do indeed. You could see the drivers absolutely soaring at the wheel there as they're all getting bumped left, right, back and forward, trying to just hold on to the car, but they all managed to make it through. Impressive stuff. I don't think anyone's gone off down at the hairpin either. Could we have an entire lap with no drivers going off, Mr. Retailer?
Don't say that as we head round the final corner now onto the start-finish straight. I think we will, though, because it's looking good for our final lightweight heat of the afternoon. Into that first corner, then it's Alex Ormondroyd, Alfie Prince who lead Alfie Prince ahead of Adam there with an impressive charge on that previous lap into that first corner. Rafi Anwar and Robbie Ward also following in quick succession.
Yeah, Alfie Price with his Evolution Racing suit on. We've seen him be very impressive this morning and throughout the season for, I believe, Oxford Brooks A. Now leads this race, racing for himself here in heat number 4 for our lightweights. Pressing on round the final corner and trying to drive away with this one. Still scrapping there down in the mid-pack. That's Ben Saunders going for a move at the final corner. Trying to take a place away as they head on to a new lap then. But still Ormondroyd right in behind, trying to pressure, trying the up and under. He might have it here. Adam goes up and under there at the first corner, takes the lead back away from Alfie Prince. Despite Alfie having the fastest lap on the last lap, Ormondroyd gets him back immediately. Will we see the re-overtake though down at the hairpin? Yes, door just about left open enough for Prince to send it back down the inside. Robbie Ward now trying his hand to the outside line in the horseshoe. He's going to point Ormondroyd back through though, knows it's not worth it. Let's sit back in behind and see if we can build a gap. Well, I say that, I think they're all going to continue fighting.
Nice strong racing from these two at the front end of the pack then, just about giving each other enough room. It's hard, but it's fair. Racing's what we like to see. Alfie, of course, getting back past Adam Adam getting back past Alfie, where Alfie did the same just a lap ago. Could we see the same thing again? Not quite sure, because here's Robbie Ward on the scene as well, as we say. Quick reminder, by the way, just in case you missed at the start of the Drivers' Champs, it was Bathe crowned as our main champions as we dive down into the hairpin once more. Bit of oversteer there for Adam Ormonroyd. Penalty coming in for, just curb warning rather, for Robbie Ward. Yeah, Bathe are Prem's champions. That was ahead of Cardiff A and then Oxford Brooks A as well. And then it was also Loughborough C in our clubman's. Who took the championship there. And these BUKC drivers now not racing for those teams. That championship is decided. We're battling it out just for who is the best driver now.
Indeed, who's the best driver in 2025 here in the British Universities Karting Championship. And of course, not only drivers who race in 2025, but drivers that used to race in the BUKC from years gone past. And there's a driver getting past. That's Robbie Ward through on Adam Ormonroyd. Then a slight mistake through Billy's blind. Sees the number 14 go wide. Second place taken by Robbie Ward. This is what Alfie Prince needed to try and build a gap here. You see the communication, as you've mentioned so many times, gesticulating furiously there was Adam Ormonroyd, just trying to say, no, stop fighting me, let's just go. I don't mind being the one sat behind. Let's just not let Alfie Prince get away here, which is exactly what he's doing as they're battling, has brought Jake Palmer and Simon Ram back into this pack. You see the thumbs up there from the 39er Jake Palmer. He knows what he's doing, speaking to the team at the side of the circuit, getting as much assistance as he can. This might be a late move to the inside, very late there down at Billy's blind. It's going to be an up and under for the driver in behind, gets through as well.
Yeah, nice move there from the number 40 of Ben Sanders. Saw his opportunity open up to him. The seas were parted by the 48 of Jack Finch out in front, and Ben Sanders says thank you very much there. Rafi Anwar losing out through that first corner then, but I'm sure we're going to be poised for a bit of a battle now as we head through to the last part of this lap and open ourselves up into turn one in just a few seconds' time.
Indeed, this has been a much more sort of calm and considered race so far. I mean, we had the most calm lap number one that we've had, I think, all day here today at Clay Pigeon. And drivers really settling into this one, picking each other off as best as they can. No, not too many ridiculous sends, not too many drivers coming together at any parts of the circuit. That's a little bit wide. Is that Robbie Ward? Yes, it is. Ward wide, then into the S's. Through goes the 14 of Ormonroyd and the 39 of Jake Palmer. New fastest lap on the last lap from Jake Palmer, the 39, cutting his way through the order. Mr. Googly Eyes is pressing on very, very nicely.
Thank you for the Jaffa cakes there,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Googly Eyes. Very useful indeed. I've been better today. I've only finished half a pack.
Very impressive, mate.
Thank you.
Right then, 5 minutes left to go. Half race distance of this one already. When we saw Palmer cutting through well, but it was actually an overtake on Palmer through the horseshoe we saw in the last. That's Simon Ram getting the move done. Up to fourth place he goes. They're still not dropping that far off of Alfie Prince despite the battling.
That might be a cone penalty. Just a sneaky suspicion that cone tumbling across the circuit usually implies that a car has hit it.
Yes, indeed. Just working out who actually did it when the drivers are all so close together. Oh, that is a sad
That is
cone.
an injured cone, if ever I've seen one.
Poor cone. I remember a time at, I think it might have been even Drivers' Champs the last time I did it at Landau, where I went for a bit of an over-exuberant move, went over a cone and it just got stuck underneath. So it made the most horrific sound. I had to pull over the side of the track because I couldn't get the cone out. That was race done for me. So don't do that, drivers, if you can hear me.
That's why you don't want to push on too far. That's why you don't want to ride over the curves. Why you don't want to push over the limit and end up with a curb stuck in your car or anything like that, because you do run the risk not only of falling foul of the regulations, as we see the 29 trying to force a move down the inside, Robbie Ward, and perhaps unsurprisingly some choice words, I suspect, being traded, at least visually, between the two drivers as we head to the later parts of the lap. But that was late on the brakes, making the kart gap be just about wide enough for his car to fit through. And Robbie Ward gets the position ahead of Adam Ormonroyd there.
Yeah, Ormonroyd wasn't even angry, he was just disappointed. Just put his hand on like, what was that, mate? That was way too late on the brakes. Both losing out places then. Ward to fifth, Ormonroyd to sixth. Adams is through there into fourth place then. And now we've got Ram and Palmer battling over second place. There is the 23 of Josh Adams, who now takes the fastest lap. Now takes 2 places. What a move down the inside from Josh Adams. Up from fourth to second in the space of only one corner. Brilliant move from the fastest driver out on circuit at the moment. Now he's at the front of the pack. They've got 1.2 seconds to close down on Alfie Prince. Certainly not out of the question, with Prince setting a 42.2 on the last lap.
Yep, that is a little bit slow for Alfie Prince. Simon Ram closing up. Jake Palmer, Josh Adams all in the mix there. A bad lap for Robbie Ward overall. Bump and pass penalty, perhaps unsurprisingly, and then racing under yellows. A double whammy there in terms of penalties, and that will drop him down a few positions when all is said and done.
Yeah, not ideal there for that one. Robbie's been racing really, really well in this one, but just coming a crop with the regulations on a couple of occasions here in this one. Anyway, we continue to watch this squabble at the front end of the order. Late move down the inside there. There goes the 61 of Ram getting back through on Jake Palmer, that was. So they switched places earlier on in this lap. Palmer's back through, though, through the right-hander. Into the final corner they come then. Palmer under a bit of pressure from behind as well as they continue to squabble over the same piece of tarmac then. The 48 pressing on by. There's Jack Finch. He's now on the outside of another driver. That'll be, is it Jake Palmer? No, it's Robbie Ward he's on the outside of. As they down the inside there. That was the driver with the very loud shirt that he's wearing over his race suit there. And he's being pretty loud out there on circuit as a 61. Simon Ram still well in and amongst this battle. But given that they've all been battling, holding each other up, drivers have closed back in, and that's wide again from Ormondroyd.
That is,
He can't complain about that one, though. He wasn't forced out that time. That was on him.
Yeah, flying into that hairpin. I think he just tries to get the car, almost like a bit of a Scandinavian flick. He tries to head it into the hairpin there, but the car is a little bit too unstable to be doing that. And as you say, ends up running out wide, and luckily collects it, because that was fairly high speed. The speed wasn't scrubbing off, and it could have ended much worse.
Indeed, yeah. Slips down to 8th place then, after all is said and done. Okay, when Josh Adams made the move for 2nd place, there were 2 seconds between himself and Alfie Prince. He's already closed in over a second on that gap, and there's still over a minute left to go, ladies and gentlemen. A 41.3 on the last lap from Josh Adams, and that's not his fastest lap of the race. It was a 41.7 for Alfie Prince, and that is his fastest lap so far. Down the inside of the horseshoe goes the 48. Jack Finch leans on Jake Palmer as he tries to take away 3rd place, but Palmer sides back through, back into 3rd place. Through the final corner they come then. They all decide to follow line astern, but we've got Jake Palmer, Jack Finch, Simon Ram, Robbie Ward and Ben Sanders all in a little train here as we head on to another lap.
Jake Palmer deploying the human DRS and feeling the pressure mounted on him by all of those cars forming up behind. If these things had mirrors, you'd be absolutely glued to them, wouldn't you? Just trying to see the fleet of cars occupying your rear vision. Meanwhile, out in front, Josh Adams, Alfie Prince building up a much more comfortable margin. 48 there, Jack Finch going a little bit deep into the corner. That allows Simon Ram to come side by side, but is instead going to be occupied by Jake Palmer.
Brilliant battling between these two drivers. But look at that. Look at the leading battle. We might need to cut back over, please, producer, if we can see the leading battle. Josh Adams now has got through. He's got through on Alfie Prince there for the lead of the race then. Change on the timing on the left-hand side of your screen. It's all been swapping in this pack as well then. And there are your leaders then. On to the last lap we go. And I think for the first time in about 8 or 9 laps, we have a different race leader, and it's on the last lap.
Yeah, we do indeed. Josh Adams putting in the magic then to get past Alfie Prince. Alfie Prince rather, on Josh Adams. It was looking oh so close on the previous lap, but now we see it is going to be Prince finally ahead of Adams. We've seen flashes of brilliant pace from Alfie Prince, but now he's finally been able to put it together. A couple more penalties coming in as the timer has indeed hit 0 and navigating the final corner. Alfie Prince then does it as we start the last lap, takes the checkered flag there. No, sorry, it is Josh Adams rather, ahead of Alfie Prince, my bad.
he extended by over a second on that last lap alone to Josh Adams. But down into the 40.9s. What an impressive lap there from Josh Adams. Unbelievable stuff. Okay, gained over a second on that last lap alone. Unbelievable stuff. Josh Adams take a bow after that race. Fantastic stuff. Alfie Prince and Jack Finch in your top 3. Finch gets to the front of that secondary train. Jake Palmer holds on to 4th place. Clearly the draft gate's helping somewhat there then. Robbie Ward in 5th, Ben Sanders in 6th, Simon Ram 7th, Logan Parker 8th. Then Adam Ormondroyd there in 9th place, and Glenn Williamson, your top 10. Another really great race though. A really fun one that was to watch and commentate over. I'm sure you feel the same.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Not just battles for the lead, but also elsewhere within the pack there. That mid-pack battle being led by Jake Palmer, particularly at the end, that was looking fairly heated, wasn't it?
See what he did there. Heated?
Oh my god. Okay.
I
didn't
not
see
final.
What I did there.
Sorry.
It's getting worse, folks.
Right, shall we run through the order for this one before we... the finishing order before we hand it down to Mr. Piers Prior on the grid. So went through the top 10, then Glenn Williamson was in 10th place, then followed by Rafi Anwar, William Kurtler, Isaac Lyons, Tom Roberts, Patrick de Batista, then Lawrence Vines, Douglas Smith, Alfie Baxter-Davies, Arian, Joel Julius, Sergio Noor, then Charlie Oliver, James Granger, Alex Wilkinson, Alexander Brown, Lewis White, Ryan Williams, Cameron Perez Barreo, then Finley Fitzsimmons, Anastasia Tereshchenko, Ben Pepper, and Enzo Amitrano. But that was your 32 finishes in that one. An interesting one there. Sergio Noor led from pole position in his earlier race, didn't he? This one starts at the back, could only get through to 21st. So it's a difficult one out there on Circuit in Drivers' Champs. Let's hear from some of the drivers, though. Down to Piers Prior on the grid.
Thank you, John. Ready for some reaction to that race and looking ahead to the final race of the heats, shall we say. Looking up to the grid. Oh, University of Life driver, have you just come out?
No, I'm just about to go in.
How are you feeling?
Born ready.
Born ready, I'm glad to hear it. Brilliant to have our University of Life, two University of Life drivers, the original founders of the, I think it was a BIKC, British Inter-Universities, something like that. But anyway, the two founders of the British University Karting Championship, which has then obviously morphed into what we have now. Great to have them on the grid. And our pole sitter on the right-hand side of grid, just finishing off his little clips. Can I grab a word for our pole sitter, please?
Sure.
All right, remind us who you are.
My name's Pav.
Pav, how are you feeling ahead of this race, pole position?
A bit too much for me, to be honest.
A bit too?
Too much.
Too much?
Yeah, I haven't raced for 3 years now in Club 100, so...
3 years?
Yeah. Last time it was Drivers' Champs.
Really?
Yeah.
I swear I've seen you since then.
Nah.
I swear I interviewed you at GYG.
I've only done 24, that's it. BUKC 24.
So 1 year?
Well, those are 4 strokes, so a bit different, but yeah.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I see what you mean. Okay, right. Anyway,
Club 100.
We'll see how you get on.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. No worries. No worries. Seb, what was for lunch?
Simple ham and cheese sandwich with some Sensation crisps.
Ooh, which flavour Sensation? Thai sweet chili, of course.
It's always got to be Thai sweet chili.
Have you tried the Co-op own brand salt and Chardonnay vinegar?
That's salt and Chardonnay?
Salt and Chardonnay vinegar.
That's a thing?
It's the best crisps I've ever had, bar none. A Co-op own brand, sea salt, Chardonnay vinegar crisps. Anyone at home, honestly, they're addictive. They're very addictive. I love them. They kind of burn your tongue if you have too many, but I like that. I like a salty, zingy crisp. Who do we have here? You're starting in 2, 4, 6, 8th place.
Andy Lloyd.
Andy, we've spoken before. Andy, how are you feeling today?
Starting the karting's kind of iffy already. So
you think the kart feels iffy already?
Yeah.
You haven't even moved.
Yeah, the brakes are a little too much travel on them. More than
I'm sure it'll be fine, mate.
We'll find out.
We'll find out. We'll keep an eye on Andy. If he doesn't stop at turn 1, then we know what's caused it. Moving further down the order, let's go over. Who wants to have a chat with me? Who's making eye contact? This person is avoiding eye contact, so I'll just jump in here. Who are you?
Dylan Savage.
Dylan, are you going to go savage in this race?
Hopefully not, because that's been the entire day.
You've been savaged, or have you been savaging?
I've been savaged.
Many times?
Every race I've been in so far, yes.
Well, we'll see if Dylan gets savaged. Let's go racing for the final time in the heats this morning before we have the finals later on. John, Reeve, back to you.
Right then, last heat of Drivers' Champs coming your way here for 2025 at Clay Pigeon. Of course, heavyweight heat number 4. Last time for the drivers to get some points on the board and try and set themselves up for a good final later on. And of course, a number of them will going through to the A final and then a number going through to the B final. But don't worry, if you do go through to the B final, top 4 of that will jump through into the A final, so still to play for in the B final as well. But let's run through the grid then, because I know we don't have a huge amount of time before we get this race underway.
We do not. So here is our grid. It's Pavlov Denisenko, Harry Williams, Kieran Wakefield, Seb Marlowe, Oliver Sear, Alistair Murrison. Moving on to row 4, it's Timothy Shestapolov, Andrew Lloyd, Adam Nather, Edward Gordon, Dirar El Masri, Daniel Spears. Moving on to row 7, Alex Jennings, Matthew Collins, Ewan Ritchie, Joel Evans, Ornan Henstock, Dylan Savage. Moving on to row 10, Johnny Pinder, Edward Vernon Stroud, Owen Tolley, James Staplehurst, Paul Simard and Oliver Morris. Our next few casters, and it is Jake Yanagisawa, I'll try it again, sorry, Sam Heathcote, Oliver Andrews, but we're going to go racing instead as we head down to the first corner here. That was a short grid start, wasn't it? But anyway, through the first corner we go. It was clean for our lightweight Heat 4 drivers. Will it be the same for our heavyweights? Well, I think we've not got any spinners so far.
Just as you say that. A few drivers taken to the grass there. They'll claim it was in avoidance, but just trying to find their way through the first couple of corners this one. It was a little bit of a, 2 drivers off, 3, 4 drivers off there down at, and another driver collecting them as well, down at the hairpin, and that's a big off for one driver there. They're going to spend a few minutes getting it out of the barrier and back onto the black stuff there, but it was quite a spaced out race start there. They went first time of asking, and it was a little bit spaced there, particularly at the front end of the grid. Either way, we've got it underway in racing, and we're off for the last heat of today's action.
That can happen sometimes if you get the front end of the pack getting a really good start, but then in the mid-pack potentially there's a bit of slow running. Even if you're the car behind, you can't break those tramline formations. Yeah, you can't just, as soon as it goes green, break that tramline. You've got to wait behind the cart until you can get the move done. So that's why you might see those spaces begin to build up if the front end got a really good launch.
Exactly that, yeah. All you can do is go full throttle and just push the driver ahead of you. What have you noticed on the live timing?
Nothing.
I'm not sure if we can mention that one on the live stream. Anyway, continuing on, Seb Marlowe is in the lead of the race on the number 27, got through on Pavlo Denisenko on that first lap. I think same with Harry Williams as well. Those two on the front end of the grid. 2 warnings already. Contact for Dominic Roberts. A curb warning for both Pavlo Denisenko and Harry Williams, and they're following line of Cern as well, so maybe Harry copying Denisenko's line to his detriment on that time of asking. Lay down the inside there into Billy's blind. Good move under brakes there for one of the drivers in the mid part or back end, of the top 10. There is Adam Nather now in 4th place. In behind, way too late there from Kieran Wakefield. Tries to force the door open, but it's not going to happen there. Has to sit back in behind, does the 57, and it's Adam Nather through to 3rd then. Harry Williams there in 4th, holding on ahead of Kieran Wakefield.
Yep, curb warning for Harry Williams there. 8 minutes to go. Sam Heathcote with the current fast lap of this race. Not that that's too representative. We're going to wait until we all come across the line next to get a better idea of what pace we're going to be seeing from our next set, or our final set of heavyweight drivers here in Heat 4.
It was Heathcote for a while there, even when they came round again, but just been stolen by Dominic Roberts.
Yeah, Dominic Roberts there, a 41.9, so not quite the maximum pace that we'd be expecting, but not far off that already. So these drivers getting poised for this sprint racing format, getting up to speed as quickly as it requires. And then having a look down the inside there, it's the number 6 of Matthew Collins. They're going side by side with Andrew Lloyd and getting back past now.
Yeah, good move there into 5th place. Nice bit of squabbling between those two drivers as they head on round through to another lap. Through on Harry Williams there, as you said. Adam Nather now takes the fastest lap of the race. Oh, immediately stolen by Mr. Johnny Pinder. 41.868 for Johnny. Good lap from him as he squabbles up in the bottom end of the top 10. But like you mentioned, not quite at ultimate pace just yet. We have seen a 40.9 once so far today. That's unbelievable pace though. Mid to low 41s is kind of what we're expecting. Side by side down into the hairpin. The number 5 of Sam Heathcote trying to hold it round the outside and hold on to positions. Side by side here at the front of the order though. This is Adam Nather trying to get past Pavlo Denisenko for 2nd place. Can't do it there on the exit of the horseshoe. Has to sit back in behind for now anyway. Through the final corner they go. Nothing Nather can do as they're closely followed by Kieran Wakefield.
Yeah, Kieran Wakefield on the scene now as well. Some remarkable starts in this race so far. Andrew Lloyd, Johnny Pinder making up 11 places from 19th on the grid. Owen Tully making up 19 places on the grid from 26, and just as I say that, it looks as though Johnny Pinder's lost a few as we started the next lap. But here we go, it's Pavlo feeling the pressure from number 7 and Nather. The couple of contact warnings coming in. Matthew Collins on the scene now as well as we head through that hairpin. He's trying to get in the midst of this battle, but Kieran Wakefield making sure that it's not going to be quite so easy for him.
Indeed, yeah, so it's Nather down the inside, down at Billy's blind, went a little bit too wide. Denisenko getting the up and under, then Wakefield battling him through the S's. That held them up ever so slightly, allowing for Collins to get involved. Collins getting the move done now. He's up into 4th place at Wakefield, getting close and close and close enough there down into the first corner, but can't quite make the move.
Disaster for Sam Heathcote though. He's pushing on nice in this race, but does have a mechanical flag.
Yeah.
So he needs to drop into the pits there, have whatever needs to be checked over on his car checked over before he can be sent out once more. That brings a bit of a disappointing end to his race.
Yeah, that's gutting for him. I mean, he's right there on the pace at the moment, down in the 41.7, so clearly not a mechanical issue that's affecting his kart somewhat, but clearly something, an issue enough to cause him to have that mechanical flag. So gutting for Sam, who's on for a good race result here. That's going to really scupper him for a starting position in the finals after this is all done and dusted. 5 minutes left to go then. There is the number 30 32 of Andrew Lloyd, has the 19 of Owen Tolley in behind him as Heathcote comes into the pits. Late down the inside there from Denisenko, trying to make the re-overtake there on Matthew Collins. Can't get it done and ends up losing a place to Kieran Wakefield. So more drivers pressing on through the order. Clearly, Nather, Collins and Wakefield finding some great pace so far in this race. Now shuffling Denisenko back to 5th place.
Did you see Collins' entry into that hairpin then? He was on the outside, went really late on the brakes and just had to crank in a load of steering off in order to get the kart to rotate around. It didn't respond to him at first, but he just about made it work. So nice move there from Matthew Collins. Seb Marlowe, by the way, in all this battling going on, slightly behind him, just walking away with it at the moment. 4.2 seconds is his lead out in the front of the action as we have a penalty coming in there, bump and pass for Dominic Roberts.
Yeah, not ideal. Penalty through for the number 4. But I always say in racing, if I don't talk about you on the commentary, it's either been an awful race or an absolutely fantastic race. And it is the latter in this one for Seb Marlowe. Over 4 seconds, like you say, in the lead. Impressive stuff with 6 minutes completed so far in this race. We watched Denisenko still trying to hold on to 5th place. The number 19 of Owen Tolley with the fastest lap, trying to find a way round. 41.5, that fastest lap from Tolley earlier on in this one. They've still got Andrew Lloyd for company as well, and then it's a second or two back to Johnny Pinder, who's got Joel Evans and Paul Simard for company as well.
Indeed, as we head on to start-finish straight there, it's the number 33 of Pavlo Denisenko feeling the pressure there from Owen Tolley. Owen Tolley on an absolute charge at the moment, has held the fastest lap in this race for quite some time, as there goes Collins off and into the inside of the circuit. Does rejoin, making sure he doesn't gain an advantage in doing so most critically, but I don't think he was best pleased.
It was Kieran Wakefield trying to get past him, and as the 6 of Matthew Collins came back onto the track, he just looked over in disappointment to the 57, and Kieran just put his hand on and went, "What?" Clearly both feeling like the other was at fault for that one. Either way, it's the number 6 of Collins that's lost out for it, and clearly the steward's thinking it was Collins' fault there. Contact warning coming through for the number 6. He's just had 3 in a row in the last 15 seconds as Collins. Surely that's going to become a penalty sometime soon. We'll watch the live timing with bated breath.
Yeah, those 2 contact warnings look like they are not repeats, and then a track limit as well, probably for the same instant. To be fair, contact and then you go off the circuit, you're going to pick up those warnings. And there we see Collins once again trying to get as much rotation into the cars as possible upon entry. That might be the quickest way for him to get into that corner. However, you've got to wonder, does it add a bit of risk into things? Because you get too much rotation, you're going to only go one direction and it's straight into the barrier.
Yeah, you want to back that kart in, use the brakes to turn the kart into the corner, carry that speed through and power onto the exit. But yeah, when you start getting proper siding like that, you are playing with fire on an absolute knife edge in the car, and it can very easily all go wrong. Not only on your own, but if someone just gives you a nice little love tap as you go in, suddenly it's all going higgledy-piggledy. But for the moment, it's all going pretty well for Collins, despite losing those places on the last couple of laps. Settled back into 5th place then, as Denisenko has been overtaken by Andrew Lloyd. He's going to go straight back down the inside there at the hairpin and retake 6th place away from the number 32 then. Great battling, still a minute and a half left to go, despite Adam Nather being in clear air for a while now. Seb Marlowe just with some brilliant pace. Gap closed ever slightly on the last lap, but it's still over 4.5 seconds. Nothing for the 27 to worry about.
Yeah, Andrew Lloyd then picking up a contact warning in the midst of his battle with Pavlo here as we head on to the start-finish straight. Just a couple of places behind. We got Joel Evans. Oh,
double overtake from Joel Evans.
Yeah, I was about to say Joel Evans on the back foot a tiny bit, but clearly looking like no, he's going to work his way up through the order anyway.
Yeah, fantastic move there. It was following through there at the first corner as they tried to scrap ahead. He just sent it to the inside line, got past both of them. Brilliant move from Joel Evans. He's up to 6th place then. Who's that waiting in the wings now? Paul Simard in 9th place, Johnny Pinder in 10th, and Oliver Sear in 11th as well, wanting to get involved in amongst this, and they are getting involved in amongst this. There goes Paul Simard through on Pavlo Denisenko was that, and through gains another place then, and he has got past both of them now. Has Paul Simard up to 7th place, Denisenko down to 8th, Lloyd down to 9th as he now gets overtaken by Pinder as well. It's been a less than ideal last couple of laps for Andrew Lloyd.
It has indeed there, despite his earlier pace. There, contact warning coming in for Ewan Ritchie a little bit further back down the order. Plenty of contact warnings coming in at this point, this late phase of the race. We're at one of those phases again where we're seeing all the warnings, yet to see a penalty, but if this race was about 2 minutes longer, I think we might see a few penalties starting to tumble in.
Indeed, yeah, lucky for them. It looks like we're about to go on to the last lap, and Seb Marlowe has just started that last lap Only 815 metres left to go here of the last heat of the 2025 British Universities Karting Championship Drivers' Championship here from Clay Pigeon. There's Adam Nather on. I always get Andrew Mather and Adam Nather mixed up. Always do. Sorry, yeah. Adam. Adam's there in second place at the moment. Now 5 seconds off of the back of Seb Marlowe, and actually has been chased down ever so slightly by Owen Tolley. I think he's going to get lucky though here on the last lap. I don't think Tolley's quite going to catch him. Here is Seb Marlowe though. One of the Formula Brooks drivers is going to take the win here in heat number 4 of the heavyweight class. The 27 sees the checkered flag first and wins heat number 4. Adam Nather comes across the line. There he is in second place, closely followed by Owen Tolley in third, Kieran Wakefield in fourth. Then a bit of a gap back to the rest of the drivers there. Matthew Collins, Joel Emmons, then Paul Simard, Andrew Lloyd, Oliver Sear and Johnny Pinder, your top 10. Another great race.
It was indeed. There plenty of fair racing. Towards the end, as usual, that frustration does begin to build, and you start to suspect that, again, as I was saying, if it had been a bit longer, we might have seen a bit more frustration brewing, shall we say. But, yeah, no, a good race overall. Mostly some hard, clean racing.
Indeed, yeah, indeed, it was brilliant. But that, as I say, heat's done and dusted then for Drivers' Champs. We've only got the finals left to go. Of course, a B and an A final for the lightweights, a B and an A final for the heavyweights. And then the top 12 from each of the A finals go through into the super final to crown the best driver who races in BUKC in 2025, or the best driver who has ever raced in BUKC. But in 2025, I explained that really poorly. Anyway, who's really quick? And they get a trophy for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Ball it down there for you.
Bragging rights.
Exactly. Yeah. Big bragging rights for 2025 anyway. Right then, drivers. Oh, definitely pop it on the CV, particularly if you're applying to be a racing driver. That probably would help a little bit. Right then, drivers pull into the end of the race then. Heat's done and dusted. Looks as though Piers might just be about ready to take us through with some drivers. We'll just quickly run you through the rest of the order there outside of the top 10. It was Pablo Denisenko, Edward Gordon, Alex Jennings, Dominic Roberts, Victor Pardo, Jake Yanagasawa, Harry Williams, Thomas Wood, Jake Agawala, then Edward Vernon Stroud, Timofey Shestopolov, then Dirar El Masri, then Alistair Murison, Ornan Henstock, Ewan Ritchie, Andy Stobart, Daniel Spears, Oliver Morris, Ollie Andrews, James Staplehurst, Sam Heathcote and Dylan Savage. 32 drivers making it to the checkered flag. Let's hear from some of them. Down to you, Piers, on the grid.
Let's do our final replay results chat through with the drivers, and we'll grab a word with our winner on the road. Seb, you're going to need to eat more ham and cheese sandwiches, mate.
On the road? Do I get a penalty?
I don't know.
Well, I don't think I did.
Okay, well, there you go. You're going to need to eat more ham and cheese sandwiches. That looks pretty tasty, that. Nice little 5-second victory.
Yeah, got in the lead nice and early, around the outside of Billy's. I wasn't really sure it would work, to be fair, because the carnage usually happens down there.
Yeah.
We thought I'd try it, and yeah. I think in the first race the fuel cap was a bit loose, so now my thighs
got a bit of tingling.
Yeah, there's a bit of burning sensation going down there, but
don't use that in the bedroom, mate. Not fun. Enjoy that, right? Anyway, enjoy that petrol burn you've got on your legs there. Seb Marlowe, our winner of heat number 4. Next race up we have is the lightweight B final. So they're basically everyone's 2 heats. You get points where you finish. Put them in order. Slice it down the middle. Bottom half B final. However, all is not lost. Top 4. In this B final race, we'll get the opportunity to race in the A final from the back of the grid. So we'll keep an eye out for those. Top 4 are the places in this one. Anyone else, their day is done. Well, hopefully their day is done in a positive sense and they've enjoyed their racing today. Let's chat to some people who are looking to get that promotion place, including Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, we chatted this morning.
Yeah.
I'll let you do that first. Okay. It's not been ideal.
No.
You're in the B final.
Sorry?
You're in the B final,
yeah.
but there's a chance of a promotion.
Oh yeah, that would be good. I got a second in the first race, and then the second one had a bit of a shocker, went off, and finished basically last. So hopefully the pace is there for this one.
I think you were in Heat 2, weren't you, this morning?
Yes, yeah.
I was somewhere about 300 metres back. I could see you having a nice little battle for the lead. I was watching that while I was driving around on my own.
Good battle. Hopefully we get something like that again.
We'll see. It's going to be a good race, that's for sure. And what about a driver starting second place? Who are you?
Mark Clearly, starting for, well, I raced for Southampton B today, but...
You race for yourself now?
Yeah, I race for myself now, yeah.
For pride, for freedom!
Indeed. Have you enjoyed Drivers' Chance today?
I have loved it so far. I would say my go-kart wasn't the fastest in my second heat. But hey, I made the best of it. Sorry?
Is it really that?
You sure? Partly the go-kart, partly the nut behind the wheel. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. Starting 12th in the A final, so I'll see you in the A final.
Well, hopefully, because how many people go through?
4, I believe. Okay.
Well, top 4, we'll aim for that.
All you got to do is get through, but it's not going to be that easy because all of these 30-something drivers are going to try and stop you. Let's grab a word with our pole sitter. Come over, come around, let's have a chat. Mr. Howells, this side, please. Sure. This side. I've only got short arms, you see.
I know, yeah.
Pole?
Yeah.
Wrong final.
Yeah, I know. It's not been ideal, to be honest. We've had a crash and a penalty, so.
But to be pole in the V and having because I think there are 4 bump ups.
Yeah, I think so.
So you still got a chance of racing that man there.
Still got a chance. Just have to see how it goes, I think.
We're starting very close to each other again.
Is that right?
You could.
I had a very good start and then it went wrong at the head.
Yeah, no, it went wrong down there where I looked to my right and there were 3 carts on my inside going into the last sector and I was like, this isn't going to end well. It didn't. Inside. Well, I was already, you know how it is. Sometimes you end up in the wrong place. We'll see. We'll see how it goes in the final. We'll move a bit further down the grid. Tiago.
Me? Yeah.
Yes, you. Who else? Watch out, Nicky's just doing the chains there, just making sure that the carts are all ready for your final. How are your chances in this one, do you reckon, to get a promotion to the A final?
I think I could get it if I keep it on track and drive cleanly, maybe. Yeah, I think so.
If you were to give a percentage chance of getting through to the A?
I don't know, 60, 70?
That's a good chance. Yeah. It's better than evens, so we'll go with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we'll see how Tiago gets on, and let's have a word with some of the drivers who haven't had the best day. You know, the drivers at the back of the B, they've had the worst heats. Not because they're not very good. I mean, some of them probably, but not all of them. Some of them have probably just had unfortunate days so far. Who is this?
Anastasia.
Anastasia. Today's clearly not gone the best.
Yeah, really bad day. Had a DNF puncture.
Oh no!
And
that's unlucky.
That's so unlucky. And got spun out on 2 laps before the end.
That is also unlucky.
Another driver and finished second to last or third to last.
But you've got an opportunity to make it through to the A final with a bump up if you get in the top 4.
Definitely, I'm going to try my best.
Of course, you always do.
Of course.
We'll see how Anastasia gets on in this one, going from the back row on the inside, and our other driver on the back row. Hello there. Your heats have not gone exactly to plan, have they? Let me come this side.
Exactly.
Not exactly.
No, pretty awful. So yeah, got binned off in one of them, and the other one was under yellow and got binned off in that. So.
Oh dear. All part of the.
Get binned. There's no one behind me.
Well, you can't get binned on the first. Well, you could bin yourself at the first corner, I suppose.
Yeah, but I'm starting last. If I bin someone in front, it's a net gain. So.
Right. Okay. Well, give me odds on you making it through to the top 4 bump up for the A.
Pretty high.
Pretty high? It's a lot of carts to get through.
Yeah, I want to race you later, so I've got to make it.
Well, there's some incentive. Right, Jimbo's blown the whistle. B final, lightweights, coming into your screens now.
First, and Piers walking through the grid there. People seeming to be in relatively high spirits, those at the back feeling a little bit hard done by in some of the heats perhaps, but they know they've got the determination to try and push on through to the A. So let's have a look at our grid then for our lightweight B final. It will be Will Howells, Mark Cluley on row 1, Thomas Harvey, Alexander Brown row 2, Tiago Nobre and Ben Foden row 3. Moving on to the 4th row of the grid, it's Finley Armour, Hambling, Robbie Ward, Cavan Taylor, Alex Smith, Tom Stevens and Patrick De Batista. Moving on to row 7, Isaac Lyons, Rafi Anwar, James Granger, Lewis White, Max Davison, Hayden Ching. And then we have our 10th row of the grid. William Kurtler, Zach Finney, Ferapod Baranov, Arian Nella, Teo Yehart, Cameron Perez Barriero. Moving on to row 13, Philly Fitzsimmons, Alex Wilkinson, Douglas Smith, Ryan Williams, Enzo Amitrano and Ben Pepper. Then our final few carters then, Anastasia Terashenko, Ryan Leo, Jenry Zhou and then Joanna Stathopoulos. There are drivers for our lightweight B final. 34 carts on the grid for this one as we all get formed up and ready to go racing for our first final race of the day. I should add, still a 10-minute race format. It just has the opportunity for you to work your way up to the A final if things go particularly well.
Exactly. Of course, you always want to win the race as a racing driver, but in this one it's just getting yourself into the top 4 realistically. That will put you through to the A final later on and let you have a battle through to try and get to the top 12 and put yourself in the super final. Well, we'll see who are the 4 drivers that managed to get through here in this B final. Not going to go this time though, they're going to go around again. So Will Howes and Mark Cluley, a couple of drivers we've been seeing battling up near the sort of top 10 mark in a couple of the heats, so clearly one of the heats for each of them not going so well. And as we heard from a couple of drivers near the back of the grid, both heats not going so well for a few of them as well. So hopefully we'll see some great racing action in this one, and drivers, of course, will know if they don't get to the top 4 in this one, stay done. That is it. You're not racing anymore here today at Clay Pigeon for the finale of BUKC in 2025. Let's see who can get into the top 4 at the end of this race. Thumbs up from the pace car. The 22 of Will Howes next to the 11 of Mark Cluley.
Here we go then, down the tram lines, the revs rise and we are good to go racing for our lightweight B finalists for Summit. Will be the last time that they're out on track today, but everyone trying to make their way to the top end here. It's getting a little bit elbows out into that first corner. We've got 3 spinners on the entry to the corner, not usually where you'd see some spinners, but anyway, we continue on with the rest of the pack, making it through the S's. There are going to be yellow flags obviously at sector 1, but we're good to continue on through to the hairpin now.
2 of those drivers down before the first corner colliding with the barrier there on the left-hand side. That is a surprising one, clearly getting spun off across the front of a couple of drivers. Finding the wall on the exit, well, that's pretty much race done for those drivers, finding the barrier on lap number 1. Who is that has scythed through to the front of the order and is trying to pull away already? It's the 11 of Mark Cluley. Great start from Mark then. Second on the grid, has cut through already to the lead and is leaving the rest of the drivers in his dust. Moved down the inside there at Billy's blind, and a couple in behind as well trying to make moves. Great overtake there from the 44, but goes a little bit wide there, does Rafi Anwar. I think ends up losing a place and bonks to the back there of the number 5. They're 3 wide on the exit. That scared me. Luckily, they're all okay. Down towards the hairpin. Rafi Anwar loses out from that one as well. Trying the up and under, and we'll get 1 place back at least.
Full course yellow.
Oh, yeah, full course
yellow. Douglas Smith just about making his way through that as well. That was a nice little charge for Douglas, but clearly everything getting a little bit too high in the action front, I think, for the liking of the stewards. Maybe some track repairs that need to be done, that sort of thing. A cart recovery, either way, it is full course yellows. So the race is effectively neutralised. Everyone bunches back up as we have to slow down and make sure that they're safe for the marshals to work. And that is why, the barrier's needing some repair. A cart stuck in it as well. They're going to need to clear that cart away from the circuit before we go back underway. The time is still ticking down, rather, which means that when we do eventually get back underway, it's going to be an even more truncated race here.
Exactly, yeah. Effectively safety car conditions if you watch motorsport with cars on bigger tracks, just that the leader of Mark Cluley has to be the one to act as that safety car, just sitting in front, managing the pace and keeping everyone in single file formation behind him. We said on that first lap that a couple of drivers had found the barrier on the outside, but someone really finding the barrier there on the outside. I mean, these carts are pretty heavy at the best of times, trying to get them back on circuit, let alone when you're trying to get them out from back underneath a barrier. So a bit of a difficult one for one of those drivers, and clearly race over before it's really even got underway for one of them, sadly. So who was it that dropped to the back of the order? I think that's Ryan Liu, who wasn't able to get himself out from the barrier, and sadly race over then for Ryan. Started in 32nd place, found the barrier on lap number 1, and that's day over for Ryan.
It is, unfortunately. I mean, if we do want a safety car, mine's about 15 metres away, so I'm happy to, to jump out and see. I think that would be the unsafety car, I suspect.
It definitely would be.
Yeah.
I've seen your driving, mate.
Perfectly fine.
I'm only messing. Right then, barrier looks to be relatively fixed down there at the first corner. I saw JB giving it a little bit of movement there, and hopefully all sorted, all fixed. There is the number 35 being brought back to a safe position at least there. Ryan's car stuck there down at the first corner, being brought back to safety, and Ryan, I imagine, has hopped over the barrier at some point to safety himself. Right then, yellow flags are still out. But given that we're getting the car off of the circuit, looks like the barrier is fixed. Hopefully this time around we'll go back to green flag. Potentially we might have to wait for that car to get back to the pit, so we'll wait and see.
We might just have to wait, but if you're one of those back market drivers who's hoping to work their way up into the A final, this race could not have gone any worse, could it? I mean, you now can have 6 minutes in order to try and do that. A very truncated running indeed. We are going to go around once again for some more full course yellow driving, which is, again, really not ideal. It means it's going to be around about 5 minutes in this race if we do go green on the next lap. for those drivers who want to try and progress through into the A running to make their way through. If you're the likes of Mark Cluley, Will Howells, Alexander Brown or Ben Foden, this is great.
Yeah, you're loving it.
Yeah,
you're
just
absolutely loving it.
cruise on home.
Yeah, just sit at the front and be like, this is fine. Let's just do the whole race on the full court. That's fine with me. Obviously, drivers want to battle him. Even if you're at the front of the order, you don't want to make your way through on a technicality because it was full course yellow for the entire race. You want to get racing. But it is nice, yeah. Only going to be about 5 minutes now for the drivers to actually battle out there on circuit and try and make their way through. And it's going to be, it's going to need to be some defensive prowess shown from the drivers at the sharp end to keep the rest of the pack at bay then. Into the final sector we go. Still can't see if we're going to be going to green flag. Green in the top left corner of your screen then. Mark Cluley is going to lead us back to racing action then. He controls the pace as they head to the gantry. Of course, no overtaking until you cross the start-finish line. And off they go then. 5 minutes of racing only here in the lightweight B final. Down to the first corner we go and immediately going down the inside for the lead. Alexander Brown centered up the inside and we're squabbling all the way through to the exit. Up and under tries the 2 there to steal away second place. And it's all getting a bit squabbly then as we carry on by. Who was just ahead of them? Who's broken away of this pack?
Not too sure there, but we're seeing 2 on 11 there. Mark Cluley, Isaac Lyons. Mark Cluley, not the start that he would have wanted. Will Howells dropping back a couple of positions as well. It's all changed at the top end order here as we're still so bunched up. And it's like a lap 1 battle only. He's only got 4 minutes left of this race. Through that final corner now, it is all changed at the top end of the field. Now Mark Cluley does still lead, in fact. Isaac Lyons having a briefer look there down into the hairpin. Thought better of it, I suspect, because that was a bit brave. Thomas Harvey makes his way up into the order. Alexander Brown, though, is the driver with that nice, comfortable margin as we start the next lap.
Indeed, so it's Brown that made that move down at Billy's blind on the restart lap then. That's worked out well for him. Aggressive on the restart to take that lead. And as they all battled in behind, he's been able to break away. So that's very nice then for Alexander Brown. But you can tell that there's only 5 minutes left to go when we restarted that, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
That was a lot of argy-bargy and elbows out racing. But I was about to say, starting to settle down. Then we cut to that camera angle, and it's definitely not. Drivers in the mid-pack still trying to work themselves out then. But we're realistically looking at 4th place. That's currently held by Thomas Harvey. How close behind then is the likes of Ben Foden, Thiago Nobre? My live timing is not keeping up, so I'm going to keep an eye on yours now. What are we looking at? Oh, it's very close. Less than a tenth between Lyons and Foden.
Yeah, and there goes the number 41 of Foden down the inside of Lyons, and nicely executed as well. Saw a brief opportunity and went for it. Mark Cluley on the number 54 of Thomas Harvey into the hairpin as well. Thomas Harvey, fastest lap of this race. Plenty of penalties coming in though. Arianella there with forcing a driver wide twice. Actually, I think that was a repeat because it happened on the same second. Alex Smith then with a track limit advantage as well.
Oh dear, a couple of drivers falling by the wayside. And of course, if you get yourself up into the top 4, if you get yourself a +4 penalty, it's not going to help things.
Yeah. Effectively in this race, P4 and above is victory, isn't it? Really? Because that is what gets you into the A final. That's what these drivers are fighting for here as we look at the number 38 there, looking a little bit sideways of Cavan Taylor. That was going to run down into the hairpin now, dropping back behind Thiago Nobre, but cleanly through otherwise there. Number 47 driver there of Max Davison, looking like they had a bit of pressure on the inside, heading down through the hairpin as well, but we look a little bit further back up the field.
Yeah, good bit of battling between those two. They're just outside of that top 4 that they need to get into, though. Only about half a second off of the top 4. But keep battling like that, you're going to lose time. You're going to lose the opportunities to close back in. But clearly the driver making their way through of Tom Stevens, feeling like, no, I'm a bit faster than Thiago. I'm going to press on here and try and make my way towards those top 4 positions. Less than 2 minutes left to go here then in the lightweight B final. Here's the 28 and the 2 battling over 5th place then. I think that's Tom Stevens who's gone through. Yes, it is. So we saw Foden through on Lyons a few laps ago. Now Stevens is through into 5th place. And he's within touching distance of that top 4. Only a few kart lengths ahead to Ben Foden. And his eyes will be absolutely locked onto the rear of Foden's kart for the rest of this 1.5 minutes as he tries to close him down.
Yeah, absolutely. 90 seconds left on the clock there. Stevens versus Lyons as we head into that first corner. Then just about a kart width, or a little bit less than a kart length actually, between the two as we run through that first corner. Up through the S's next, where we've seen so many drivers misjudge it, and now we drop down to the hairpin in a second. Foden just starting to build up a nice bit of a gap at this point. Alexander Brown, meanwhile, out in front, still very much feeling the pressure. I should add, Thomas Harvey is giving it everything to try and bring that fight into the final couple of laps now.
Yeah, consistently down the 41s, isn't he, Thomas Harvey? And new personal best on the last lap from Brown at 42.2. So still on a slightly slower lap for Harvey, was 0.3 of a second quicker. But Brown has that 1.5 second buffer that he built earlier on. Here we watch, though. This is Isaac Lyons. This is the battle we need to keep an eye on here as he tries to get past Foden. He's got the inside line. He's bashed Foden straight off of the side of the circuit. We'll see how that's seen by the stewards then. He's going to go for the inside line, though. Is Lyons down into the hairpin? I think Lyons will take 4th place. He does. So the number 2 through on the number 41. But we wait and we watch the timing screen.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if anything does come to note there from that instant. But we look back at Alexander Brown. 9 seconds left on the clock, which means we will get one more lap here for our lightweight B final. Rather truncated in its distance, of course, with just how much yellow flag running that we have. But there is Thomas Harvey on the scene as well. Through to the S's now, where we've seen a couple of drivers enjoying a bit of an off-road excursion, but down into the hairpin now, and Alexander Brown knows that he just needs to keep the defensive drive on. Either way, even if they swap positions, they're making their way through into that A final. Alexander Brown mentioned that he just wants to get back into that A final. Heat's not going his way, but down the inside goes Thomas Harvey, gets a nose out in front, but has the outside for the right-hander coming up next. The question is, can Alexander Brown try and take the position back, forcing a driver-wide penalty there for Max Davison? That's not going to matter too much, though, as we head on to the start-finish straight. It's Alexander Brown who takes the checkered flag ahead of Thomas Harvey. Mark Cluley very close behind Ben Foden. That's our 4 drivers who'll be making their way into the A final. Isaac Lyons, Cavan Taylor, Tom Stevens, Patrick de Batista, Diego Nobre, Teo Jehard, and then Verapont Baranov there. Our top 11 actually for our lightweight B final. What a little truncated final that ended up being in 5 minutes of action.
That was, yeah, short and final there, and it really heated things up, particularly at the sharp end of the order. But Brown and Harvey, less than half a tenth between the two of them as they crossed the line. Fantastic racing between those two. I mean, Brown had a 1.5, 2 second lead at one point in that race. Harvey with some brilliant pace to close him down. Couldn't quite grab it on the line, but of course doesn't matter too much. Only 1 position lost in terms of the grid when he joins the back of it for the A final later on then. So top 11 already covered. 12th was Max Davison, but I saw him get a penalty there, forcing driver wide late on in that one. Rafi Anwar and Finley Fitzsimmons, then your top 14 on the screen. Then Hayden Ching, Cameron Perez, Barreo, then Lewis White, William Kurtler, Robbie Ward, Arian Nella, Will Howes, Zach Finney, Alex Wilkinson, Alex Smith, Ryan Williams, then Anastasia Teleshenko, then Finley Ahmad Hambling there in 27th place, followed by Ben Pepper, Enzo Amatrano, James Granger, Joanna Stathopoulos, then Jerry Zhu, Douglas Smith, and Ryan Liu. Sadly, of course, we lost Ryan on that first lap. He was the causation of that extended full course yellow period. But good to see that Ryan's all okay, up and out of the car. And that's the B final done then for the lightweights. Let's go down to Piers to chat to some drivers from that race.
Let's grab a word with our winner of that one, Alex Brown. He had a fairly easy run of it, but he's getting bumped up. Alex, nice.
Yeah, that was a good race. Managed to have a good restart. That was really close to the line, though.
Very close.
Very close. So we'll see what happens in the A final.
Yeah, well, see you in the A final. Congratulations. We've got 4 drivers moving up. Next up, B final for the heavyweight drivers. Lightweight drivers have to either weigh up to or be 75 kilograms. Heavyweight drivers either have to be 82, I think it is, or weigh up to 82 kilograms if you're over 75 as a person with race gear on. So let's jump to the front of the grid and chat to a lot of the drivers that are going to be jostling for the promotion into that A final, including this man here starting on the outside of the front row. Hello. I'll let you finish doing your transponder. That's all right. Hello.
Hi.
Well, who are you?
Matt Robinson.
Matt. Didn't quite scrape in the A. However, you've got an opportunity to get some free racing out of JV by getting into the A final, so...
Well, I got a little bit unlucky, actually, because I started on pole and my car had no front end. So I ended up dropping to 13th. I just had no pace. So... if I had a good car, I probably would have been halfway up the A final.
So you reckon if you've got a good car in this one, you reckon you can challenge in the A final?
Yeah, but that front left don't look great. But
none of the front lefts look great, if I'm honest. It's a lot of right-hand corners around here.
Yeah. So I'll just do my best, try and go forward.
We'll keep an eye on you, see how you get on. Right, moving further down the grid. Who's in this one? Oh, it's the NTU Bandit. Did you get a penalty in your race earlier?
I don't think I did actually. Surprising.
I love the surprise in his voice there. I don't think I did. Not this time.
No, not this time. Not.
Right, how's your how's your driver's chance been going so far?
Well, I was in P5 in my second heat.
And then?
Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm.
Did you Shadow Realm yourself?
No. From like about 4 kart lengths back into the hairpin down there.
Haters would say that you brake too early.
I've got a video. I've got like evidence. I've got receipts and everything. I promise.
I'd like to see him. Post them, please.
I'll show you later.
Show me later. Please do. Top 4 get bumped up. If you stay where you are, you're going to have another free race out of JV.
I'm going to win. Easy.
You heard it here first. And that is unless you get Shadow Realmed again. We'll see how you get on. Moving further down the grid, let's chat to some person with an excellent race suit. I'm enjoying this. The Honda one. Who are you?
My name's Josh.
Josh, who were you racing for? Bournemouth. Josh, talk to us about your Drivers' Champs so far.
Well, the last time I was here was 2 years ago, so I only do the Drivers' Championship because Bournemouth don't really have a team at the moment.
So you're a one event specialist.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's not even my race suit. Shout out to Fraser Hack if you're watching. This is his. So
Fraser Hack, shout out. We'll see if it can make it to the A final. Top 4 bump up. Can you make it?
Let's see. We'll see.
Right, I want to chat to one more person very quickly before we go. This man here is a man that I did not expect to see in the B final. What happened, mate?
I got 6th in the first race. I was running 6th second, then someone went over my rear, so my rider got loose.
Oh dear. Sam Heathcote, of course, part of Southampton. Yes, of course, very successful team. I suppose your one goal is promotion.
Hopefully, I got my teammate on pole, so hopefully I can get him in the A final as well. But yeah, just need to finish in, is it top 4?
Top 4, I think. I think I'm being told to go. So, right, I'm going to move out of the way. Let's go this way so we don't get run over. And then we've got heavyweight B final. Let's do it.
Thank you as always, Piers. Great to hear from the drivers. Yeah, interesting to see Sam Heathcote there starting 5th place here in the heavyweight B final. Of course, we saw he got that mechanical earlier on. He was still pacey though, so we wondered what it was. Loose radiator. There we go then. Right, he starts in 5th place with this one. Ahead of him are Benjamin Shum, Matthew Robinson, Pavlo Denisenko and Alex Lucas. And behind him, Will Day joins him on row number 3. Then Aston Morrison and Jake Agawala there on row 4. Then Ollie Andrews, Tyler DeCross, Oliver Sear and Josh Rain are there, rows 5 and row 6. Then it's Jack Cross, Rana Menon, Timofey Shestopalov, then Harry Williams, George Atkinson and Oliver Morris. And rounding out the top 20 on row 10, Ornan Henstock and Dirar El Mazrari. Then Max Ludgate, Ethan Herford, James Staplehurst, and another driver, sorry I missed that one, Andy Stobart, Ewan Ritchie, Visaliza Boroskaya, then Udu Menon, Daniel Spears, Anand Parmar, and then rounding out the grid, Maxwell Melia, Zhuyu Wu and Ethan Macy. 33 karts on the grid then for this race. And of course, as Sam queried there with Piers, top 4 going through to the A final.
Yeah, so similar situation to our, in fact, identical situation really to our lightweight B finalists, as we are going to get good for racing. I'll try that again. Anyway, heading down the tram lines, a slower start, more considered start as we get underway now. Green flag drops, the revs rise, and we head into that first corner. Already a couple of cars experimenting with the limits of the circuit, but we all make it through and into the S's now. Benjamin Schumer leads from Matthew Robinson, leads from Pavlo Denisenko as we run down into the hairpin. Pavlo running in third at the moment, having a brief exploration of the inside line, and nothing he could have done from that far back, and everyone making it through relatively cleanly. Past couple of heavyweight starts, it must be said, pretty strong.
Oh, spinner in the middle. Just as you say that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's waving, trying to be avoided by the drivers, and I think they all just about managed to avoid him. One driver getting a massive tank slapper on, trying to turn out there and avoid him. Just about managed to do so, though. That was a scary one for the driver, spinning all on his own there in the middle of the pack. dropping right to the back of the order. Side by side there for Sia as they head down to the first corner. That's Argawala there. Jack Argawala down the inside, taking 6th place away from Oliver Sia. That's big off after making the overtake. That's Argawala off into the wall on the exit. First time we've seen that so far today.
Yeah, the back end just seemed to not quite respond to what it was asking of it, didn't it? Just slowly stepped out and nothing you could do to catch it from that speed. It effectively became a passenger halfway through. As we can continue on now further into the lap. Benjamin Shum, half a second is his lead in this race. Looks like it might be building a little bit as we come across the line in just a moment. It does build to around about 1 second, dropping into the first corner once more.
Yeah, Benjamin Shum is chilling at the front, nearly a second gap now ahead of Matthew Robinson. But here is that squabble there, trying to force their way through. 33 and 23 side by side, 48 goes up and under. Alex Gukas says, thank you very much. I will happily take that second place away from both of you. And Sam Heathcote follows him through. Back down the inside, though, goes Matthew Robinson. Tries to force his way back through. Can't quite do it. Door's still open on the inside. Sam Heathcote dives through it. He's through to 3rd place then. So we've got Shum in 1st place. Now we've got Lucas in 2nd, Heathcote in 3rd, Robinson in 4th, and Denisenko in 5th place.
Yeah, nice progression through the field for some of our drivers. Henstock, 19th on the grid, up to 9th at the moment. With Benjamin Shum, meanwhile, still controlling this race, building half a second lap by the looks of things. Perfect position for Benjamin to be in. A reminder, of course, that much like the lightweights, the B finalists, top 4 will make their way up into the A final. As we're seeing Pavlo trying a bit of a switch back there. Got the car very energised indeed. Tried to go for a gap that didn't really exist, and the car spins round there. Hoped for the A final, come to a bit of a bitter end for Pavlo Denisenko there. As the car spins around, he has to wait for the whole fleet of karts to work their way past.
Hey, I absolutely love the attempt there. That was absolutely fantastic attempt. Couldn't get it stopped though. Did not leave himself enough chance to get on the brakes there. Went straight in the side of the other driver. Pitched himself in, spun it straight round. So Denisenko is going to be out of today's action. I mean, he was chatting that he'd not been here for a while. It's been a while since he's been in karts. Trying his hand. He's been driving well out there throughout today, has Denisenko, or throughout Drivers' Champs this afternoon for sure. Not quite going his way though, down at the hairpin. Like I say, brilliant attempt. Didn't quite work out.
No, it certainly didn't. It was great to watch, as you say, but yeah, unfortunately, that brings an end to the action pretty much for Denisenko, because everyone stayed fairly close in the first half of this race. He tumbles down 30 positions and is down in 33rd, plumb last in this race. Not an ideal position to be in. If only perhaps been a tiny bit more patient, waited for that move to come later on into the race. He could have well been in with a shout of moving up into that A final. That's why you have to be so careful about how you go about these races where you can progress up through a different division. Is that it's not about that out and out position. It's not about getting the overtake done there and then. You're just about to get yourself set up for another race.
Exactly that. Move down the inside there from the 43. That's Alistair Morrison finding a way through on Ollie Andrews then. Gets the move done there down at the hairpin. Good move. I want to say, though, Sam Heathcote has made his way through to 2nd place and on the same lap set the fastest lap of this race. First driver down into the 41s here in the heavyweight B final. The gap was 1 second. It's now 6/10 between Shum and Heathcote. There's still a battle on for the lead here, ladies and gentlemen. But we watch here in the battle for 4th place as Oliver Sear tries to find a way through on Matthew Robinson for the last place in the A final. For the moment, anyway, down through Billy's blind, Matthew Robinson has just about been able to hold on to it. But Shum, Heathcote and Lucas should really just chill out here a bit, not battle, just carry on to the end of the race. You're all going to get into the A final if you stay where you are. There's then 4 seconds back to Robinson here, who is working like his life depends on it to try and stay ahead of Sear, Morrison and Cross.
Yeah, in a weird way, this sprint race, it demands a lot of the same kind of mindset as an endurance race almost. You need to work with the cars around you if you're in these top scoring positions. I mean, below that, do what you want. Yeah, have a proper brawl out on track. But if you're at the top end of the field, it's all about setting yourself up nicely for the next race, as I say. So these guys don't want to battle each other. What they want to do is just break away and ensure that they can have a battle between the 4 of them, but there won't be anyone else who gets involved.
Exactly that. Yeah, well, defending then is Matthew Robinson, who's defending into Billy's blind. Defends again there down into the hairpin. Moving behind, though. I think that's a change for 6th place. as Cross gets past Morrison there as they battle over 6th. Daniel Spears gets himself an ABC bump and pass penalty, and so has Dylan Savage, so has Timofey Shestopalov, and then Udu Menon has just got themselves a cone penalty as well. So a few more penalties coming through here in this heavyweight B final, understandably so. Again, defending that inside line there is Matthew Robinson, doing a good job of it. I think his thinking here at the moment now is just, I'm just going to defend, back the rest of the drivers into everyone else, let them squabble, and I'll try and stay here in 4th place. He's doing a good job of it for the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of contact starting to present itself now as we head through to the hairpin there. Alistair Morrison on the inside, tries to get the move done, gets a nose out halfway alongside our lead Carter here as we are looking to go 3 wide actually as we run through the hairpin. This is almighty tough, a bit more contact there, but I think everyone survived. A couple of trading of positions, but that could have been much worse.
Yeah, I think Robinson might be feeling a bit aggrieved from that one. There was a definite bump going into the horseshoe there that knocked him wide, and actually the driver that knocked him wide isn't the one that's made it through. Morrison through to 4th, Cross through to 5th then, and Robinson was defending hard, now needs to turn his mind around and start thinking about attacking here if he wants to find a way back into the top 4. Here are your top 3 though. As we say, if they stay as they are, they relax, they're all going to get through to the A final. But at the end of the day, you're a racing driver, you want to win the race, and Heathcote all over the back of Shum. I say that though, Alex Lucas in the last couple of laps has taken the fastest lap of the race, but by only 2 thousandths quicker than Heathcote ahead.
Yeah, I think these guys now are at that point in the race where they've got 7 seconds behind them. They can afford to enjoy a bit of a battle between them as they're still keeping, as you say, very good pace indeed despite the battling that they're taking part in. It's Benjamin Shum who leads from Sam Heathcote. Alex Lucas with that fastest lap just behind as they close up and run down into the hairpin. Now the hairpin we have seen bring an end to many a driver's races. Alex Lucas has a look down the inside there, gets side by side with Heathcote there, but does have to back out of it. And then we catch up with Morrison, Cross and Robinson as they run through the hairpin. In fact, it's more than just those drivers. It's a few drivers who feel like staying on the hairpin for a little bit longer. Actually, as we run through that hairpin, just over 2 minutes to go in this race.
You were saying about the battling between the top 3, of course, yeah, they can go at it now. If they lose a bit of time, they're not going to get caught. The issue is you've got to be careful you don't get yourself a penalty.
Yes.
You know, if that happens,
that is very
doesn't
true.
matter how you could be 3 minutes ahead, it doesn't matter. You're still going to be dropping down positions rather than time. So you're still going to drop down outside of the top 4. You've got to be careful. Here goes Heathcote, though, thinks about the inside, gets forced back to the outside. Good bit of defensive movement there from Benjamin Shum to hold on to the lead of the race. You see there, Heathcote pointing him forward. He did ask Piers on the grid, what is it? Is it the top 4? He got confirmation of that, so now he knows. I'm chilling there in 2nd place. I don't need to be there in 1st. It's a difference of 1 grid position, which changes like that at the start of a race.
Yep.
However, Morrison, after getting into 4th place now, starting to put a bit of a buffer between himself and the drivers in behind. It was nearly a second on the last lap between Morrison in 4th and Cross in 5th, and then a further second back to Robinson in 6th. So that battle just settling down now in terms of the bottom end of the drivers getting through to the A final. But these top 3 still pressing on well, still battling nicely. Not thinking about moves just yet, though.
No, yeah, definitely very good news for Morrison there. Lucas still putting that pressure on Heathcote here, looking like he could be within a real shout here. Benjamin Shum, I should have, has not posted a lap better than a 42.1 at any point. The other drivers in the high 41s, they've clearly got more pace, but the battling just hasn't happened yet. It's one thing to catch up, it is another thing to overtake. As you say, Heathcote and Lucas separated by very little margin indeed in terms of their outright pace, but also their current pace. There's only 500 between them on that last lap as we now head on to the next lap with less than a minute to go on the clock. Benjamin Shum builds up a bit of a gap here as this battle now is primarily focused on the fight between Lucas and Heathcote heading through the S's. It's going to be Heathcote on the defence here, goes for the outside, as does Shum as well. Actually, they all head to the outside and set up the car nicely for the entry into that hairpin. A considered drive from our top 3 here.
Indeed, yeah, I think Heathcote, as I say, has realised that he doesn't really need to fight it too hard. I think he'll know that they're both quite a bit faster than Shum out ahead, but no need to throw it away for silly reasons. I mean, Heathcote's already had that bad luck with the mechanical failure in the previous heat for himself, so he just knows I need to get through to the A final here, get another race under my belt, and then gets the enjoyment of getting another free race out of JB, which is very rare.
That's what we're fighting for, folks.
It's very rare to get something for free out of JB, but they've managed to do it. An extra race for them if they can get through into the top 4 and into the A final. Of course, it's going to be difficult from the back to get into the top 12 to move to the super final, but never say never in motor racing, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, certainly do not. And as we head round through to the final sector once more, the timer has hit 0. This will be the last lap of the race. Heathcote in the lead here. No, sorry, just about to be in the lead. Looking side by side, gets a great run, but it's going to be Shum on the defence, and that gets a bit close for comfort there as Shum takes the checkered flag ahead of Heathcote, ahead of Lucas. You can see why I thought it might have been Heathcote. That's how close it was. Might that have been a bit too close for comfort? We'll see. Either way, it's Murrison and Cross. Menon, Robinson, Sear, Henstock and Ritchie, our drivers do come home, completing our top 10.
Yeah, I think it was best idea there for Heathcote to back out of that one. Didn't need the race win, and that door was quite quickly closing.
Yes.
If you get the nose in there, that could have been quite the sizable accident on one of the fastest parts of the circuit. So, best idea there for the number 5 to back out of that one, take the second place, press on through to the A final. But another great race then in a B final. Only 3 races left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to take us through the final results, sir?
Absolutely. It's Ritchie, Shastapolov, Atkinson, Morris and Williams. Then move on to the next set of drivers, which will be Ethan Herford, Dira El Masri, Ollie Williams, Will Day, Dylan Savage, James Staplehurst, Max Ludgate, Tyler DeCraw, Josh Rayner, Jack Agawala, Daniel Spears, Andy Stobart, Pavlo Denisenko with that unfortunate early race incident, Maxwell Melia, Vasilia Borovskaya, Anad Parmar, Udi Menard, Zhuyu Wu, and then Ethan Macy are 33 kart results for our heavyweight B final. Now onto our A finals for this afternoon's racing.
Indeed, the all-important finals to crown the lightweight champion and the heavyweight champion here at BUKC Drivers' Champs. Then we go on to the all-important super heat then, as the drivers all park up. It sounds like we're about ready to go down to Piers Prior to hear from some of our drivers there in the heavyweight B final.
I'm Piers Prior and I'm starting 12th in this next race, but first we're going to have a quick chat with Ben Shum, who won that race. Ben, one of our Southampton drivers, holding off another Southampton driver. I think they both knew that they'd get through. Ben, just a quick one on that one. You had Sam pushing you all the way around, but you must be happy to win that one.
Of course, yeah. I mean, he did a great job. I knew he was a lot faster than me, but he said once we got to 1-2, he'd push me along. Secure the A final.
There's only one result, Ben, and it's got you ahead of him, so I don't know who's faster. You make up your own mind, but congratulations.
Yeah, cheers, Jacob.
And we'll see you again in the lightweight A final.
Yeah, heavyweight.
Heavyweight A final, excuse me. This is the lightweight A final. We're going to go talk to some guys at the front of the grid. I think we've got Mr. Fraser Brunton on pole with a Southampton teammate next to him, I want to say. I think Will Adams is second. He's not at the kart yet, so we'll find out. We've got Fraser indeed getting ready to put his seat insert in. We're going to have a quick chat with him. Fraser, you promised me carnage in the last one. You provided plenty of overtakes. What are you going to give us in this one?
Hopefully no overtakes and no one overtaking me.
All right, that's boring. I'm going to interview someone else then. Fine. Alfie, 4th position. Decent. What can you do from here?
It's been pretty good so far. First heat was good, 32nd to 8th, not bad. As long as I've got some bottom end, then I could be up for it here. I'm just praying for a good kart. I really hope it's good.
They're all good, Alfie. They're all good. Let's go see what the man in front of you thinks. Is it Will? Is this Will? Josh. Josh. That Will's that one, is he? Yes. Josh, front row of the grid. Can't ask for much more.
No, exactly. I don't think I could have really done any better, to be honest. So I'm pretty happy.
All right then. And do you reckon you can beat Fraser? Do you reckon you can stay ahead of him?
That's the first problem, I think. To be honest, it would just be nice to have a clean race, and whoever comes out on top, great. I think the super final is what I'm aiming for, really.
Okay, the grand prize itself. Exactly. I'll allow you to continue preparations. Ocean Beach, can I have exactly 5 words from you on how this race is going to go?
I'm going to do some damage.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I didn't even plan that with him. We've got Jake Palmer here. Jake, you've graduated, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've graduated, haven't you?
I have indeed.
And yet here you are racing in the BUKC. It's okay, we allow first-year graduates. You're pretty high up here, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, no, I've done all right. I didn't get into the A final last time I did Drivers' Champ, so I'm pretty chuffed.
We could be on for the super final this time round.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
You do it. We've got some easy from the teammates. I believe in you, Jake. You know I believe in you. Let's jump back to here where we've got a very familiar face, Piers Prior, 12th position.
P12, I'll take that. I'll take it. It's not bad. Racing driver excuse. Pulled a muscle in my neck in the gym earlier this week. Kart was bad in the heat too. I got fired off. I got a penalty. It wasn't my fault. What else? The wind's blowing the wrong direction.
Piers does go to the gym a lot. I know. I can confirm. So
and some in the lightweights.
Yeah, exactly. Next to your old teammate in Giulio Peroni, you two going to work together?
We'll see. I'm not going to make any promises, but I'm definitely not going to work against him. I've got Peter Knight behind me. He was very fast in Heat 2. Keep an eye. If I can get anywhere near the top 5, I'll be happy with that. Do you know how many go through to the Super?
4.
The Super Final?
Oh, 12.
12? Okay.
Sorry, I was thinking B Final, but those are gone.
Super Final. So if I finish where I am now, if I get an extra race out of today, I'll be happy.
All right then, Piers is aiming for his extra race. Let's go see what Pete Knight thinks about that. Pete, you are just 2 positions off a super final place here, and obviously you want to win this one to become lightweight champion yourself. What do you think is possible?
There's a certain plan here. I've got a certain quick driver in front of me. I'm just hoping I can sort of keep up. But the aim is to just basically qualify for the super final.
As Piers Prior myself, I do thank you for the compliment. Peter Knight there of Reading. Let's have a quick chat with Charlie Oliver, who won a race earlier. Can you win another one here, Charlie?
Hope so. It's going to be a little tough, but we'll try our best.
Yeah, you got a couple of places to make up. You want to make the super final as well. Is that on your mind?
That's the plan. Yeah, that's the plan. So hopefully good start, and then 10 minutes of qualifying.
Right, have a good one, Charlie. And just towards the back of the A final, I'm going to pick one more, and I haven't spoken to anyone from Liverpool so far. Tom, is it?
Yeah, Tom. That's
Tom.
Right.
We got Reeve in the comments box rooting for you. It's just on the down low, obviously, but you can tell if you listen to him. Can you provide him with a moment of magic here?
You see the pink lid over there?
Yes, Piers Prior, myself.
Overtaking him.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, I look forward to seeing you go past.
Okay.
Good luck.
I can move forward. Yeah. But it's been pretty dodgy racing, but we'll see how it goes.
Have a good one, Tom. And then let's go for one more. Lawrence Vines I haven't spoken to ever on a live stream, I don't think. At least I haven't. But then Piers has been interviewing for the last few years, and I am Piers. Lawrence, what can you do from the back here?
Oh, hopefully we make it into the super final. You know, you've got to dream big.
That's the exact kind of attitude you need to have. Lawrence, to get your engine started, we need to get going. That is your grid for the lightweight A final. Back to you guys in the comments box to talk us through it.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the first A final of the 2025 British Universities Karting Championships Drivers' Championship. So we start with the lightweight A final. Fraser Brunton and Josh Adams are on the front row of the grid with William Taylor and Alfie Prince on row 2. Mackay Singh and Ocean Bakes there on row number 3. Toby McDonald and Jake Palmer are on row 4 with Declan Luff and Ben Sanders rounding out the top 10. Then it's Giulio Peroni and Piers Prior, the ex-teammates there on row number 6. Jacob McComb and Peter Knight there on row 7 with Jack Finch, Hugh Lawrenson, Charlie Oliver and Logan Parker. And then Sergio Noor and Alfie Baxter Davies round out the top 20. They're followed by Reeve Bright, Kai Kinch, Tom Roberts and Glenn Williamson. Then behind them are Tom Northcote, Joel Julius, then Adam Ormondroyd, Ben Southgate, Simon Ram, Lawrence Vines, and rounding out the grid, Alexander Brown, Thomas Harvey, Mark Cluley and Ben Foden. Of course, all those 4 drivers at the back of the grid progressing through from the B final. Let's see what they can do from the back.
Yeah, it'll be mighty impressive stuff to see. I'd just like to deny the allegations of any bias in the comments box, by the way. The only thing that I'm rooting for in this race is to see Piers Prior come across the line with no penalties.
I can't believe Piers Prior would accuse you of that.
I know.
So rude of him.
Anyway, as we see everyone building formation now as we head round, a reminder, no practice laps for these finals. It's just about getting ready, getting formed up and ready to go racing.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then, 2 by 2 to the light. We're going to get it underway and racing here for the lightweight A final. Fraser Brunton leads us down to the first couple of corners. Lots of drivers in behind him trying to find a way through to take the win here in the A final. A number of drivers getting forced out wide, and one of those is Piers Prior. He's dropped all the way to the back of the pack there in the early squabbling. Oh, look at that! 7-8 drivers all over the grass there, trying to make their way through this first lap of the race. It's absolute chaos here at Clay Pigeon for the A final, and Osco stays right, goes to number 4. Who was that? That's Tom Northcutt finding the outside line there. We knew it was going to be slightly scrappy at the start of these A finals, but that was quite something else, Reeve.
Come on, everyone. I mean, let's keep it on the tarmac. Anyway, less than 10 minutes to go in this race, thankfully, as that was a chaotic start to the action. Fraser Brunton, Josh Adams, as we can see, the number 12 there of Hugh Lawrenson putting a bit of pressure on Sergio Noor as we head into that first corner now. things cleaning up just a little bit more, thankfully. Fraser Brunton ahead of Josh Adams, but Josh Adams bringing the challenge to Fraser. A remarkable drive in the morning's action for Fraser Brunton, remarkable drive in the very first heat of the afternoon as well, no less. Even a great drive in race 5, as in heat 5 this afternoon as well, and now he's trying to show us that he can work his way up into this super final.
Someone's found that Barry is there on the outside of the right-hander before top Ben. That's the number 40 of Ben Sanders, not making it to the end of lap number 1, trying to find a way back through and not hold up any of the drivers heading on by then. Still Fraser Brunton leading this race by 0.8 of a second now as we head on to lap number 3. But I will say, some big movers there early on in this one. Jack Finch up 11, Reeve Bright up 14, Charlie Oliver up 9 places. It's all on the first lap of the race. Mark Cluley up 12 from the B final already in 21st place. Some big losers as well. Mackay Singh was down 21 places and Piers Prior down 16 places on lap number 1.
Yeah, a great shame there. Saw a nice move being set up actually into the hairpin by Jack Finch. Tried to make it hang around the outside, wasn't able to make it stick, but certainly putting that pressure on Declan Love now as we head towards the end of the next lap.
Indeed, all still so close throughout the field. Drivers at the front trying to scamper away. New fastest lap, though, goes the way of Josh Adams, only by about 1/10 of a second on the previous lap from Fraser Brunton. But still, got him in his sights, trying to chase him down is the number 23, side by side there through the S's. Often doesn't work, but just about giving each other enough room there. I think that was Peter Knight, was it? No, it was Jake McComb and Logan Parker. Parker trying to find a way through up into 11th place. We'll wait and see if he was able to do that as they come through to the end of this lap then. But already, as I mentioned, top 2 trying to press on ahead in this race. Of course, you want to win the lightweight A final. You get crowned the best lightweight driver in the BUKC. But of course, really, we're looking at the top 12 here. Who goes through to the super final?
Yeah, that all-important super final, which will crown you as the fastest driver. Going to take the impressive pause that is probably trademarked for another presenter of some description. Fastest driver in the world. Because clearly that's what we're fighting for here.
Absolute top level of motorsport this is in the BUKC here at Clay Pigeon. Yellow flags there through sector number 2. That's one of the Evolution drivers getting shuffled back a little bit there. The number 25 of Alfie Prince, I think, has lost 1 or 2 positions there, battling with Toby McDonald, Charlie Oliver and Jack Finch there. As Reeve Bright, penalty overtaking under yellows. He's there in 10th place at the moment. What's that going to drop him down to? Let's just double check. What is an overtaking under yellow penalty?
It's a fairly heavy one.
+4 it is. So at the moment, that would put him out of the top 12 needed to be in the super final.
Yeah, a terrible shame given just how well this race has started for him. A reminder, started 21st on the grid, up into 10th at the moment. Unfortunately, his progress a little bit stifled by that there. As you see, Alfie Prince under a certain amount of pressure there, really, as we head through the hairpin there. A car pretty much attached to his rear axle, but didn't crack under that pressure, on the defence still, and still leads that little mini battle.
Peter Knight getting his elbows out there in the middle of the pack, really squabbling over track position. Despite that, had the fastest lap on the last lap of this race. That's now been stolen, though, by Fraser Brunton. 41.1, new fastest lap. There's a move down the inside by Peter Knight. Through on Charlie Oliver, I believe that is. Yes, up to 7th place. The number 9 follows him through. That's Declan Luff. Both of them getting through on the 56. Shuffles Charlie Oliver down into 9th place. Charlie's just got a curb warning for his troubles as well. Needs to be a little bit careful. It does look as though we're getting quite a few warnings through in this race already. We're nearly halfway through, to be fair. Not too many penalties. Just late down the inside. Bit of a bump there for the 56 on the 9 as Charlie Oliver tries to find his way back through on Declan Luff, but can't do it this time.
No, not possible this time out, but we've still got half race distance to go to try and make those moves, to try and fight your way into that super final and to try and make sure that you are crowned one of the best lightweight drivers in the BUKC. 48 under pressure from 64, Will Taylor against Jack Finch.
That was Finch down the inside, down there at Billy's Blind. Great move up into 3rd place goes Jack. But William Taylor not able to respond at that time of asking. Fraser now setting that pace at the sharp end of the order. Is able to extend that gap back to about 3/4 of a second. To my eye, anyway, it looks like that might have shortened over this lap. They're going to come across the line and start a new lap of this race. Oh, my eye is wrong. It stayed exactly the same.
Well, I'd just like to point out, contact warning coming in for Piers Prior there. No penalties so far, but a decent recovery for Piers overall in this race. He tumbled back down the order with that early incident, unfortunately for him. He works his way back into 21st at the moment, which is not where he'd want to be, but it's at least higher than he was.
It's only 3.8 seconds off of the top 12, to be fair, so definitely not all lost for the pink-helmeted driver of Mr. Piers Prior. We'll keep an eye on him throughout the rest of this race. There's some 4 minutes left to go now. Up in the top 12 at the moment, we've got Brunton, Adams, Taylor, Finch, Prince, McDonald, Oliver, Knight, Luff, Bright, Parker and McComb. Julio Peroni and Ocean Bates, the first 2 drivers missing out on the super final at the moment. There's a late move down the inside at the final corner. Couldn't quite see who that was. Either way, great overtake there into top bend and moving through the field.
Yeah, we jump on board with the 58, the number 58 of Alfie Baxter Davies. Plenty of action going on throughout the pack here in this race. Number 25 there, a bit brave on the entry of the hairpin. Just a little bit late on the brakes, or perhaps a bit too hard on the brakes that kicked the back end out. They were just about able to get it slowed down with a tiny bit of assistance from another kart used there for some braking, but I don't think that was egregious at all. I think that was just a particularly brave corner entry, shall we say. There we see Tom Roberts under pressure. They're losing out. Down the inside goes the other driver.
Yeah, McDonald making up places then from that issue down at the hairpin. Prince through on Taylor, McDonald through on both of them. There is Mr. Piers Prior, right behind the number 15 of Southgate, I do believe that is. Yeah, Ben Southgate. Sadly, Piers has lost 3 positions over the last couple of laps. Oh, nearly a spin there for the number 6. Up and under goes Piers Prior. Mackay Singh nearly found himself facing in the wrong direction there. Again, Mackay was another driver who lost out majorly on the first couple of laps in this race. Started in 5th place, dropping down near to the back of the pack, has gone back through the field now, but now finding a few issues with a couple of minutes left to go.
Another brilliant move down the inside for Piers Prior. This could be a bit of a redemption race for him, really. He didn't start very well, but he'll be hoping to avoid those penalties that he got in the races prior to this.
I'm hoping so. We'll see. William Taylor then losing another place to Peter Knight, sadly. Of course, they were swapping around previously. Taylor clearly got back through at some point on Peter Knight, but again, they swap once more. And here is the 25 now of Alfie Prince, now behind Toby McDonald. So change for 4th place then. Good pace being shown in this race so far from Toby McDonald. Oh, that's a big move there down the inside. That's the number 7 trying to make it through. Alexander Brown on Tom Roberts then. A little bit too close for comfort. They make contact there at the hairpin. Both going wide. I think both losing a place. Contact warning again for our co-colleague. Yeah. However, I think that might just be a repeat. We've had quite a few come through in the last few minutes. Julio Peroni forcing driver wide. He's 1 place outside of the top 12 at the moment. Well, that's going to drop him a little bit further away from that elusive super final.
It will indeed. Less than 90 seconds to go in this race already, would you believe it? Alexander Brown there with a bump and pass penalty. Julio Peroni, you mentioned that, forcing driver wide. 60 seconds pretty much on the clock. And Alfie Prince has not had a moment to rest easy, really, in this race, has he?
He has not, battling really well. So has Peter Knight, the driver in behind him, now closing down McDonald and Prince as well, battling over 4th place. About 3 seconds off of Jack Finch there in 3rd. Jack in a bit of no man's land there with 2 seconds then forward, or 2.5 forward to Josh Adams. But fair play to Mr. Fraser Brunton. Fastest lap of a 41 dead. Now has a 2.5 second lead over Josh Adams. As we mentioned earlier on in round number 7 of BUKC Mains, Fraser Brunton, previously a Club 100 lightweight sprint champion, clearly showing why he was able to secure that championship. Looks so calm in a Club 100 car. Is able to just scythe through, get on some great pace, and showing what he can do here in the lightweight A final. And you've got to agree, he's got to be one of the shouts for the super final as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to that super final when we see some drivers who might know each other quite well in certain teams in universities now have the opportunity to come together and battle out on a track in a bit of a different format to what we're usually used to there. But we are on the last lap of this race. We're looking at Fraser Brunton, who's heading round through to the final sector. A pretty easy race when all is said and done by the end of things. He broke away and has just been able to build a decent gap. Josh Adams with an early charge in response to him, but not able to match Fraser in the end. He heads on to the start-finish straight, and it's another victory here today at Clay Pigeon for Fraser Brunton. Takes the race victory in the lightweight A finals. He's your quickest lightweight A driver in the BUKC. In fact, the quickest lightweight driver overall. Josh Adams, Jack Finch, Tobin McDonald, Alfie Prince, Peter Knight, Jacob McComb, William Taylor, Declan Luff and Reeve Bright are top 10 then in this race. A couple more drivers coming home as well. It's going to be Ocean Bates and Hugh Lawrenson. They're going to be your drivers making their way to the super final in a couple of races' time.
Indeed, yeah. Top 12 making it through, and I've just double-checked. Only one driver in the top 12 there had a penalty. And that was Mr. Reeve Bright on the number 27, overtaking under yellows, plus
So he will
4
not.
positions.
Yes.
And that will mean that Logan Parker, Mr. Send It, gets into the super final courtesy of that penalty for Reeve Bright. So to run you through again then, Fraser Brunton, Josh Adams, Jack Finch, Toby McDonald, Alfie Prince, Peter Knight, Jacob McComb, William Taylor, Declan Luff, Ocean Bates, Hugh Lawrenson and Logan Parker will be moving through to the super final later on this afternoon. And Logan Parker was ahead of Thomas Harvey by 1/10 of a second. That's how close it is here in the BUKC to make your way through. And there we go then. Day done and dusted for a number of our drivers. We'll run through who that is. Of course, Reeve Bright dropping outside of the top 12. And he'll be joined, sadly, watching the super final at the sideline with Thomas Harvey, Giulio Peroni, Charlie Oliver, Sergio Noor, Alexander Brown, Tom Roberts, Mackay Singh, Ben Southgate, Lawrence Vines, Alfie Baxter-Davies, Piers Prior, Mark Cluley, Glenn Williamson, Tom Northcott, Ben Foden, Kai Kinch, Adam Ormondroyd, then Simon Ram, Joel Julius, Jake Palmer and Ben Sanders. A really good race there, some great battles in and amongst it, but like we thought, drivers getting put into the sort of position where maybe they should be in terms of pace, made for some more relaxed kind of racing, and driving away at the front. Fair play to Mr. Fraser Brunton. But we get ready then. 2 more races that to come, ladies and gentlemen. Up next is the heavyweight A final. I think we're just about ready to hand down to Mr. Piers Prior.
So lightweights make your way across to the scout.
My name's Piers Prior, and I didn't even want to be in the super final, so I don't care. We're going to have a quick chat with our lightweight champion, 2-time lightweight champion. The one plate was because he won last time, and he's going to keep that if he turns up to the next one as well. Fraser Brunton is just getting his lead off the cart. In fact, you can see him walking across there with his lead. We are going to